Chapter 1971. Dazzling golden light gushed out from his body like a monstrous wave, occupying half of the sky. In Zichen's hand, the long blade on his hand was pulsating with golden light. At this moment, facing what seemed to be Gen's strongest attack, Zichen had no intention of holding back. He stood still and immediately activated the strongest energy in his body. The oppressive feeling formed by this energy was no weaker than Gen's. Before the two energies collided, the aura formed was already very terrifying. This was a real battle. The spectators in the distance were shocked and had no choice but to retreat again for fear of being affected by the energy of the upcoming battle. The heaven-defying energy was injected into the long blade. Then, a thick blade light emerged from the tip of the blade. The terrifying power it formed was no weaker than Gen's powerful attack. Swoosh! Zichen indifferently raised his head and looked at the sword. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand and slashed out with his blade. The blade light broke through the sky and violently collided with the sword aura that followed it. Peng! The moment the two energies collided, there was a huge vibration. The two energies collided in the sky, forming a destructive force that spread in all directions, forming a destructive wave. Fortunately, the spectators had already retreated. Otherwise, they would have been affected by the energy waves. Boom! In the sky, there was another explosion. The sword light and the blade light instantly exploded, turning into an even more terrifying energy that scattered in all directions. The golden energy shield around Zichen blocked the terrifying energy waves for him. As for Gen, he suffered a huge shock and was once again sent flying. The sorrow-parting sword in his hand almost fell out of his hand. Such a scene made everyone's expression change. Gen had obviously used the heavenly path technique. Unexpectedly, he was unable to do anything to Zichen. Zichen had also fulfilled his promise and fought Gen without retreating a single step. After seeing this scene, a look of surprise flashed across Zichen's face. Then, her bright eyes stared at the battlefield again. Her expression no longer fluctuated. Stabilizing himself from a distance, Gen did not show any anger on his face. His expression was still cold, and the hand that held the Lizhu sword was trembling slightly. This trembling quickly stopped. Ignoring the trace of blood on his arm, he once again raised the Sorrow of Separation sword in his hand. The Sorrow of Separation aura around him once again spread out. Sorrow of Separation second style, Sorrow of Separation. Gen's cold words reverberated through the heavens and earth. An even more terrifying aura erupted from her body. This aura swept through the heavens and earth, causing the surrounding space to distort crazily. The presence he gave off was almost one with the Lizhu sword in his hand. Under the sorrowful aura of separation, there seemed to be a hint of sorrow and danger in his eyes as he looked at Zichen. Zichen's heart trembled slightly, and his expression became solemn. Swoosh! Gen rushed toward Zichen with his sword. Wherever he passed, a black line appeared between the heavens and earth. The space was forcibly torn apart. Sensing the danger, Zichen's movements were somewhat restricted because of his previous promise. In desperation, he could only channel even more power into the heavenly blade and slash at Gen. Clang! Because this attack was too powerful, the light of the blade and the light of the sword instantly dissipated. The body of the blade and the sword collided, erupting with a sharp, ear-piercing sound. Boom! After the collision, a powerful force erupted in an instant. Zichen could no longer control this force. In desperation, he could only let go of the heavenly blade in his hand. The heavenly blade flew out of his hand. Zichen's heavenly blade flew out of his hand. Gen was also knocked into the sky by a huge force. He stabilized his body and coldly looked down at Zichen, who had lost his weapon. He said indifferently, "Now, I'll let you see my strongest sword." Although Zichen still did not retreat, the heavenly blade had already left his hand. This huge change caused the spectators to be unable to react. The human cultivators all looked at Zichen with worry. Now he's going to use his full strength, right? Black Tiger muttered when he saw Zichen, who had lost his weapon. Under everyone's gaze, Zichen's expression did not change much even though he had lost his weapon. He raised his head to look at Gen and calmly said, "Very well. Let's decide this with one move." After saying that, he raised both his hands and hovered them in front of his chest. Golden light surged at his fingertips as he began to form hand seals. This was the first time that Zichen had used a heavenly Dao technique in a battle. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared at Zichen's hand seals. Unfortunately, although Zichen's hand seals were not complicated, they contained the aura of the great Dao. As everyone looked at Zichen's hand seals, they felt as if their souls were being sucked in and they were completely lost. This abnormality caused everyone to wake up one after another. Then, their faces filled with fear. This was clearly because the heavenly Dao technique was too profound. It was far beyond what they could handle. At the same time that Zichen was forming hand seals, Gen's aura had completely changed. This time, his aura was no longer violent, and it was no longer dangerous. The energy that filled his body had completely turned into sorrow and resentment, as if he was an ordinary person who was about to be separated from life and death. Gen's aura seemed to infect the world, causing a sense of sorrow to appear in everyone's hearts. At this moment, the memories that had long disappeared from their knowledge sea were reawakened. Some people saw their life and death brothers looking at them helplessly, gradually leaving them. Some people saw their loved ones and saw the back of their loved ones as they heartlessly left. Their eyes were filled with sorrow at parting. Some people saw their loved ones, seeing the tears of separation that they had not seen for a long time. The world was filled with the aura of separation, full of reluctance and sorrow. Everyone seemed to be deeply immersed in it, unable to extricate themselves. Some people even had tears in their eyes. What a terrifying heaven-defying law. What a terrifying heavenly Dao technique. Could this be considered tailor-made? In the distance, He shook his head and expelled all the strange emotions. When he looked at Gen in the sky again, his eyes were filled with shock. He looked around again and found that there were only a few people who were still clear-headed. Many people were already deeply immersed in the aura. Among them, there was an old man who was still clear-headed, 2 other heaven-defying cultivators, and that little girl, Yi Chen. Of course, Zichen, who was in the middle of a battle, was also in a clear-headed state. This newly emerged heaven-defying cultivator actually has such a technique. It seems that I have underestimated these heaven-defying cultivators. Zichen's future path won't be easy. He stared at Zichen, the light in his eyes fluctuating. Zichen's body was still shining with golden light. He was not affected by the aura. At the same time, as Zichen formed a seal, the golden energy surging around him suddenly emitted a blazing aura. The moment this blazing aura appeared, it reached its peak. It was like a heavenly fire, spreading in all directions. At the same time, it carried with it a terrifying destructive power. The aura reverberated between heaven and earth, forming ripples that swept across the crowd in the distance. Those cultivators who were originally immersed in the emotion of separation woke up one by one. After waking up and seeing the 2 people fighting, a deep sense of fear appeared in the eyes of the crowd. They never would have thought that just after escaping from Zichen's seal, they would fall into Gen's aura again. Fortunately, they were shaken awake by Zichen's energy ripples. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Some of the cultivators raised their hands to wipe away the tears on their faces and retreated in horror, afraid that they would encounter such an uncontrollable situation again. All of this happened very quickly. Just as Zichen's seal was about to end, Gen's third attack was already fully charged. He didn't emit a powerful aura. He lowered his head to look at Zichen, as if he was looking at a friend who was about to leave. His eyes were full of sorrow. However, Zichen could clearly see the hidden danger in those sorrowful eyes. This wasn't just a technique attack, but also a soul attack. If his soul wasn't strong enough, he would have been attracted by Gen's aura and fallen into that illusion. Sorrow of separation. Gen's sorrowful voice echoed between heaven and earth. It wasn't loud, but it spread throughout the entire area. Extreme Yang. Zichen's voice sounded almost at the same time. It was sonorous and powerful, full of explosive power. Gen disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Only a sword was left between heaven and earth. The sword emitted a blue light, cutting through heaven and earth, and flew directly toward Zichen. The sword was very fast. In almost an instant, it was in front of Zichen. In front of Zichen, blazing energy surged. A golden seal appeared out of thin air, and it was also moving forward at an extremely fast speed. The blazing and violent seal seemed to escape into the void. In the next moment, it was in front of the blue sword, blocking it. This could be considered the strongest collision of energy between the most powerful heaven-defying cultivators. In the next moment, it exploded. The golden light was dazzling, and the blazing energy spread out. The destructive power within it kept spreading in all directions, as if it wanted to destroy all things and extinguish all life. In the blue sword light, the gushing energy of the sorrow of separation was also not to be outdone. It used a unique destructive method to attack the blazing golden light. Rumble. In the sky, a thunderous sound reverberated. The sound was deafening. A terrifying oppressive aura swept through heaven and earth. Everyone outside the arena changed color. Some of the weaker heavenly realm cultivators couldn't withstand the pressure and couldn't help but cough up blood. They were already injured. Even more experts stared at the two people on the battlefield as they resisted the pressure. Clearly, the outcome of the battle was about to be decided. Yi Qian, who had a relaxed expression before, couldn't help but become nervous at this moment. Although she thought highly of Zichen, after seeing Gen's powerful means, she couldn't help but be a little shaken. Bang! In the midst of the collision of energy, a figure flew out, and a smear of bright red blood splattered across the sky. Chapter 1972. The energy vibrated, and a figure was sent flying. Blood splattered everywhere, forming dark red raindrops in the sky and falling to the ground. Outside the battlefield, all the cultivators were staring at the scene in front of them. The moment the figure was sent flying, everyone's attention immediately shifted to the other party. When they saw the figure that was sent flying, many of the alien race's faces were filled with disbelief. On the other hand, the humans on the other side heaved a sigh of relief. It's Gen. How could it be Lord Gen? The powerful Lord Gen was actually defeated by Zichen. Seeing that the person who was sent flying and vomiting blood was actually Gen, a cry of disbelief came from the alien race's cultivators. Many of the alien races couldn't accept the scene in front of them. The battle strength that Gen had displayed was so powerful, and the sorrow of parting almost hit everyone. How could such a powerful existence be defeated? The alien race couldn't accept the result in front of them. Hence, they all turned around and looked at Zichen. Even if the powerful Lord Gen was defeated, that Zichen wouldn't have it easy either. Thus, everyone's gazes shifted away from Gen and landed on the battlefield again, looking at the vibrating energy. At this moment, on the battlefield, the energy was still vibrating. However, amidst the vibrating energy, Zichen, who was shining with a golden light, was very eye-catching. He stood in the air, his black robe fluttering. His expression was indifferent as he coldly looked forward. From the beginning of the battle until now, he really didn't take a single step back. Although the opponent is very strong, Zichen is still stronger. The human old man who was watching the battle stroked his beard with his right hand, and a smile of admiration appeared on his face. Good boy, you're really strong. Black Tiger's eyes also flickered with brilliance. Since he was able to obtain such an easy victory, he now had even more confidence in Zichen. Looking at the dissipated energy and Zichen who wasn't injured at all, Yi Qian's eyes shone brightly. It seemed that her premonition was right. Zichen was indeed very powerful. Although the battle between the two of them was very intense, looking at Zichen's indifferent expression, Yi Qian felt that Zichen didn't use his full strength. Maybe he can really fight against Wei. An inconceivable thought suddenly appeared in Yi Qian's mind. However, the moment this thought appeared, Yi Qian gave herself a fright and shook her head. Gao Wei was a publicly acknowledged expert among the heaven-defying cultivators. He was an existence that even Yi Qian did not dare to provoke, even though he had expressed his intentions of befriending her several times. Gen was defeated. Although he did not die, he was severely injured. In addition to his own injuries, Even the sword spirit within the Sorrow of Separation sword was severely injured. Zichen looked at the wretched Gen in front of him and said indifferently, "How is it?" Wiping away the blood at the corner of her mouth, Gen covered her chest with her hand that was holding the sword. Her pale face was still filled with coldness. "I'm not dead yet. The battle isn't over." Although he was heavily injured, the aura on his body started to circulate again. His fighting spirit started to rise, but just as he started to mobilize his energy, he coughed up blood again, and his face became even paler. Looking at Gen, who was prepared to fight to the death, Zichen smiled faintly and said, "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." As soon as he finished speaking, a dragon-shaped longbow appeared in Zichen's hand. Holding the longbow, Zichen weighed it in his hand. As he gently pulled the bowstring, the entire world trembled. "That's the bow." Back then, Kunt was almost shot to death by it. "That's right. I saw the video of the battle that day. Kunt couldn't dodge that arrow at all. If it weren't for the fragments of the shield, he might have died." After seeing the divine dragon bow in Zichen's hand, cries of surprise came from the distance. Hearing these cries of surprise, Gen's expression changed. Her eyes fell on the divine dragon bow again. She narrowed her eyes slightly and a light flashed in her eyes. Kunt couldn't dodge this arrow when he was at his peak. It will be very difficult for the heavily injured Gen to dodge it. Among the foreign races, there was no lack of heaven-defying experts. After feeling the aura emitted from the divine dragon bow, they all shook their heads. If Gen was at his peak, he might be able to block the following attack. However, it was almost impossible for him to block the divine dragon bow now that he was heavily injured. Buzz. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zichen directly pulled the divine dragon bow to the fullest. Amidst the surging spiritual essence in all directions, the divine dragon arrow automatically returned to its original position. A loud dragon's roar resounded through the world. As the bowstring trembled, Zichen released the arrow. The arrow was completely locked on to Gen. The latter's originally cold expression was filled with fear in the next moment. With a loud shout, he grabbed the hilt of the sword with both hands and stabbed it vertically into the air. He half-knelt on the ground. Waves of heaven-defying energy formed layers of defense on the surface of his body. The arrow pierced through the void and came to Gen's side, making contact with the Sorrow of Separation sword. On the long sword, the materialized energy was impacted by the arrow feathers, producing a series of explosions. A loud dragon's roar resounded. The arrow spun as it advanced, and a powerful force spread in all directions. Under the impact of this powerful force, Gen, who was in the air, was involuntarily sent flying backward by the arrow. Seeing that the arrow was blocked by the long sword, Zichen's face revealed a hint of surprise. Before the arrow's attack landed, he released another 2 arrows. The 2 energy arrows flew almost at the same time towards the retreating Gen. Seeing this scene, Gen's expression changed greatly. He had no choice but to mobilize his heaven-defying energy again to form layers of defense. At this moment, facing Zichen's 3 arrows, he, who was heavily injured, had no means of defending himself. Boom! The arrow exploded in the sky, and a powerful force once again sent Gen flying. Gen, who was flying backward, coughed up blood. His eyes were filled with horror. After he stabilized himself in the air, he turned into a stream of light and flew away. In front of everyone's eyes, Gen, who had previously threatened to fight to the death, ran away after taking 3 arrows. Although this was something that everyone could understand, there was still an uproar in the field. Then, one by one, the cultivators turned to look at Zichen with awe and fear in their eyes. Looking at the fleeing Gen, Zichen did not chase after him. Instead, he put away the divine dragon bow. The dragon god's arrow in the distance also turned into a stream of light and disappeared beside Zichen. The battle was over. Zichen had defeated Gen in a head-on battle. This news would spread to all regions of the Zhonwu continent at the fastest speed. Among the crowd, many of the foreign race's heaven-defying cultivators had unconcealable disappointment on their faces. Although they had come to watch the battle, some of them had come with the idea of benefiting from the battle. But who would have thought that Zi Chen would defeat Gen and make him run away without even taking a single step back? Zi Chen's indifferent eyes swept across those foreign tribe members. Those foreign tribe members, whose faces were filled with reverence, felt their hearts tremble slightly when they met Zi Chen's gaze. Either they were frightened or they had ulterior motives, so they turned around and left. The foreign races left one after another. The human heaven-defying cultivators who were watching the battle were filled with excitement. They couldn't even defeat a heaven-defying cultivator. The gap between their combat strength and Zi Chen's was even greater. Although they were excited about Zi Chen's victory, they did not go forward to greet him. Instead, they turned and left. Soon, the human spectators also left. However, an old man and a young man stayed behind. The young man's gaze fell on Zi Chen from time to time. His expression was somewhat complicated. Zi Chen. Everyone left. Even Yi Chen retreated far away. The old man brought the young man and flew towards Zi Chen. When there was still some distance between them, the old man called out Zi Chen's name. Zi Chen had already noticed the old man's sudden arrival. He also recognized him. The old man was the Heaven Realm ancestor who had appeared when Zi Chen was attacked in the Sword Sect. At that time, even when he was under pressure from the Five Elements aristocratic families, he had said that he would protect Zi Chen. Zi Chen had been worried about Jin Qingcheng and Dong Qing's safety. He could not go to the Sword Sect to check on them. He did not expect to see someone from the Sword Sect here. This made him very happy. However, he did not deliberately reveal it, because the current him was simply too eye-catching. He only nodded at the other party, and did not appear to be courteous or familiar. You really are a young hero. Zi Chen, you've become more and more powerful. The old man did not seem to notice Zi Chen's distant attitude. Instead, he spoke very warmly. He slowly raised his head and saw the beautiful figure with Hei Hu in the distance. Zi Chen directly asked, "Why are you looking for me?" Zi Chen's attitude surprised the old man slightly. After being slightly stunned, he said, "Our sword sect has suffered quite a loss this time, but we've never compromised. I've come this time because I hope that Zi Chen can return to the sword sect with me to take charge of the situation and fend off the foreign races together." Zi Chen smiled faintly when he heard that. He said, "Take charge of the situation and fend off the foreign races. That sounds nice, but I think you just want to find some fighters." Zi Chen, what do you mean by that? The old man looked at Zi Chen in confusion. Zi Chen waved his hand and said, "Enough. You know very well what I mean. We did have some ties in the past, but there's no need for you to try and get close to me. I'm everyone's enemy now. I no longer live for anyone else. I only live for myself. As for the two of you, regardless of whether you're sincere or not, I want to say that you've found the wrong person." Zi Chen flicked his sleeve as he spoke coldly. He turned around and walked towards Yi Chen. "Zi Chen, I know you've been wronged, but we can all understand you," the old man said reluctantly. The young man beside him seemed hesitant. "I, Zi Chen, only act out of my heart. I don't need anyone to understand me." Zi Chen did not even look back. His voice was still cold. Zi Chen's attitude made the old man very surprised. He was stunned for a moment, not knowing what to say. Hearing that the old man beside him was no longer speaking, the hesitant young man finally mustered up his courage and said to Zi Chen, "Since you don't care about the lives of the others, then can you remove the scar on Qingqing's face? I'm not asking for your help, I just hope that you can pass on a message. She cares about you and will only listen to you." Zi Chen, who was walking forward, paused his footsteps and said indifferently, "Who is Qingcheng?" Chapter 1973. What did you say? Zi Chen's indifferent words startled the young man with a sword on his back. He looked in disbelief at the back of Jin Qingcheng, who still didn't turn around even after hearing her name. Zi Chen didn't turn around, nor did he look back. He had no intention of continuing to talk with the young man. He stepped forward with his back straight. The young man couldn't see Zi Chen's face, but he could tell from his back that Zi Chen must be very cold at this moment. Thinking back to the woman with the shocking scar on her face, thinking back to when the two of them chatted, every time Zi Chen was mentioned, her worshipful and complicated expression, thinking back to the adventure she had experienced, thinking back to the battle she said she didn't care about life and death, and looking at the indifferent back in front of him, the awe the young man had for Zichen because of the previous battle had disappeared. He no longer respected Zichen, no longer worshipped this person. His face was filled with anger, and he felt that the two people were unworthy. He looked at the back of the young man and shouted, "Are you so heartless? You don't know Qing Cheng, you don't know Jin Qing Cheng. I know her, but I'm not familiar with her." Zichen's indifferent words came from the front. "Zichen, in the eyes of others, you are a hero, but in the eyes of me, Jen Na, you are an ungrateful villain. Qing Cheng was injured for you and gave up her beautiful face for you. Today, I just want to bring a message back from you to let her let go of the knot in her heart and restore her original appearance. I didn't expect you to say such words." The angry young man's eyes were a little red, and he lost his composure. Indeed, in the entire Zhonwu continent, there was no normal person who dared to speak to Zichen in such a tone. "She is waiting for you, she has been waiting for you, but what about you? You have forgotten her, you heartless man." The hysterical voice resounded through the entire world. Beside the young man, the old man didn't seem to wake up from the shock and stood there in a daze. Hearing the voice that reverberated through the world, Zichen stopped and turned around to look at the sad young man. He smiled faintly and said, "You're called Jen Na, right? Looks like the sword sect has spoiled you. You don't even know what's going on, yet you dare to speak so carelessly. Today, seeing that you're young and ignorant, I won't bicker with you. Remember, the wound on Jin Qingqing's face was left behind by herself during a battle. It has nothing to do with me. We were once on the same path and had some connections, but it's far from what you've said. Looking at your appearance, you should be tempted by Jin Qingcheng. If you have the heart, then go and pursue her boldly, although her face is indeed a little scary." Listening to Zichen's ruthless tone, Jen Na was so angry that he couldn't say a word. He pointed at Zichen, his heart burning with anger. At this moment, looking at Zichen, he really wanted to curse in his heart. However, even though he was angry, he still didn't lose his last bit of rationality. He knew that if he cursed, he and his master wouldn't be able to leave alive today. "What about Dongqing? Don't you even know her?" The real Zichen was very different from what he heard from the two girls. Unable to accept this fact, Jen Na thought of Dongqing, the person who was deeply in love with Zichen. Former companion, now a passerby, a one-sided fool. Zichen smiled at Jen Na. There was ridicule and disdain in his smile, then he turned and left. Jen Na was very clear that this ridicule and disdain wasn't directed at him, but at Dongqing. That person who was so devoted to Zichen that he didn't hesitate to give up his life, but became the fool that Zichen called. His heart turned cold. This was the difference between reality and imagination. Such a person, in his eyes, wasn't even considered scum. How could he be the hero that Jin Qingcheng spoke of? Jen Na felt very wronged, so wronged that he wanted to cry. After Zichen left, he didn't continue speaking. He was already completely disappointed in this person. Such a heartless person, even if he had the means to reach the heavens, was just a powerful scum. Jen Na felt wronged and angry. He couldn't wait to go up and kill him. He didn't see that beside him, the silent master's eyes flashed with sorrow. This sorrow was very similar to Gen's sorrow of parting. Looking at the straight back, no one could see how much responsibility he had on his shoulders. He let out a long sigh in his heart. He wants to become the enemy of the entire world. To become the enemy of the entire world, one must first have no attachments. Today's heartlessness could save many people, but the infamy was his alone. Zichen left, leaving behind an old man and a young man standing in the same place. One was sighing in his heart, the other was gritting his teeth, feeling wronged and angry. Zichen walked forward, where Yi Chen and Black Tiger were waiting. There was some distance between the two of them. The two of them had heard the previous conversation. Seeing the calm Zichen walking over, Yi Chen's beautiful eyes kept sizing up Zichen. "Why, is there something on my face?" Zichen asked indifferently with a smile on his face. "You seem to be in a good mood." Yi Chen tilted her head and looked at Zichen with a hint of suspicion in her eyes. I won this battle. Shouldn't I be happy? Zichen asked back with a happy smile on his face. Yi Qian couldn't see any flaws in this smile because it wasn't an act. He was really happy. Of course, the reason for his happiness wasn't because he won against Gen, but because he learned what he wanted to know from the old man and Gen. Looking at Zichen walking forward, Yi Qian muttered, "It feels a little strange." "Hey, the Qingcheng and Dongqing that they were talking about, are they your friends?" Yi Qian caught up and tilted her head to look at Zichen. Zichen shook his head without hesitation and said, "They're not friends, just companions." "Is that so?" From their tone, they seem to be interested in you. Yi Qian carefully looked at Zichen, trying to find some clues from his face. Hearing Yi Qian's words, Zichen laughed involuntarily. "What do you mean by interested in me?" "They just see that I have some strength and want to find a backer." Zichen raised his head to look at the sky with an indescribable emotion in his eyes. He said, "We're not friends to begin with, and we won't be friends in the future. I, Zichen, don't have friends, and I don't need friends. My goal is to step onto the peak of cultivation. Then can we be considered friends?" Although she didn't sense any artificial emotions from Zichen, Yi Qian still felt that the current Zichen was somewhat unreal. "Of course not," replied Zichen. Yi Qian nodded. There wasn't any dismay on her face because the two of them had traveled together for the sake of benefits. It was just a transaction. He Hu followed behind without uttering a single word. Unlike usual, He Hu's current mood was extremely turbulent. Sure enough, as Zichen displayed more and more strength, he was finally about to reach this step. In this world, there were too many heaven defiers. Although Zichen could ignore heaven defiers, others couldn't. So Zichen needed to have no attachments. He needed all the heaven defiers' attention to fall on him. He believed that today's conversation would quickly spread. Zichen's reputation as an ingrate would quickly spread throughout the Zhanwu continent. Gen-Na had come with hope and returned with disappointment. On the way back, it was inevitable that he would complain. The old man didn't stop him, and even indulged him. As a result, before he reached the sword sect, Zichen, who had just defeated Gen, already had the reputation of being an ingrate. What battle at Mist City? What many life-and-death brothers had come to help? All of that was a lie. Even if it really happened, it was all used by Zichen. The heavens don't open their eyes. Such an ungrateful guy actually has such strong strength. He is indeed an ungrateful guy. The invasion of the alien race was for him. What's wrong with everyone looking for him? He has killed so many lives in the Zhanwu continent. It's fine if he doesn't blame himself, but he still hates us. The rumors are really unreliable. What loyalty? What anger for a beauty? They are all lies. I hope those alien race experts kill him quickly. That way, the alien race will leave. Zichen's deeds had spread, but this time, he didn't have a good reputation. Although Zichen hadn't reached the point where he was hated by everyone, he had become the target of disdain for many cultivators in one day. There were even some who wished for him to die early. This time, only 2 people from the sword sect went to watch the battle. As the 2 returned, many disciples of the sword sect surrounded them. They were all curious about the battle. Don't mention it. That's a scum. The old man naturally didn't say a word. Gen-Na said angrily. Who's a scum? That alien race heaven defier? That's right. The alien race is all scum. As Gen-Na's words fell, many disciples of the sword sect said indignantly. The scum is Zichen. Gen-Na was very angry. He couldn't be bothered to explain to the crowd. He immediately flew towards Jin Qingcheng. Jin Qingcheng lived together with Dongqing. Ever since Zichen left, although the 2 of them had worked very hard in their cultivation, they still hadn't stepped into the heaven realm. Right now, they were only at the pseudo-heaven realm. Gen-Na was a young man and didn't have any bad intentions. As time passed, he became friends with the 2 of them and often came here. He admired Jin Qingcheng very much. Indignant, he came here to see the 2 girls. From afar, the 2 of them each had their own merits. Their figures were slender and their figures were excellent. Dongqing was very calm, and her appearance was also top-notch. As for Jin Qingcheng, the few scars on her face had completely destroyed her beauty. How was it? You were able to meet Zichen this time. Did you fulfill your wish? Seeing Jian Na return, Jin Qingcheng took the initiative to ask. She didn't care about her appearance and didn't deliberately wear a veil. Fulfilled my wish, I met a scum. Jian Na was a little dejected as he told her what he saw and what Zichen said. He didn't add too much tone because Zichen's words were already heartless enough. After he finished, Jian Na said again, Qingcheng, forget him. I don't care if your appearance can be restored. I will always be good to you. That scum isn't worth it. Jian Na felt that his confession at this moment was sincere enough. When he looked at Jin Qingcheng, he realized that her face was already filled with tears. He thought that Jin Qingcheng was touched, but then he saw that Dongqing was also crying. A scum isn't worth your sadness. Zichen's heartless tone seemed to reverberate in their ears. The two girls cried. They cried so sadly that Jian Na didn't know what to do. Jian Na was a little confused. He only thought that the two of them were sad, but he didn't notice the guilt in their eyes. You're going against the world. You're carrying all the infamy to protect us, but we can't help you. Chapter 1974. News of the battle between Zichen and Gen had long since spread. In the end, Gen was defeated and fled with serious injuries. This result caused an uproar. After defeating Gen, Zichen's reputation was undoubtedly higher, but following that, Zichen's ungrateful conduct gradually caused Zichen's reputation to deteriorate. Some cultivators were already holding a grudge against Zichen due to the fact that he was a member of a foreign tribe. After this news spread, those cultivators who were prejudiced against Zichen no longer bothered to investigate the truth of the matter. Instead, they quickly spread the news, adding fuel to the fire, and tarnishing Zichen's reputation, making a significant contribution. As time passed, under the deliberate influence of certain existences, Zichen's good reputation in the Zhanwu continent was ruined. Almost all of them were cursing him. Although they didn't dare to curse in front of Zichen, Zichen's spiritual sense was too strong. During this time, he could always hear some bad words. Regarding this, Zichen remained silent. It seems that person is deliberately targeting you. Your reputation is getting worse and worse. Yi Qian wore a black robe today. The slightly tight black robe outlined her perfect figure. Her bright eyes were fixed on Zichen. The person she was referring to was, of course, Jian Na of the Sword Sect. This world has already abandoned me. Why should I care about what this world thinks of me? I only live for myself. Zichen's expression was calm as he said lightly. He seemed to not care, but no one knew how much grievance he was silently enduring under this calm face. The whole world has already abandoned you, but you have to work hard to protect this world. You're quite open-minded. Under the sun, Yi Qian's figure was graceful. Her tight black robe matched Zichen's black robe very well. The two looked like a couple on a trip. Seemingly because of Zichen's reputation, the number of cultivators hovering around him gradually increased. They were all humans of the Zhanwu continent. At all times, they were paying attention to Zichen's movements, accurately locking onto Zichen's position. Occasionally, some heaven-defying cultivators would appear from afar, as if they were trying to determine Zichen's real body. Ever since his battle with Gen, there had been no heaven defiers who dared to cause trouble for Zichen. They didn't even dare to provoke him. They only glanced at him from afar and quickly left, not daring to stay. After traveling for a long time, when Zichen was almost out of the fourth mainland, Zichen's second enemy finally appeared. This was a man dressed in a beast robe. His upper body was half-naked, and he was tall and sturdy. He stood in the middle of the road. Looking at the beast-robed man, Yi Qian said, "He is Loya. His battle prowess is on par with Gen's." Back then, Yi Qian hadn't told him much about Loyal, and it wasn't as detailed as Gen's. She had only said that he was very strong, especially his physical body. Loya, who was blocking the way, saw Yi Qian and Zichen standing side by side, and even their clothes were very similar. He slightly frowned and a trace of dissatisfaction flashed through his eyes. He reminded her, Yi Qian, pay attention to your status. Yi Qian lightly smiled at Loya and said, as everyone knows, I'm a neutral party. I'm following Zi Chen because Zi Chen is my target. However, don't worry, I won't interfere in your battle. Hearing Yi Qian's words, Loya nodded, and his expression gradually relaxed. Yi Qian took the initiative to retreat into the distance. Of course, before leaving, she didn't forget to tell Zi Chen that she had high hopes for him. She then gave him a flirtatious look. This caused Loya's expression to become even more unsightly. Seeing that another great battle was about to take place, streaks of light flashed. Those who had been waiting in the distance all flew over, clearly preparing to watch a great battle. However, unlike last time, many of the human heavenly realms who came this time didn't look at Zi Chen with such friendly gazes. They didn't look forward to it, and their expressions were similar to those of other races. The other races naturally knew why this was happening. Right now, Zi Chen was about to become a street rat. After seeing Yi Qian leave, Loya turned to look at Zi Chen and said coldly, I heard you defeated Gen. That's right. Nodding, Zi Chen replied, it's a pity that I let him escape in the end. However, I promise that this time, I won't let you escape. A trace of coldness flashed through Loya's face as he coldly snorted, shameless boasting. Let me ask you, do you have a fragment of a shield on you? That's right. Then you can go die now. A trace of murderous intent flashed through his eyes as Loya released a powerful aura. With him as the center, the energy of heaven and earth began to surge, and the power of space madly twisted. Above his head, the twisted space formed a vortex, and a ferocious and violent aura surged out from the vortex. Roar! A furious roar resounded through heaven and earth. The vortex turned into a black hole, and a giant beast head, as big as a house, poked out of the vortex. The beast head's expression was ferocious and terrifying. A pair of cold eyes stared closely at Zi Chen. After learning that Zi Chen had defeated Gen, Loya clearly didn't have any intention of testing him. His first move was an extremely powerful move. Zi Chen raised his head to look at the beast head that had poked its head out of the vortex. Naturally, he could sense how powerful the opponent was. Fortunately, he didn't waste time and directly used his strongest move. This kind of battle that ended quickly was Zi Chen's favorite type of battle. As a result, Zi Chen's hands hovered in front of his chest as he began to form hand seals. The energy radiating from his body also became scorching and violent. They had originally thought that it would be another great battle after testing the waters. They didn't expect it to reach a climax right from the start. This also exceeded everyone's expectations. While they were stunned, everyone's expressions became extremely excited and emotional. Among them, there were some who were already old spectators. They knew that Zi Chen's attacks could only be seen with their eyes, but not with their minds. Otherwise, they would become deeply immersed in it. With the lesson learned from the previous battle, they could only enjoy the battle to their heart's content. They didn't purposely try to steal or comprehend heavenly path techniques from this battle. As for the newcomers who didn't know the situation, they also suffered a small loss. There were even some greedy people who were mentally shaken and directly coughed up blood. A baleful aura filled heaven and earth. After the beast head poked its head out, its two sharp claws also appeared one after another. When they landed in the air, the heavens and earth trembled. Then, half of its body appeared. A mutant beast the size of 2 mountains walked out of the spatial vortex and stood in the sky. Energy surged around its body, and the space around it began to distort rapidly, as if it couldn't withstand the dissipating energy. Kill him. A cold light flashed through Loius' eyes as he roared. Roar. Another earth-shattering roar shook heaven and earth, forming rolling sound waves that spread out in all directions. As the sound waves spread, many cultivators couldn't help but clutch their heads and collapse to the ground as they howled in pain. The mutant beast took a step forward, and space shattered as it rumbled. It stepped through the shattered space and charged toward Zi Chen. When it arrived beside Zi Chen, it suddenly opened its bloody maw and bit viciously at Zi Chen. The sharp fangs in its bloody maw flashed with a sinister light like that of a celestial weapon. Extreme Yang. Sensing the baleful aura rushing toward him, Zichen's hand seals also reached the final moment. Golden light flashed through his eyes as he looked at the mutant beast that was already inches away from him. Zichen roared coldly in his mind. As the final hand seal fell, a scorching golden light formed a seal in front of him. The heaven-defying energy within Zichen's body surged toward the seal in a frenzy. Rather than saying that Zichen was channeling his energy, it would be more accurate to say that the seal was frantically devouring the heaven-defying energy within Zichen's body. The seal that took shape almost instantly broke free from Zichen's control and flew toward the mutant beast. "Swallow it." Seeing that the seal was about to reach the mutant beast, Loya spoke again with a cold expression. A vicious light flashed through the mutant beast's eyes. It opened its bloody maw, wanting to swallow Zichen's attack in a single gulp. However, what followed was an even colder voice. "Explode." The extreme young seal, emitting a scorching energy and a berserk aura, exploded in the air with a loud boom. The entire world was instantly covered in golden light. The exploding seal turned into a powerful storm of destruction that directly enveloped the mutant beast's body. Within the berserk energy, the mutant beast's enraged roar resounded through the world. At the same time, waves of destructive aura spread out in all directions. Everyone stared fixedly at the sky, at the golden storm of energy. The outcome of the battle would be decided in the next moment. Would the energy destroy the mutant beast, or would the mutant beast charge out of the energy? Everyone was waiting to see. Before the golden light dissipated, a pained roar came from within the berserk energy, as if the mutant beast was in indescribable pain. Hearing the pained roar, everyone's expression changed. Was Loya going to lose? The pained roar turned into a mournful howl in the next moment. In the end, the roar grew softer and softer until it disappeared. Just as the mournful howl disappeared, the berserk golden energy also disappeared. Within the energy, the mutant beast had already turned into nothingness and dissipated. Damn it. Feeling the loss of his soul, Loya cursed angrily. His ashen face suddenly turned white, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Seeing Loya vomiting blood, the crowd went into an uproar. They didn't expect that the opponent would be defeated in just one exchange. I still have a stronger move. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Loya said coldly. Since he dared to challenge Zichen here, he naturally wouldn't just have this move. But unfortunately, Zichen didn't want to give him another chance. The divine dragon bow appeared in his hand again, and that oppressive aura filled the world. Golden light surged around his body, and the divine dragon bow was instantly drawn into a full moon. Then, the dragon god arrow appeared on the divine dragon bow by itself. From afar, there seemed to be a mini true dragon circling around the divine dragon bow. Loud and clear dragon roars came from the mouth of the mini true dragon. Buzz. Chapter 1975. The mini dragon shot toward Loyal. Wherever it passed, the void shattered, leaving behind a straight black hole. This arrow contained an extremely powerful force, causing Loya's expression to change drastically. One had to know that when Zichen shot this arrow, only Yi Qian had dodged it. When the powerful cunt faced this arrow, he had taken out a fragment of his shield and saved his life. Mighty Spirit Shield. The terrifying power of the arrow made Loyal's eyes show a hint of fear. With a shout, a pure light shield formed by heaven-defying energy appeared in front of him. The light shield covered half the sky and emitted a thick and heavy aura. When the light shield appeared, Loyal let out a sigh of relief. He immediately retreated. The dragon in the sky turned back into an arrow. Sparks appeared on the surface of the arrow. After the sparks appeared, they surged toward the tip of the arrow. The entire tip turned red. Poof! With a tremor, the arrow pierced through the light shield. Under Loyal's shocked expression, the arrow shot toward him. Clang! Just as the arrow was about to pierce through his body, a celestial weapon appeared at the most critical moment and blocked the arrow. Loyal's blocking posture was not much different from Gen's. But the arrow that pierced through the light shield instantly shook off the celestial weapon. Then, the slightly slanted arrow pierced through Loyal's shoulder. The powerful inertia caused Loyal to fall back at top speed. The second attack injured Loyal. Looking at the wound, Loyal's face was full of fear. He could not understand how Gen, who was injured, could block Zichen's arrow. Although he was injured by the arrow, his life force was still strong. He prepared to escape. A sharp pain suddenly came from the wound. Loyal, who was running away, looked down. He saw that there was no blood coming out of the wound. Instead, streaks of crimson energy flowed out of the wound. This scarlet energy was the source of the pain. It was destroying his life force. Loya was scared out of his wits. He cried out involuntarily, "This is heavenly fire. Damn it, how did heavenly fire enter my body?" Although a heavenly realm cultivator was already a spiritual body, the insides of his body were still very weak. At this moment, the heavenly fire appeared in his body. As it extinguished his life force, it also melted Loya's body. At this moment, he no longer had any thoughts of enmity in his heart. He couldn't help but admire Zichen's strength. Loyal even regretted his rashness. He shouldn't have come looking for Zichen like this. He should have at least brought 1 or 2 helpers. The arrow shot towards the horizon transformed into a ray of light and returned to Zichen's side. Watching the fleeing Loa, Zichen displayed the fastest speed in the world. With a flash of light under his feet, he turned into a stream of light and chased after him. It was clear that Zichen had no intention of letting Lowell go today. He wanted to kill him. Charging forward, Zichen pulled the bowstring to a full moon. The true dragon arrow appeared once more. As Zichen released the bowstring, the arrow pierced through the air once more and shot towards Loya. Seeing the arrow shoot towards him again, Loya's face was filled with deep shock. He activated all the heaven-defying energy in his body with all his might. He appeared to be somewhat crazed as he tried to block this arrow. Against the dragon god arrow, all defensive measures were futile. The celestial weapon, infused with all of Loya's power, was still forcibly knocked aside. The arrow pierced through Loya's body once more. There were 2 wounds on his body. No blood flowed out from the wounds. Instead, red energy was constantly spitting out. 2 waves of heavenly fire roasted his body. Loya couldn't help but roar in pain. The bowstring trembled again. A 3rd arrow pierced through the air, piercing through Loya's body once more. The latter lived up to his reputation as a heaven-defying cultivator. After taking 3 of Zichen's arrows, he was still alive. His vitality was still vigorous, and he continued to flee. Numerous crystal balls appeared in the sky, recording the battle in the sky. Before the battle began, everyone thought that they would be able to see a fierce battle between a tiger and a dragon. Who would have thought that the battle would be one-sided as soon as it began? Yi Qian had been with Zichen for quite some time now. She knew Zichen's combat prowess very well. She also knew that Zichen's bow and arrows were extraordinary. Right now, watching Loya continuously flee, her delicate face didn't reveal much surprise. The bowstring was still trembling. There were already 5 arrow holes in Loya's body. No blood flowed out from any of them. Damn it. How can this be? Loya was both shocked and furious. He really didn't understand. He couldn't even dodge Zichen's arrows when he was in his peak condition. How did Gen, who was seriously injured, manage to dodge them back then? The people who watched the previous battle also couldn't understand this. In their opinion, when Gen dodged Zichen's first arrow, she didn't have as much difficulty as Loya. When the 7th arrow pierced through his body, Loya couldn't hold it in any longer. He let out a miserable scream. After that scream, Loya's body suddenly burst into flames. The flames gushed out from his wounds, his mouth, and his nose. In the end, they ignited his entire body. Inside Loya's body, energy surged wildly, trying to disperse the flames. However, it was useless. His energy actually had the opposite effect. As his energy surged, the flames burned even more vigorously. Loya writhed in the flames. His painful and mournful screams resounded through the sky. Seeing Loya in such pain, everyone's faces were filled with fear. As the flames surged, the blazing energy swept out in all directions. Immediately, cries of alarm rang out. That's heavenly fire. That's right, it's heavenly fire. Only heavenly fire can burn a heaven-defying cultivator to such a state. The heavenly fire burned. Loya was in the middle of it. He couldn't escape. When the people around him realized that it was heavenly fire, they all retreated in fear. Zichen stood a few dozen meters away from Loya. He had already put away the divine dragon bow and was looking at his opponent indifferently. If you're going to die, we're going to die together. Loya, who was constantly writhing, saw Zichen not far away. He was already a man of fire. His expression instantly became ferocious. Then, he madly charged at Zichen. Zichen's expression remained indifferent as he watched Loya arrive and felt the scorching heat of the heavenly fire around him. He slowly raised his hand and golden energy surged from his palm. Then, he struck out with his palm. Boom! The golden palm landed in front of him. It was like a huge mountain, landing on Loya's body. In the intense energy fluctuations, the heavenly fire on Loya's body was completely extinguished. His body appeared out of thin air. Many parts of his body had already melted, and some parts had already crystallized. He stood in the air a few meters away from Zichen. His life force had already been completely exhausted. In just a few short breaths, gravity fell on him again, causing his body to fall to the ground. Looking at the scattered corpse on the ground, the scene was completely silent. Not a single sound could be heard. Among all the heaven-defying cultivators, Loya's battle prowess was definitely one of the best. Who would have thought that in his battle with Zichen, apart from taking the initiative in the first exchange, he would be completely passive until his death? What was even more terrifying was that Loya hadn't even been able to escape. The scene was deathly silent. Everyone looked at Zichen with deep shock and horror. Swoosh! Zichen raised his hand and sent out a beam of energy. This beam of energy shot downward, sweeping up Loya's corpse. It returned to Zichen's side and disappeared. When a heavenly realm expert died, they would turn into pure energy crystals. This was an important material for forging heavenly weapons. As for the crystals that heaven-defying cultivators turned into, they were even more important materials for forging heaven-defying weapons. His gaze swept across the crowd. Everyone subconsciously avoided Zichen's gaze. No one dared to meet the powerful Zichen's gaze. Even if they knew that Zichen's character was extremely bad, in front of absolute power, everyone would choose to submit. Retracting his gaze, a cold, disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Zichen stepped forward. Zichen left just like that, leaving everyone greatly shocked. Presumably, this time, when news of Loya's death spread, the shock it caused would be even greater than last time. Yi Qian smiled softly and followed after Zichen. She didn't feel the slightest bit of regret for Loya's death. Just as Zichen left, a figure appeared on the horizon. He looked at the departing Zichen with a complicated expression. He was none other than Gen, who had luckily survived the previous battle. Even now, he had yet to recover from his injuries. Zichen had won this battle again. When the news spread, it naturally caused everyone to be even more shocked. However, this battle didn't restore Zichen's good reputation. It seemed that there were always some forces trying to smear Zichen's reputation. How could Zichen be an ungrateful person? Those idiots only know how to talk nonsense all day long. On a mountain path, two pseudo-heavens were hurrying along. One of them was tall and muscular like a bear, while the other had 3 eyes, and they were all vertical pupils. The tall man said indignantly, "Those brainless idiots, do they really think that the aliens came for Zichen? Right now, Zichen is so powerful that the aliens have no choice but to submit. But once something happens to Zichen, the aliens will slaughter this world. Those idiots actually dare to say that Zichen is ungrateful. This man has never seen someone more righteous than Zichen." The tall man spoke for a long time, but the person next to him didn't respond. He immediately said in dissatisfaction, "I say, Wu Xie, say something. Could it be that even you think that Zichen is an ungrateful person?" The young man called Wu Xie glanced at Man Shi and said disdainfully, "Even an idiot like you knows that's impossible. How could I not see it?" When Man Shi heard this, anger immediately appeared on his face. "Wu Xie, who are you calling a stupid pig? If I didn't call you, Would I call myself an idiot? If you weren't so stupid, how could us pseudo-heavens be chased down like rats and forced to walk such a remote path? Chapter 1976. Looking at the righteous man Shi beside him, Wu Xie rolled his eyes speechlessly and said, "Now, Zichen's enemy is the entire world. Everyone has already determined that he is the reason for the invasion of the outsiders. Do you think your explanation is useful?" Because Man Shi was too impulsive, once he heard something bad about Zichen, he would immediately go up and argue with the people. With Man Shi's temperament, it was natural that he would not be able to get the result he wanted. Even if he exaggerated Zichen, the other party would only say that the outsiders were here for Zichen and that Zichen was the one who harmed the entire world. This made Man Shi angry. Therefore, a battle naturally occurred. Previously, Man Shi was able to rely on his own strength to completely subdue some of the cultivators and force them to admit that the invasion was not because of Zichen. However, the world was so big and there were so many strong cultivators. There was bound to be a time when he kicked an iron plate. The reason why he did not take the main path and purposely chose these small paths was because he kicked an iron plate and provoked a group of strong cultivators. He was ganged up on by them and had no choice but to escape. Fortunately, because of the outsiders, the cultivators of the current era were much more restrained when they attacked humans. In addition, Man Shi continuously emphasized how good Zichen was. It was obvious that he had a good relationship with Zichen, so they did not dare to kill him. "I didn't say anything wrong. Zichen is not that kind of person," Man Shi said unconvinced. "Of course not in the past, but now, it's hard to say. Didn't you hear how Zichen treated Dongqing and Jin Qingcheng?" Wu Xie glanced at Man Shi and said, "Bullshit, that's just a rumor. Rumors are all fake. Don't you know Dongqing and Qingcheng? We went through life and death together. How could Zichen be so heartless?" As he looked at the infuriated Man Shi, Wu Xie truly didn't know how to explain. Moreover, this matter revealed slight strangeness, so he didn't want to make wild guesses and make a fool of himself. Thus, he could only choose to remain silent. "Page, you have nothing to say. Perhaps you think that Zichen has changed, but in my eyes, Zichen is still the same Zichen." Man Shi snorted and said, "Zichen will always be my sworn brother. Now that no one believes him, I, Man Shi, believe him. Since the whole world doesn't believe him, then I will tell the whole world what kind of person Zichen is." Wu Xie was very touched by Man Shi's persistence, but the current situation was very unstable. Just being touched was useless, so Wu Xie reminded him, "You'd better not mention Zichen for now. According to the latest news, we're not far from Zichen. When you see Zichen, you can ask him personally if you have any questions." Just as the two of them were talking, they heard an energy fluctuation in the distance. Then, a powerful heaven realm aura appeared. Damn it, did they catch up again? After feeling this aura, Man Shi's expression changed. He said in annoyance, "If I had a heaven weapon, I wouldn't be afraid of them. I'll definitely beat them until they're looking for their teeth on the ground. I'll beat them until they kneel and admit their mistakes." After saying that, Man Shi decisively ran away. After being beaten up for a while, he was a little scared. However, after running for a while, he saw that Wu Xie didn't move. He turned around and shouted, "Are you stupid? If you don't run, you'll get beaten up. Shut up. It doesn't seem to be against us." Wu Xie glared at Man Shi. "It's not against us." Man Shi was stunned. He immediately raised his head and looked in the direction of the energy fluctuation. There was a hint of doubt on his face. In their line of sight, the two of them saw traces of human heaven realm experts. However, they didn't come in their direction. Instead, they flew into the distance. These heaven realm experts looked very anxious, as if they couldn't wait to do something. There was a hint of excitement on their faces. What's going on? The two of them didn't know what was going on. They stared blankly ahead. However, they were sure that these people weren't against them. In their line of sight, the number of heaven realm experts gradually increased. Even the alien race appeared. Both sides were heading to the same place. Where are they going in a hurry? Man Shi soared into the sky. Looking at the heaven realm experts in front of him, he shouted, "Brother, where are you going?" Wu Xie wanted to stop Man Sure, but unfortunately, it was already over. He cursed in his heart. Was he afraid that others didn't know that they were here? One of the Heaven Realm experts in front turned to look at Man Sure and said, "Are you stupid? That scum Zichen is fighting in front. It's said that it's 1 against 2. If you don't go now, it'll be over." Scum Zichen. Hearing this name, Man Sure was stunned. Then, he flew into a rage. He wanted to argue with the other party. Unfortunately, the other party had already turned into a stream of light and disappeared at the end of his sight. Scum Zichen. Which idiot came up with this name? Man Sure was very angry. His face was full of anger. Why are you in a daze? Hurry up and go. Once you miss it, it'll be very difficult to see Zichen again. Wu Xie's anxious voice woke the angry Man Sure up. After the latter reacted, he immediately followed the Heaven Realm experts and flew forward. While moving forward, the two of them were very excited. They were finally going to see Zichen. After Loius' death, no heaven-defying cultivator dared to provoke Zichen. Only some hidden existences deliberately ruined Zichen's reputation. When Zichen successfully reached the 3rd continent, he was stopped by 2 heaven-defying cultivators. They were also 2 experts who had comprehended more than 60 types of laws. One of them was Enchiluor, and the other was Boris. The 2 of them were not as strong as Gen in a one-on-one battle. However, when they joined forces, they could completely suppress Gen. Looking at the 2 people blocking his way, Zichen shook his head. He did not talk nonsense and directly took out the divine dragon bow. Kill! Kill! 2 loud shouts sounded. Enchiluor and Boris rushed toward Zichen from the left and right. Both of them had heaven-grade weapons in their hands. Early on, the 2 of them had reached a consensus. One of them would block Zichen's powerful bow and arrow, while the other one would close in and kill Zichen. Wang! Zichen shot an arrow, aiming at Enchiluor on the left. When the latter felt the power of the arrow, his face immediately changed. There was a trace of fear on his face, and he began to defend with all his strength. Die! Boris took the opportunity to arrive in front of Zichen. The heaven-grade weapon in his hand exuded a powerful aura and directly slashed at Zichen, wanting to kill Zichen in one blow. Swish! Zichen held the bow in his left hand, and a heaven-grade blade appeared in his right hand. In the dazzling golden light, the blade viciously slashed at Boris. Clang! A sonorous sound rang out, and a powerful energy shockwave. Boris only felt a huge force coming from the blade and instantly fell on his body. In a head-on collision, Boris was sent flying. In the other direction, Enchiluor's weapon was shaken out of his hand, and the dragon god arrow pierced through his body. Outside the battlefield, those cultivators who came to watch the battle were in an uproar when they saw this scene. They shook their heads one after another. Obviously, the gap between the 2 sides was too big. Even if they joined forces, there was still a huge gap between them. Damn it, let's go. Zichen's strength was far beyond their expectation. After retreating, the 2 of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes, so they chose to escape without hesitation. Want to go? Seeing the 2 of them turning around and leaving, Zichen revealed a cold smile. A light flashed under his feet, and he turned into a stream of light and chased after them. Wang! Zichen shot another arrow at Enchiluor. Without checking the result of this arrow, he rushed toward Boris with the heaven-grade blade in his hand. Rays of light flashed as more and more spectators arrived. However, when they saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. Run in different directions. Enchiluor's face was full of horror after being hit by 2 arrows. He roared and turned around to run. When Boris heard this, he fled in the opposite direction. However, it was useless. Zichen's dragon god arrow was almost unrestricted by distance, and it was aimed at the target. It was impossible for him to miss. Zichen chased after Boris while turning around and shooting arrows at Enchiluor. The arrows pierced through his body. When Man Sure and Wu Xie arrived at their fastest speed, the powerful Enchiluor's face was full of horror and despair. There were arrow holes on his body, but there was no blood flowing out from those holes. Instead, flames were spitting out from them. Puff! The dragon god arrow turned into an arrow and pierced through Chiluor's body once again. He could no longer bear the burning of the heavenly fire. He let out a painful roar, and then his body was set on fire. It's the dragon god arrow. Man-Sha cried out involuntarily when he saw the arrow feather flash by. Wu Xie's face was also full of shock. He exclaimed, I didn't expect that even the dragon god arrow could be promoted to a heavenly weapon. The terrifying temperature could even ignite the space. No one dared to approach Chiluor. They could only watch this powerful heaven-defying expert lose his vitality under the burning of the heavenly fire. After the heavenly fire disappeared, Chiluor's body disappeared from the sky and was replaced by a crystal that exuded a powerful aura. This is a heavenly crystal. Man-Sha exclaimed while staring at the heavenly crystal. For the Zhonwu continent, which was not rich in resources, this heavenly crystal represented a heavenly material. When the surrounding people looked at the heavenly crystal, their gazes changed. However, that was all. Zichen was still fighting. Even if they were jealous of this material, they did not dare to snatch it from Zichen. At this moment, there was only shock in their hearts, there was no greed. What's the heavenly crystal? The heavenly weapon is still there. Wu Xie curled his lips and looked at the ground. Chiluor's heavenly weapon was stabbed into the ground. Yes, let's pick it up first. Man-Sha's eyes lit up when he saw the heavenly weapon. He wanted to pick it up. Go if you don't want to die. Wu Xie reminded him coldly. What do you mean? A heavenly weapon is equivalent to a heavenly realm expert. If you go up rashly, you will definitely anger the heavenly weapon. Wu Xie reminded him. At this moment, a shrill voice came from the sky. Everyone immediately looked at the source of the voice and saw a large golden light flashing across the sky. Zichen appeared at the place where the golden light disappeared. In front of Zichen, a heavenly defying expert who had lost his vitality was split into two and fell to the ground. Chapter 1977. The battle started very quickly, but it didn't end slowly either. During this time, some cultivators who were watching the battle were rushing over. However, the battle was over before they arrived. As the last saberlight flashed, the heaven-defying cultivator died. The two challengers were killed, and the scene became quiet again. Outside the crowd, Yi Qian shook her head gently when she saw this scene. Zichen had become stronger along the way. Now, except for a few special existences, it seemed that no one was a match for Zichen. Yi Qian had once thought that Zichen's battle prowess might be an extravagant hope. However, as she progressed and gained a deeper understanding of Zichen's battle prowess, Yi Qian increasingly felt that this was a possibility. He has already killed his way to the third continent. He will soon achieve his goal and accomplish this feat. Black Tiger's scarlet eyes flashed with an inexplicable excitement. The invasion of the outsiders was the greatest disaster to this world. There was no other. Previously, Zichen had made the foreign races stop fighting. If he really drove all the heaven-defying cultivators out this time, it would really be a great thing. Did you see that? Zichen is the strongest. Did you see that? Did you see that? Seeing Zichen easily kill two heaven-defying cultivators, the excited Man-Sha immediately ran over to the heavenly realms and shouted excitedly. Based on the current situation, Zichen's strength was unquestionable, and it was also publicly acknowledged. However, Zichen's character was not good. He was ungrateful and could be considered a scum. At this moment, when the human heaven realm expert heard this, he did not dare to question Man-Sha at this moment. Hence, he remained silent and expressionless. Seeing that no one responded, Man-Sha became angry. He was about to go over and greet Zichen. Even if the whole world didn't know Zichen, Man-Sha still treated Zichen as a brother. However, he was suddenly pulled back by Wu Xie. The latter transmitted a message to him. Let's wait and see. Man-Sha was a little reluctant, but he happened to see Zichen walking over after collecting Boris's heavenly soldier. Fortunately, he also stopped. In his opinion, Zichen would definitely come over to greet him. Under the attention of many cultivators, Zichen arrived. Man-Sha held his head high and looked at Zichen excitedly, imagining the scene of his brother reuniting in his mind. However, just as he was about to greet Zichen, He saw Zichen walk past him and go straight to the heaven crystal that Enchiluor had transformed into. The excitement on Man Shu's face froze, and he stood there in a daze. Zichen had actually chosen to ignore him, and this made him somewhat at a loss. Wu Xie, who was also ignored, did not show any abnormality on his face. His expression was as calm as ever. Zichen put away the heaven crystal and the heaven-grade soldier. After that, he coldly glanced at the spectators before turning around and walking forward. Seeing that Zichen was about to leave, Man Shu was a little anxious and immediately followed him. Zichen suddenly flicked his sleeve, and a hurricane appeared out of thin air. Man Shu, who had just taken a step, was immediately swept away by this hurricane. His body immediately flew backward uncontrollably. In the process of flying backward, Man Shu could not withstand the energy pressure of the hurricane and was injured and coughed up blood. A mere pseudo-heaven dares to tail Zichen. He's simply courting death. He actually didn't die this time. He's considered lucky. Man Shu, whose body hit the ground and coughed up blood again, heard the disdainful words coming from all around him. He fell to the ground and looked at Zichen's back with a dull expression. He did not know what had happened. Now, don't say anything. Just treat it as a misunderstanding. Wu Xie came to Man Shu's side. While bending down to support him, he sent a voice transmission to Man Shu. What's going on? Man Shu was, of course, not a fool. He was just a little impulsive. Today, Zichen's disregard did not make him sad. He just felt very strange. I don't know either. Wu Xie shook his head. Man Shu's appearance could not even be considered an interlude. No one would care about two mere pseudo-heaven heavens. After Zichen left, the spectators also dispersed. Some of them were excited, while others shook their heads and sighed. This was because this battle had ended too quickly. What's going on? Why doesn't he recognize us? Man Shu got up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Wu Xie in confusion. I don't know either. Wu Xie shook his head gently and pulled Man Shu away. When they came to a remote place, Wu Xie released his spiritual sense and scanned the surroundings. After finding nothing unusual, he waved his hand and two weapons appeared in front of him. One was a long sword and the other was a heavy hammer. Both weapons emitted an oppressive aura. These are heaven-grade weapons. Why do you have heaven-grade weapons? Seeing these two heaven-grade weapons, Man Shu immediately widened his eyes and asked in disbelief. Wu Xie smiled bitterly and said, when that energy took you away, everyone's attention was on you. However, I felt these two heaven-grade weapons come to my side from the void. Heaven-grade weapons came to your side from the void. Did Zichen give them to you? Man Shu asked with widened eyes. Who else could it be but Zichen? How could it be so coincidental that he knows what weapons you and I are good at? But, if Zichen gave them to you, why didn't he give them to you face to face? Man Shu asked in confusion. Wu Xie shook his head and said, I don't know, but it should be for our own good. Maybe he pretended not to know us because he didn't want to cause trouble for us. After all, Zichen's enemies are too strong. Don't look at how easily Zichen killed them. Any one of them can easily kill us. Zichen's current enemies were heaven-defying cultivators. In the Zhanwu continent, there were hundreds of heaven-defying cultivators. Although most heaven-defying cultivators were not strong enough in front of Zichen, that was only against Zichen. Any heaven-defying cultivator among them could slaughter ordinary heaven realm cultivators in the Zhanwu continent. Looking at the silent Man Shu, Wu Xie reminded him, in the future, don't tell people that you are close to Zichen. Don't even think about defending Zichen. But, is Zichen being misunderstood like this? Wu Xie smiled bitterly and said, so what? When we don't have the strength to overturn this world, it seems that we can only accept our fate. Zichen is clearly doing this to protect us. Don't let down his good intentions. After handing the heavy hammer to Man Shu, Wu Xie said, right now, we don't have the strength to help Zichen. We can only be a burden to Zichen. If we want to help Zichen, we must break through to the heaven realm as soon as possible. Man Shu nodded solemnly, indicating that he would definitely break through to the heaven realm as soon as possible. Wu Xie could only smile bitterly in his heart. The gap between them and Zichen was getting bigger and bigger. Even if they broke through to the heaven realm, they might not be able to help Zichen. They could only protect themselves. After taking the heaven-grade weapons, the two of them headed to the fourth continent. This time, the two of them planned to enter the sword sect to find Jin Qingcheng and Dong Qing. After that, they would enter closed-door cultivation to break through to the heaven realm. Looks like these two aren't stupid. Just as Wu Xie and Man Shi quickly left, the void above their heads broke open, and Black Tiger appeared out of thin air. He looked in the direction the two of them had left, nodded, and disappeared. Zichen's goal was the first continent. Is your goal really to chase out all the heaven-defying cultivators? Yi Qian opened her mouth in shock when she heard Zichen's thoughts. She stared at Zichen. Zichen nodded and said, "This is not a place they should come to." As they fought along the way, the number of heaven-defying cultivators that appeared on the battlefield gradually increased. These heaven-defying cultivators were like Zichen, they were all heading towards the first continent. They knew what Zichen was thinking. As for whether they would leave or not, it would depend on whether Zichen could really defeat all the heaven-defying cultivators. Yi Qian, who had not expected Zichen to have such thoughts, was very surprised. If Zichen could really do this, then he would be the undisputed number one among the heaven-defying cultivators. Even Jiao Wei would have to bow his head before him. Moreover, at this rate, the two of them would face each other sooner or later. Along the way, Zichen took out the fragment of the shield. He tried to refine it along the way, but he did not succeed. Every time, he deliberately did not go to a city, but to a relatively remote place. Zichen also tried to sense the other fragments, but he still did not succeed. Are the other fragments of the shield in the Zhonwu continent? Zichen muttered and put away the fragment. Looking at the pondering Zichen, Yi Qian said, "You can sense the other fragments of the shield with just one fragment. Perhaps you will find clues when you reach the first continent." Zichen turned around and asked, "The first continent? Did the shield break there? This is something that happened a long time ago, and there is no way to think about it. However, I once saw another fragment in the first continent." "Where is the other fragment?" "In Jiao Wei's hands." When Zichen heard this, he was slightly stunned. He naturally knew who Jiao Wei was. He was recognized as the strongest heaven-defying cultivator among the alien races. Even Yi Qian's calm expression could not help but fluctuate when she mentioned him. This fluctuation was not of excitement, but of awe and fear. This was the first time Zichen felt such emotions from Yi Qian. If Jiao Wei really had another fragment, then it was obvious that the two of them would have to fight soon. How strong is this person? How is his temperament? Zichen asked. Yi Qian's mind fluctuated again, and after an imperceptible trace of confusion flashed through her eyes, she began to talk about Jiao Wei. What Zichen did not know was that while he was asking about Jiao Wei, the latter had gathered many of the major forces of the Zhonwu continent and was holding a meeting related to Zichen. In this meeting, there were the 5 elements aristocratic families from the second continent, the Luo family from the third continent, the Rock clan and the Dragon clan from the first continent, and other powerful or hidden forces. Of course, the Everlasting sect was not one of the forces targeting Zichen. Chapter 1978. The meeting was held in the famous Blue Feather City of the First Mainland. Many huge and mysterious forces were gathered there. As the initiator of the meeting, Wag Wei wore a white robe and sat at the head of the table. There was a faint smile on his handsome face as he looked at the crowd. His smile was like a spring breeze, giving people an amiable feeling. To his left and right sat the representatives of the various forces. They were all heavenly realms. Only heavenly realms were qualified to sit there. Among these representatives, there were some old men and some young men. Unlike the old men, these young men all exuded powerful auras. These auras were no weaker than some heaven-defying cultivators. "Everyone, you should already know the reason why I called everyone here today. I won't repeat it here," Qi Wei said faintly as he withdrew his gaze from the crowd. "Is this true? Do you really have saint crystals?" An old man asked in a deep voice. His eyes flashed with an inexplicable light. When the others heard the old man's question, they all looked up at Qi Wei with inexplicable emotions. Obviously, they all wanted to hear an affirmative answer from him. Qi Wei played with the teacup in his hand and took in everyone's expressions. He nodded and said, "I don't have many, only 5 pieces. As for how many people can become saints, I don't dare to say." Saint crystals were also known as saint crystals. They belonged to the saint grade and were rare treasures in the world. There had always been a rumor that saint crystals could help heavenly realms become saints. However, because it involved the laws, the success rate of successfully becoming a saint was not high. Even so, saint crystals were something that all heavenly realms yearned for. For most cultivators, heavenly realm was the end. It was almost impossible to take another step and enter the saint realm. In the endless starry sky, the number of saints was limited. For example, in a first-class world, there could only be one saint. As long as this saint was alive, the living beings in that world had no chance of becoming a saint. Therefore, saint crystals became something that everyone sought. It was said that these things were very common on the star path. Therefore, the star path became the only path for heavenly realms to become stronger. Of course, although saint crystals could help a heaven realm cultivator break through to the next realm, this didn't include those who were heaven-defying. Therefore, when Qi Wei said that he had saint crystals and was willing to take them out, no one was surprised. Hearing Yang Wei's words, the crowd couldn't help but gasp. 5 pieces of saint crystal, if one was lucky enough, could create 5 saint realm masters. In the entire Zhanwu continent, it was already amazing for every family to have one saint. As for 5 saints appearing at once, this was something that no one dared to think about. At that moment, when the crowd looked to Ya Wei again, their eyes were filled with fervor. "What do you need us to do?" asked a young man in armor. He was from the Luo family, and was the only one present who was wearing armor. He was also the only one who had a heaven-grade defensive armor. The Luo family was good at artifact refining, and refining heaven-grade battle armors was a secret of the Luo family. Listening to the straightforward tone of the Luo family's people, Qi Wei smiled faintly and said, "I think you've misunderstood. The reason I've gathered everyone here this time is not to use 5 saint crystals to tempt or coerce you into doing anything. I simply want to establish an alliance and then place these 5 saint crystals in it for the use of our own people." Alliance. This was a common phrase, but when it was used between humans and foreign races, it was a rare phrase. The existences present were either masters or old foxes. Since Qi Wei had chosen not to form an alliance with the stronger foreign races, he naturally had some purpose in mind. "Yes, an alliance between you and me. The original intention of our alliance is for everyone to benefit together. As for what these benefits are, I will tell you after our alliance gradually stabilizes." An old man down below pondered for a moment before asking, "Since this is an alliance, what do we need to do? Do we need to elect an alliance master?" Qi Wei shook his head and said, "There's no need. Our alliance has no restrictions, everything is voluntary. If you want to join, we welcome you, but if you want to leave, we won't force you. As for the highest authority in the alliance, it is the elders. All matters regarding the alliance need to be discussed by the elders. All forces that join, no matter how strong or weak they are, will have an elder position. Once the alliance is established, I will place the 5 saint crystals in it." As soon as they heard about saint crystals, the eyes of many heaven realm masters lit up. Another young man asked, "Then how should we distribute the 5 saint crystals? I came here in a hurry this time, so I don't have many saint crystals on me. So for the time being, these saint crystals won't be distributed but will be earned through completing tasks." Everyone's attention was focused on Qi Wei. Obviously, what he was going to say next was the real reason he was willing to take out 5 saint crystals. As everyone knows, our goal this time is Zichen, so the first task after the alliance is established is that whoever can kill Zichen will be rewarded with 3 saint crystals. 3 saint crystals might be enough to create 3 saints. Such a reward could be described as extremely generous, but these forces had been paying attention to the situation in Tongxian realm recently and knew that Zichen was on his way. On top of that, Zichen was the only heaven-defying master in this world. Almost everything about him was legendary. Even heaven-defying masters feared such an existence, let alone these forces. Looking at the embarrassed expressions on everyone's faces, Qi Wei smiled faintly and said, I know everyone has their concerns, but the current Zichen has almost no good reputation in this world. If everyone chooses to act at this time, it will be called enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens, punishing evil and eliminating evil. Heaven-defying masters are known as the strongest heaven realm masters. Haven't they been attacking Zichen all this time? Why issue this task here? A young man with a cold face asked. Everyone present, except for Qi Wei, were natives of Zhonwu continent. Naturally, none of them were heaven-defying masters. In everyone's mind, heaven-defying masters could only be dealt with by existences of the same level. To tell you the truth, the strength Zichen has shown has completely exceeded our expectations. I just received news that he has killed 3 of our powerful heaven-defying masters in a 1 versus 3 situation. As he spoke, Yong Wei took out a crystal ball. As he poured energy into it, the crystal ball shot out beams of light. The light formed an image in the sky. In the image, Zichen was holding the dragon god bow. He easily killed the 3 heaven-defying people who had joined forces. Seeing the 3 heaven-defying masters die so easily, the expressions of many heaven realm masters turned ugly. Now, those who dared to challenge Zichen were undoubtedly true experts. Just one of those existences could destroy a group of them. However, such powerful existences could not defeat Zichen even if they joined forces. Who would dare to find trouble with Zichen at this juncture? Most of the heaven realm masters present had ugly expressions, but there were some who looked at Zichen in the image with inexplicable excitement in their eyes. These 3 people have comprehended more than 60 types of laws, but they still can't defeat Zichen. Moreover, Zichen has caused great losses to the heaven-defying masters. The others are almost scared. Zichen comes from this world. I believe that there will be something in this world that can suppress him. Qi Wei's words were very sincere. The cold-looking young man said, laws don't represent everything. I have only comprehended 5 types of laws, but I don't think I'm weaker than someone who has comprehended 60 types of laws. The young man in armor also said proudly, weapons don't represent combat power. At the very least, I can block one of his arrows with 100% certainty. In an instant, several people chose to take a strong stance. Their words were full of contempt for Zichen. Qi Wei was very satisfied with this. This world was indeed a place with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Among these people, Qi Wei could sense that there were several powerful existences. The temptation of Saint Crystals was indeed great. The other forces who had not dared to make a move previously also expressed their willingness to deal a fatal blow to Zichen at the critical moment. Ever since the last 2 heaven-defying masters were killed, no heaven-defying masters dared to find trouble with Zichen for a very long time. After traversing more than half of the 3rd continent, Zichen finally encountered 3 heaven-defying masters. The 3 chose to join forces as soon as they arrived, but they were all killed by Zichen one by one. When the news spread, it caused an uproar. This time, everyone believed that no heaven-defying masters would dare to find trouble with Zichen again. All the heaven-defying masters were waiting for the strongest Qi Wei to come and fight Zichen. Then, they would decide who the heaven-defying masters belonged to. However, the news that everyone received was that Qi Wei had no intention of coming to find Zichen. He was still in the 1st continent, seemingly waiting for Zichen to come knocking on his door. While moving forward, Zichen suddenly stopped and raised his head to look around. A hint of vigilance gradually appeared in his eyes. What's wrong? Seeing Zichen suddenly stop and show a very vigilant look, Yichen turned around and asked in confusion. Zichen did not open his mouth. His gaze continued to move, sweeping across every inch of space and sweeping across every corner. The vigilance in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. The existences that were tailing in the distance also stopped moving forward when they saw Zichen suddenly stop. In the next moment, Zichen's gaze fell on them. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes as he looked at them over and over again, causing them to feel a chill in their hearts. What's going on? Seeing Zichen as if he was facing a great enemy, Yi Qian came to Zichen's side and asked in confusion. I feel a murderous aura, Zichen said in a deep voice. Murderous aura? Why didn't I feel it? Is it an illusion? Yi Qian asked. Chapter 1979. Zichen stood there inexplicably. His cold eyes and the faint aura around him made the cultivators in the distance nervous and frightened. They did not understand why Zichen had such an expression. It should be known that when Zichen fought against 3 heaven-defying cultivators, he did not show such an expression. Friend. You have a friend. Unlike the others who were nervous, Yi Qian was more surprised by Zichen's words. Along the way, Zichen had always shown a somewhat fake arrogance. He never thought that he had friends or that anyone was qualified to be his friend. But today, Zichen took the initiative to mention the word friend. This was very novel and surprising to Yi Qian. Of course. After looking around and not finding anything suspicious, Zichen closed his eyes and released his spiritual sense, slowly spreading it in all directions. My friend is good at assassination. I have been with him for a long time, so I am very familiar with this murderous aura. Could that be your friend? Maybe it's just a prank, Yi Qian said. Impossible. The 2 auras are different. Yi Qian clearly could not understand Zichen's certainty. She said doubtfully, among the people I pay attention to, there doesn't seem to be anyone who is good at assassination. Moreover, heaven-defying cultivators are the strongest in their own world. They don't need to use such a sneaky method to kill people. Zichen, who still did not find anything unusual, retracted his spiritual sense and opened his eyes. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said, who said that this person must be a heaven-defying cultivator? When Yi Qian heard this, she was shocked. Someone who could make Zichen treat him like this was not a heaven-defying realm cultivator. She lost her composure and said, you mean that the person who came is just an ordinary heaven realm cultivator? In the eyes of all heaven-defying cultivators, as long as they were not heaven-defying cultivators, they were just ordinary heaven realm cultivators. He is an ordinary heaven realm cultivator and an assassin among ordinary heaven realm cultivators. Assassins are existences who specialize in assassination. Zichen nodded and stepped forward. You found him? Yi Qian followed. No. Zichen shook his head. Then he left. Yi Qian asked again. She did not understand why Zichen, whose expression had just become solemn, suddenly relaxed again. No. Zichen shook his head again and said, let's not look for him. If he wants to come out, he will jump out himself. Yi Qian, who had not sensed anything earlier, could not help but ask in puzzlement, he's just a normal heaven realm cultivator. Is he really that strong? When he heard Yi Qian's words, Zichen thought of an organization from a long time ago. They were born assassins. Because of Zhong Haotian's existence, Zichen wouldn't simply assume that the organization had disappeared. This was an extremely ancient organization that had not shown itself for a long time. Who would have thought that they would target him this time? Zichen did not think that he was wrong about that aura. Only a real assassin could have that kind of aura. Moreover, the other party did not intentionally leak his aura. The reason why Zichen could sense it was because he had been with Zhong Haotian for a long time. He was familiar with the feeling of an assassin hiding his aura. Since they were assassins, they naturally did not distinguish good from evil. They only had benefits in their eyes. This time, when he sensed the assassin, Zichen guessed what kind of benefits had moved him. It was the fragments of the shield. Zichen did not know, and he did not need to know. The only thing he could do was to kill all the existences that wanted to kill him. Moving forward again, looking at Zichen, who had become silent, Yi Qian's face was not as indifferent as before. This world was called the Life Star, and it could give birth to the strongest heaven-defying warriors. It was normal for some other strong existences to appear during this period. Yi Qian's face suddenly changed. She looked at the figure in front of her in disbelief. There was one person standing there. There was only one person. Along the way, the power Zichen had shown was enough to frighten the whole world. Now, without 3 to 5 strong heaven-defying warriors, no one dared to trouble Zichen. The fact also proved that the heaven-defying warriors were almost scared out of their wits. They did not dare to provoke Zi Chen anymore. But now, the heaven-defying warriors did not dare to come, but the ordinary heaven realm experts did. Moreover, they did not come in a big group. There was only one person. A young man with a cold face wearing armor stood in the middle of the road, blocking their way. Zi Chen looked at the young man. He did not look surprised. Zi Chen, who was moving forward, stopped and looked at the other calmly. The young man's body was shining. His aura surged, showing off his sharpness. Obviously, he was not an assassin who was good at hiding. Luo Yao. Looking at Zi Chen, the young man opened his mouth, his voice cold. A member of the Luo family. Zi Chen said indifferently. This was the first human enemy of the same level that he faced after returning to this world. At the same time, information about the Luo family appeared in Zi Chen's mind. The Luo family was not good at fighting. They were best at refining. They were the original inhabitants of this world. They claimed that they were the orthodox bloodline of the Zhanwu continent and were very arrogant. Looking at the young man in front of him, his armor flashed with golden light. Although his aura was suppressed, it was not difficult to guess that it was a heaven-level armor. He was not good at magic, but he dared to challenge Zi Chen. He must be wearing something of the highest quality. Apart from Luo Yao, no one else from the Luo family appeared. Obviously, such a large family did not want to completely fall out with Zi Chen. If the matter was investigated, they could push the blame to Luo Yao for Zi Chen. Looking at Luo Yao and then turning to look at Zi Chen, Yi Chen could not help but feel puzzled. She wondered if the two sides were really going to fight. She did not understand. Luo Yao was not even a defiant. Where did he get the confidence to challenge Zi Chen? However, Luo Yao used his actions to tell Yi Chen that he was not here to make up the numbers. He was here to fight. A long spear appeared in his hand. The spear was a heaven-level weapon, and it released a powerful aura. Holding the spear with both hands, Luo Yao spun the tip of the spear. He stepped on the ground and rushed towards Zi Chen. Golden light shone around him, and waves of blazing energy were emitted. This energy leaned towards Zi Chen's extreme yang attribute, but it was not so extreme. Seeing that Luo Yao had already launched an attack, Zi Chen did not hold back. The heavenly blade appeared in his hand, and he slashed forward. Clang! The long blade hit the spear, and a loud clang was heard. A powerful force emerged from the blade, trying to send Luo Yao flying through the spear. However, Luo Yao's armor suddenly lit up with rays of light. This light formed layers of ripples that spread out and began to counteract the powerful force contained in Zi Chen's attack. As the ripples spread, the spear, which had neutralized the powerful force, was like a bolt of lightning. It stuck close to the long blade, and amid the sparks, it went straight for Zi Chen's brow. Zi Chen tilted his head, and the long blade in his hand moved forward. The spear brushed past his brow, and a sharp light of energy broke into the void behind Zi Chen. Luo Yao's attack missed. He shouted and swept the spear in his hand with the force of 10,000 pounds. Clang! Zi Chen withdrew his blade and blocked the attack. Terrifying energy spread. In the midst of the energy stalemate, Zi Chen looked at Luo Yao, who had a cold smile on his face. He suddenly changed his grip on the spear with both hands, and a short sword appeared in his empty hand. The short sword in his hand turned into a stream of light and pierced towards Zi Chen's heart. Swoosh! A light flashed under Zi Chen's feet. He took a few steps back and dodged the attack. Zi Chen steadied himself and looked forward. Luo Yao's armor was shining. He held the short sword in his left hand and the spear in his right. He stood in the air like a god of war and looked at him coldly. It took a long time to describe, but in fact, the speed of the exchange was very fast. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged several blows, and Zi Chen was forced to retreat. She thought that this would be a battle with great disparity. Who would have thought that the one who was forced to retreat was Zi Chen? Yi Chen's beautiful eyes widened. She looked at Luo Yao, who was just an ordinary heaven realm warrior, in disbelief. She had seen the previous battle with her own eyes. In a head-on confrontation, Zi Chen was forced to retreat. Fortunately, it was Zi Chen. If it was someone else like Gen, they would not have such fast reaction speed. They would have been injured by Luo Yaro's quick attacks. Gen had not been able to make Zichen retreat even a single step from the beginning to the end. But now, as soon as Luo Yaro came up, Zichen was forced to retreat. From this point of view, Luo Yaro was stronger than Gen. This was the first time Yi Qian had seen such a powerful ordinary Heaven Realm warrior. She was very shocked. The cultivators who came later were also shocked. When they saw that Zichen's opponent was a human, their faces were filled with excitement. According to Zichen's previous reputation, a powerful being from the Zhanwu continent had suppressed him and even defeated him. This did not affect the Zhanwu continent's reputation at all. The temporary loss did not make Zichen show the slightest dismay. He just smiled faintly, looked at Luo Yaro's armor, and said, "Good armor. Interesting." As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen rushed forward with his saber. The heaven-defying energy in his body kept pouring into the saber. A violent aura appeared on the saber. Feeling the aura coming from the saber, Luo Yaro's face changed. With a loud shout, he gritted his teeth and rushed forward with his spear. The heavenly saber slashed down. The heaven-defying saber light shone brightly as it slashed down on the spear. Clang! A sharp and even ear-piercing sound was heard. Luo Yaro's whole body was glowing. His weapon, body, and armor seemed to be connected to form a whole. The destructive power contained in Zichen's attack was completely neutralized. However, Zichen's attack was indeed too strong. Luo Yaro's body shook visibly. After the first attack, Zichen attacked again. Once again, he slashed out with his saber. The dazzling saber light illuminated the world. The power contained in this attack was 3 times stronger than before. Clang! The sound of clanging echoed in the world. This time, Luo Yaro took a step back and completely neutralized Zichen's attack. Clang! Clang! Zichen continued to attack. Each attack was faster and stronger than the last. Under the continuous attacks, Luo Yaro's steps gradually became disordered and he began to retreat. Clang! Chapter 1980. Under the barrage of attacks, Luo Yaro lost his grip on the spear and was sent flying. Although most of the energy was absorbed by the armor, the remaining energy still caused Luo Yaro's internal organs to be shaken. He coughed up blood as he was sent flying. Blood flowed down the armor. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Luo Yaro looked at Zichen again. There was a touch of fear in his eyes. Zichen's sudden burst of power was so strong that it was somewhat beyond his expectations. "Spear, come back." His eyes narrowed slightly. With a cold shout, the spear turned into a stream of light and returned to his hand. Luo Yaro stood with the spear in his hand. The light was shining, and his fighting spirit was rising. Looking at Luo Yaro, who was still in a strong state, Zichen's eyes flashed with a touch of surprise. At this moment, he had to admire the Luo family's refining methods. If it weren't for the unique refining methods used to refine the armor and celestial weapon, Luo Yaro, who was not very strong, would not have been able to fight with Zichen for so long. Yi Qian's beautiful eyes flashed. Today, she had seen the peculiarities of the Zhanwu continent. Of all the heaven-defying cultivators that Zichen had fought before, there had never been a single one that could force Zichen to use so much effort to attack. Under normal circumstances, the winner and loser would be decided very quickly. But today, Zichen was fighting an ordinary Heaven Realm cultivator, and it was hard to tell who was better. Seeing that there was an existence in the Zhanwu continent who could fight with Zichen, the spectators were very happy and excited. However, the faces of the foreign races were not very good. Some of the heaven-defying cultivators were even shocked to see Luo Yaro, who was almost unscathed under Zichen's fierce attacks. Luo Yaro alone had shown that he had surpassed most of the heaven-defying cultivators. Looking at Luo Yaro from afar, Zichen put away his long saber and the mystical dragon bow appeared in his hand. As soon as the bow appeared, it attracted everyone's attention. Everyone stared at the dragon-shaped bow without blinking. This was because as the bow entered the ranks of the heavenly soldiers, the number of heaven-defying people who died under the bow had already reached double digits. Luo Yarou had seen the scene of Zichen using the dragon god bow to kill the heaven-defying cultivator in Yang Wei's crystal ball. Now that he saw Zichen take out the dragon god bow, his pupils shrank and his expression tensed up. Although he had once said that Zichen's divine dragon bow was only SOSO and that he was confident in blocking it, it was still a bow and arrow that could kill a heaven-defying cultivator. At this moment, he had to be cautious. He put away the heaven-grade short sword and gripped the spear with both hands again. The blazing rule power in his body began to surge, causing space to distort. His body lit up, and the light illuminated the armor. The light of energy flowing on the armor converged into the spear in his hand. The tip of the spear flickered with cold light. At that moment, the spear in Luo Yarou's hand and the armor on his body seemed to have become a part of his body. There were no longer any flaws in his body. It was as if he was a statue carved from a piece of stone. It was a single entity. Essence chi surged in all directions. Zichen pulled the dragon god bow to the fullest. The dragon god arrow appeared on the bowstring on its own, emitting a dazzling golden light. The arrow turned into a dragon and then an arrow. When it turned into a dragon, it was mysterious and unfathomable. When it turned into an arrow, it revealed its sharpness and murderous intent. Buzz. The bowstring vibrated, and the arrow was shot out. A loud dragon's roar resounded through the world. The arrow turned into a dragon and rushed toward Luo Yarou. Luo Yarou felt the aura lock on him. He even sensed that his vitality was locked on. He knew that this arrow could not be avoided. He saw bits of fire on the dragon. As the heir of a family of armorers, he knew that it was the fire from the outer sky that even the heavens feared. It was something that could only be chanced upon but not sought. The arrow with the heavenly fire was naturally several times stronger. It was natural that it could kill those heaven-defying cultivators. Luo Yarou's expression did not change as he looked at the arrow flying toward him. The light on his body became even more dazzling. His body lit up with an even more dazzling light. This light turned into energy that passed through his body, the armor, the spear, and finally to the tip of the spear. The entire tip of the spear lit up as if there was a sun on it. Terrifying energy spread in all directions. Luo Yarou raised the spear. His movements seemed slow, but he raised it above his head in an instant. Then, he exerted force and brought it down. It was still not fast, but it broke through the void and landed before the arrow. Clang! The tip of the spear fell and hit the arrow. The two collided, and a loud clang resounded through the world. The energy on the tip of the spear exploded, forming a terrifying energy storm. The arrow that had always been successful was hit by a huge impact. It turned into a beam of light and flew into the distance. It was forcefully repelled. Looking at the arrow that was repelled, Yi Qian's expression changed. This was the first time she saw someone use such a method to block the dragon god's arrow. Luo Yarou's move alone was much more powerful than those heaven-defying cultivators. There was already a commotion in the distance. Everyone was looking at the battlefield excitedly. Today, they might be able to see Zichen defeated. After repelling the arrow, Luo Yarou's expression became even more indifferent. A cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He used the momentum of his attack to pass through the violent energy. He turned into a beam of golden light and rushed towards Zichen. Looking at the fast golden light and feeling the terrifying power in it, Zichen's eyes flashed with surprise. He put away the divine dragon bow and began to form seals with both hands. The speed of his seals was not fast. In fact, it was a little slow. However, in the short distance that Luo Yarou's golden light traveled, the seals were completed. This visual illusion was very similar to Luo Yarou's attack just now. They were both extremely fast. Extreme young. Zichen raised his eyes to look at the incoming golden light. As the last seal was completed, he shouted in his mind. The golden seal carried the violent power of thunder. It flew toward the golden light and then exploded. Boom! Only a golden ripple spread out in all directions. Wherever the ripple passed, the void was forcibly cut open. In the violent golden light, there was a sudden groan. Luo Yarou, who was charging forward, was sent flying again. While flying, he coughed up blood again. His expression was still cold. The murderous intent in his eyes was still strong. Gen was defeated and seriously injured when facing extreme yang. Now, Luo Yaro was only coughing up blood. His spirit was still strong. Not only was he not seriously injured, but he also did not have any light injuries. More than 99% of the violent energy of extreme yang was neutralized by the golden armor. The remaining energy was not enough to hurt him. Seeing that Luo Yaro was not even slightly injured, Zichen's expression gradually turned solemn. With his battle strength, an ordinary celestial weapon would have been destroyed long ago. However, the weapon in Luo Yaro's hand was still in perfect condition, and it could even protect Luo Yaro perfectly. Hum! The light trembled. The heavenly thunder wings appeared on Zichen's back. The bright silver light contrasted sharply with the golden light around Zichen. Hum! The energy trembled. The blood in Zichen's body began to flow faster. An increasingly powerful force emerged from his body. A violent aura filled the world. It was as if a peerless beast had awakened. The aura exuding from Zichen's body was frightening. Luo Yaro's hand, which was holding the spear, was also trembling. The corner of his eyes twitched. The current Zichen was obviously stronger than before. He felt that he was in great danger. However, out of absolute confidence in his armor, he still raised the spear in his hand. The tip of the spear was pointed at Zichen. The light of energy was swallowed by the tip of the spear. Swoosh! Zichen's body flashed and disappeared. He had demonstrated extreme teleportation. Die! Just as Zichen's body disappeared, Luo Yaro let out a roar. He instantly turned around and stabbed forward with the spear. Boom! The void exploded. A huge black hole appeared. In the black hole, Zichen's body was shredded into pieces. However, before Luo Yaro could reveal the slightest trace of a smile on his face, he felt an enormous power coming from the side. Following that, his body was uncontrollably sent flying high into the air. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Zichen beside him. His body was flashing with a dazzling golden light. A powerful aura filled the world. The light on the armor was distorted. It constantly dissolved the power contained in the attack. Sensing that the energy could not penetrate his body, Luo Yaro looked at Zichen with a disdainful smile. Zichen sneered. Aren't you just relying on a turtle shell? If that's all you have, then I will break it today. Let's see if you still have confidence. Relying on, hearing Zichen's words, the disdain in Luo Yaro's eyes deepened. However, before he could finish his sentence, he saw Zichen's body dissipate like smoke. His pupils shrank. Before Luo Yaro could react, he felt a huge force coming from the top of his head. This force spread from the top of his head to the rest of his body. It immediately changed Luo Yaro's direction, causing him to fall down. Zichen was above Luo Yaro's head. He was just in time to retract his golden footprints. The wind whistled in his ears. His body was surrounded by violent energy. The armor was still dissolving this energy. Luo Yaro's body surged with light, trying to stabilize his falling body. Bang! There was an explosion in the air. Luo Yaro felt a huge force coming from his abdomen. This force caused his body to bend like a shrimp. Then, the violent energy exploded. His body was forced to change direction again. The fastest speed in the world is indeed powerful. Looking at Zichen's unpredictable figure and Luo Yaro's constantly changing direction in the air, Yichen's beautiful eyes flashed with splendor. The cheers from before gradually disappeared after Zichen showed his power. At this moment, Luo Yaro could not even control his body's balance in the face of Zichen's fastest speed in the world, let alone counterattack. Just as Zichen had said, the only thing Luo Yaro could rely on now was the powerful defense of his armor. However, with each of Zichen's attacks, the terrifying energy continued to converge on the armor. Although the armor was still dissolving this energy, because there was too much of it, it was starting to feel weak. Finally, after more than 10 attacks from Zichen, causing Luo Yaro to change direction more than 10 times, the light of energy on the surface of his armor began to distort violently. Boom! The light of energy finally reached its limit and exploded. Then, cracks began to appear on the surface of Luo Yaro's armor. Break. Chapter 1981. The armor exploded. Without his strongest weapon, the remaining destructive energy gushed into Luo Yaro's body in a frenzy. Crack. The sound of bones cracking could be heard all over the place. The energy that had been poured into Luo Yaro's body had forcibly shattered many of his bones and organs. Puff. Luo Yaro coughed up blood again. There were bits of his organs in his blood. Luo Yaro, who was originally cold, was now looking at Zichen with a face full of fear. Without his armor, his strength was relatively weak. But now, he was seriously injured in an instant. His pale face was devoid of blood. He was full of confidence before he came, but who could be stronger? Zichen was so strong that even the most powerful weapon of the Luo family, the armor that was condensed using special techniques, could not withstand Zichen's attack and was forcibly shattered. This time, Zichen did not only destroy the armor, but also the confidence of Luo Yaro and the entire Luo family. Die! The dragon god's bow appeared in Zichen's hand again. With a surge of golden light, the dragon god's bow was instantly drawn to a full moon. With a loud and clear dragon roar, he looked at Luo Yaro with eyes full of murderous intent. Zichen's murderous intent towards Luo Yaro was even stronger than that of the heaven-defying alien tribe because the latter was his enemy. It was normal for enemies to kill each other. However, the humans of the Zhanwu continent were different. In the case of an invasion by an alien tribe, the humans here should unite and kill the alien tribe together. Even if they were not united, it was fine for them to go their separate ways. However, there was a bottom line in this. In Zichen's eyes, this bottom line was that they should not kill each other. Zichen hated internal strife and killing each other, not to mention when there were foreign enemies invading. Naturally, he hated such things even more. Therefore, Luo Yaro must die. He wanted to make an example out of him. Feeling Zichen's murderous intent, Luo Yaro's face was filled with fear. He no longer had the heart to fight and decided to run. Buzz. The bowstring vibrated as the arrow tore through the air and arrived in front of Luo Yaro in an instant. The aura of death enveloped Luo Yaro. At this moment of life and death, Luo Yaro's eyes flashed with coldness and craziness. He lifted the long spear in his hand like a long rod and smashed it towards the arrow. Explode. Without his armor and severely injured, Luo Yaro knew very well that he couldn't block this attack with his current strength. Therefore, when the two sides collided, Luo Yaro shouted decisively. Boom! The heaven-grade spear in Luo Yaro's hand exploded with a loud boom, forming a berserk force that engulfed the dragon god arrow, blocking its sure-kill momentum. The moment the arrow stopped, Luo Yaro couldn't care less about his weapon. He immediately turned into a streak of light and fled into the distance. Using a heaven-grade weapon as the price to block Zichen's arrow was a great loss. With the arrow blocked, Zichen saw Luo Yaro running away. He narrowed his eyes, which were filled with murderous intent. However, just as he was about to give chase, he saw a bright light suddenly appear on Luo Yaro's body. This light was different from his original energy. After it appeared, it completely enveloped Luo Yaro's body. Then, Luo Yaro's body and the light disappeared in an instant. Seeing that Luo Yaro didn't disappear in an ordinary way, Zichen was stunned. Swoosh! Just as Zichen was stunned, the void behind him broke open. A heaven-grade long sword appeared from the void and pierced through the void, aiming at the back of Zichen's head. This scene happened so suddenly that it was beyond everyone's expectations. The sword that pierced through the air was also extremely fast. When the crowd saw this sword, they didn't even have time to exclaim before the swordlight was already in front of Zichen. However, the sword that was supposed to be aimed at the back of Zichen's head was now aimed at his glabella. This was because Zichen had sensed danger approaching in an instant. Before the long sword pierced the back of his head, he met the long sword head-on. After turning around, Zichen saw a man in black under the cold light of the sword light. The other party was wearing a black mask, so his face couldn't be seen. Only a pair of indifferent eyes that were filled with murderous intent could be seen. However, when this pair of eyes met with Zichen's, his pupils shrank. Obviously, Zichen's reaction surprised him. However, piercing the back of the head and glabella was the same. His eyes became cold again, But then there was another change. He only saw a bright blade light reflected in his eyes. It was Zichen who had launched an attack the moment he turned around, slashing his blade towards the black-clothed man. Although this slash wasn't Zichen's full strength, it was still 70% of his strength. Unless the other party had the same armor as Luo Yao, he would definitely be dismembered. At this moment, facing Zichen's slash, the other party only had two choices. The first was to decisively retreat and avoid the attack. The second was to decisively rush forward and pierce Zichen's glabella with his weapon. If he was lucky, he would kill Zichen first. If he was unlucky, both of them would be seriously injured. His eyes changed again, and there was a flash of coldness and viciousness. The masked man in black didn't hesitate too much. He had already made up his mind. Seeing the other party's cold eyes, Zichen was very clear about the other party's choice. The corners of his mouth curled into a sarcastic smile, and the slash of the sword light increased in speed again. Seeing the sudden increase in speed, the man in black's eyes flashed with horror. At this speed, his attack was obviously not faster than Zichen's. However, it was obviously too late to regret now. The sword light flashed past, and Zichen cut the masked man in black first. Swish. 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 However, before the saber light could cut through Zichen's body, powerful energy surged out from the left, right, and back of Zichen. The void was forcibly torn apart, and three men in black appeared out of thin air. At the same time, the three sharp sword lights pierced through the void and headed for Zichen's head. At this moment, Zichen's long sword had already pierced the first man's body. He could only move forward and not retreat. Now, his whole body was full of openings. In the face of the three sword lights, he couldn't dodge or counterattack. He could only be slaughtered. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this was a meticulously designed sure-kill situation. Seeing three more men in black appear, Yi Qian was utterly shocked. There were a total of 4 men hiding in the dark, but she had failed to notice them. She had only sensed the slightest fluctuation when the other party attacked. Seeing this sure-kill situation, her mind was completely shaken. She feared that she was not the target. She could not help but feel worried for Zichen. The powerful Zichen must not die to such an assassination attempt. Sensing the three auras and the chilling killing intent, Zichen's expression did not change much. His hand, which was holding onto Skyblade, remained steady. His attack did not weaken, nor did he stop for a moment. The appearance of his helpers was so sudden that the first man in black thought that he had seen a chance at survival. As long as Zichen showed the slightest hesitation, the sword in his hand would be able to pierce Zichen's glabella first. Then, Zichen's head would be completely crushed. However, he was disappointed and despaired. Puff! The sharp blade flashed, and the man in black was cut in two. The powerful sword instantly lost all its power. The sword stopped when it came into contact with the light shield that had just appeared in front of Zichen. Then, it fell to the ground. The life force of the man in black also dissipated in an instant. This was the difference between a heaven-defying cultivator and an ordinary heaven realm cultivator. Heaven-defying energy could easily destroy their life force. Following the death of the first black-robed man, the attacks of the other 3 black-robed men had already reached Zichen. According to their calculations, Zichen would not be able to dodge or counterattack at the moment. Zichen did not move. When the 3 swords were about to pierce his head, he silently chanted, "Thunderous blade manipulation." When the 3 swords were about to pierce Zichen's head, a cruel smile appeared in the eyes of the 3 men in black. Then, they saw a vague light appear beside Zichen. This light circled around Zichen. Puff! 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 3 soft sounds rang out between heaven and earth. A bloody hole appeared in the heads of the 3 men in black. The 3 attacks stopped beside Zichen. The 3 swords were powerful enough to crush Zichen's head. However, they only cut off a few strands of Zichen's black hair before they used up all their energy. The movements of the 3 men suddenly stopped. As if they had been immobilized, they floated in the air parallel to each other. This change happened too quickly. Many people didn't see what happened in the middle of it all. Boom! Behind Zichen, another powerful energy came out. Along with this energy, An even brighter and more powerful sword light appeared. Since it was a sure-kill situation, Zichen was very thoughtful. Therefore, the third attack appeared. At this moment, Zichen, who had his hands free, turned around, raised his long saber, and chopped down. Under the illumination of the bright saber light, Zichen saw a pair of cold eyes filled with panic. The owner of the eyes began to retreat. At the same time, the sword light blocked the saber light. Clang! The ear-piercing sound of metal clashing resounded through heaven and earth. The man in black who had just rushed forward groaned and broke into the void again. Thunder saber manipulation. Looking at the man who was about to escape, Zichen's eyes flashed with a cold light as he shouted angrily. The mini saber spirit that had just appeared turned into a small heavenly saber again. The moment the void closed, it rushed in. This was a real sure-kill attack. One after another, one after another. It was believed that if Zichen had only shown this much strength, he would have died in this encirclement. The saber spirit chased after the man in black. Zichen's mind was still in a tense state because the familiar aura from before had not dissipated. Hum. 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 The void trembled and streaks of light appeared. Following that, streaks of sharp sword light appeared from all directions. With the speed of lightning, they carried a sure-kill attack and stabbed towards Zichen. Chapter 1982. The sky trembled, and the void began to shatter. First, it was one area, then another, and finally the entire sky. With Zichen as the center, the space around him was completely shattered, and he was in the middle of a black hole. Waves after waves of murderous intent surged from all directions and locked onto Zichen. That aura was extremely oppressive and terrifying. Sword light appeared from the shattered void, and each sword light was controlled by a person. There were more than a dozen people, and each of them was dressed in black and had a black mask on their faces. Their expressions were cold. The chain of killing intent was not over yet. The sword light covered all directions. At this moment, Zichen had no way out. Facing these sword lights that completely sealed off all his escape routes, all he could do was to pick up the saber in his hand and slash at the enemies in front of him. The advancing sword lights were fast and slow. They did not seem to have any pattern, but they seemed to be filled with a strange trajectory. Being in the middle of the sword lights, Zichen knew very well that these fast and slow sword lights were to catch him off guard and make it impossible for him to resist. Even if he dodged an attack, more would come. This was a sure-kill situation, and it was already the fourth time in a row. Each time, it was a sure-kill situation. Obviously, the opponents were not careless, nor did they underestimate Zichen. His gaze quickly swept across these black-clothed people. Zichen's perfect spiritual senses immediately deduced many ways to get out of this situation, but he quickly eliminated them one by one. At this moment, the most likely way to succeed was to use extreme speed. Zichen's perfect spiritual senses also gave him an answer. Using extreme speed was very likely to avoid this sure-kill situation, and he would suffer less injuries. However, Zichen's keen intuition told him that this method was not safe, because if he could think of it, his opponents would not overlook it. Now that the world's fastest speed had almost become Zichen's trademark, everyone naturally knew about it. On this battlefield, there was not so much time for Zichen to hesitate. As soon as the doubt appeared in his mind, he decisively gave up on extreme speed and chose to forcibly break through. Hum. Heaven-defying energy appeared on the surface of his body and turned into pure energy, adhering to the surface of his body. After gradually forming a scale, it exploded with destructive fluctuations. This fluctuation turned into a violent ripple that spread out in all directions. This was Zichen's most powerful attack. Even if it was hastily displayed, Zichen believed that some of the assassins would be forced back. The ripples spread out and collided with the sword light, causing the sword light to tremble slightly. The ripples spread out again and collided with the assassins. Under the push of the powerful energy, some of them were unable to withstand the pressure and were instantly sent flying. Nearly half of the people were sent flying, but the other half managed to block the energy impact. Their attack speed did not decrease, and the sharp sword light directly pierced towards Zichen's body. Swoosh! The moment these sword lights struck, Zichen held the saber with both hands and spread his feet apart. His entire body began to spin on the spot, drawing a perfect circular saber arc. The moment this saber arc appeared, the thunder wings on Zichen's back trembled, and a mysterious power spread out. This power spread out in all directions, and when the energy came into contact with the sword light, the speed of the sword light clearly paused. The energy shock, the perfect saber arc, and then the rapid pause. Zichen believed that after 3 attacks, he should be able to dodge most of the attacks. Many sword lights approached, and Zichen displayed 3 changes. In a short moment, under such a situation where he was sure to kill, it was already very impressive to be able to display 3 changes. After 3 changes, many of the attacks had already arrived, and Zichen went from active to passive. Pu. 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 The sword lights easily broke through Zichen's defense and then pierced towards Zichen. Some were repelled by the perfect saber arc as they moved forward, while others passed through the saber arc and pierced into Zichen's body. Zichen's strong defense, which was comparable to a heaven-rank soldier's, did not block too many attacks for him. The sharp attacks that came prepared broke through his defense one after another. At this moment, the only thing Zichen could do was to use the saber arc to repel these attacks and force these attackers to retreat. Swoosh! Just as Zichen exhausted all his strength, the 5th change came. A monstrous killing intent appeared above Zichen's head, firmly locking onto him and suppressing him. As this killing intent appeared, Zichen's pores opened, and his hair stood on end. A long-lost sense of crisis emerged from the bottom of his heart. He did not even need to think to know that this was the final killing intent. It was also the last part of this chain of killing moves, and it was also the part that would determine the outcome of this battle. Boom! Energy exploded around him, and the thunder wings on his back were fully extended. Zichen, who was in the middle of spinning, tapped his feet, tilted his head slightly, and spread out the thunder wings behind him. As his body moved backward, the thunder wings blocked 3 attacks for Zichen. Among them, they forcefully repelled 2 heaven-rank longswords and forced an assassin to retreat. However, there was still one attack that pierced through Zichen's back, completely penetrating his body, and the tip of the sword appeared in front of his heart. Swish! Just as Zichen was retreating, a sharp, sure-kill sword light swept past Zichen's head. The sword light, along with its owner, disappeared after the first attack. From the beginning of the attack to the end, no one could see his face. Poof! Zichen, who was retreating, was knocked backward. When a long sword pierced through his body, the long sword in his hand suddenly stabbed backward, piercing through the chest of an assassin. From afar, Zichen seemed to be fighting back before his death, directly dragging the assassin down with him. On the battlefield, the first wave of attacks had ended, and all the surviving assassins had scattered. The delayed sound of metal clashing could be heard. No one was fighting, but there was a sound. The atmosphere was a little strange. The whole hall was silent. All the spectating cultivators, including the heaven-defying cultivators, were watching the battle with their mouths agape. Their expressions were a little sluggish. After Luo Yaro's defeat and escape, a series of changes took place on the battlefield. These rapid changes were difficult for them to keep up with, and they could only stand there and watch in a daze. Zichen, under such a sudden attack, reacted quickly and avoided all kinds of sure-kill attacks until the last killing move ended. Under such a sudden change, Yi Qian, who was equally shocked, now had lingering fear and dread in her beautiful eyes. She didn't pay much attention to Luo Yaro's appearance earlier. She didn't try to back away either. She was very close to the battlefield, and under such circumstances, she could feel the killing intent. Even though she wasn't directly involved, being so close to the battlefield made her feel as though she was there. There were 5 rings in the killing move. In the eyes of many, the first 2 rings were already a sure-kill situation. Once the 3rd ring was used, few could withstand it. But then there were the 4th and 5th rings. Yi Qian asked herself, if she was caught off guard and faced the 5-ring killing move, she would undoubtedly die. She raised her head to look at the scene, her eyes wide open, filled with worry. Although Yi Qian was shocked by these assassins' meticulous planning and precise calculations, she did not approve of them in her heart. It was still the same sentence: if Zichen died under this kind of assassination, it would not be worth it. The first wave of battle ended. Everyone stood in the air, motionless, as if time had stopped. The spectators in the distance also raised their heads and looked at the battlefield. After the shock, their faces showed eagerness again. Obviously, they wanted to know the situation of the battle. At this moment, Zichen's body was almost intimately connected to a black-clothed man. The latter used a sharp sword to pierce through his heart from the back, while he used a long saber to pierce through the man's chest. One saber and one sword, implicating the two. Not far behind Zichen, a black-clothed man was half-kneeling in the air. He no longer had a heaven-grade weapon in his hand. His hands were clutching his stomach. Waves of energy were flowing through his hands, but it was still unable to stop the gurgling blood. In another place, a black-clothed man still had a weapon in his hand, but the wound on his neck was very obvious. His aura had become extremely unstable. There was another black-clothed man standing a few hundred meters away. There was no big wound on his body, only a shallow saber mark. This was behind Zichen, while in front of Zichen, there were 3 black-clothed men lying on the ground. Within their cold and indifferent eyes, there was a trace of pain, as well as a trace of unwillingness. Behind them were 4 black-clothed men standing. Their injuries were not serious, but their eyes showed the same unwillingness. These were the assassins who were still alive in the 4th wave of attacks. As for the dead, they had already lost their strength and fallen to the ground. Behind Zichen, the assassin's eyes had already lost their light. His life force had already dissipated. Nearly 30% of the dozen assassins had died in the sudden attack. The remaining few were also seriously injured. This loss could be said to be huge. However, what everyone was more concerned about was whether Zichen was alive or dead. As they looked up, their gazes fell on Zichen. They saw that the black robe on Zichen's chest had already been reduced to rags. In addition to the sword protruding from his chest, there were many wounds. Some were sword holes, some were sword scars. There were at least 20 of them. At the same time, there were sword scars on his shoulders and arms. There were even a few spots where golden bones could be seen. Of course, these injuries were not serious. The most serious was the wound on Zichen's head. There was a sword scar that fell directly from the center of his eyebrows, followed by his nose and mouth, all the way to his chest. This was the most serious injury on Zichen's body. It had come from the last attack, which had almost split him in two. Zichen's injuries looked extremely terrible. However, his eyes were still shining brightly. He looked like he was riddled with wounds and his breathing was weak. However, the life force around him was still very strong. Under the gaze of all the cultivators present, Zichen slowly shook his head and allowed the golden blood to splatter all over his body. He first pulled out his long saber from the assassin's body. Then, he pulled his body out of the sword. After a series of grimacing, Zichen, who had pulled out the sword, pushed the assassin lightly and sent him crashing to the ground. He then raised his long saber, ignoring the injuries on his body, and shouted into the void, "Your assassination skills are indeed not bad. Let's try again. P.S. It's midnight. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, everyone." 8000. Chapter 1983. There were a total of 5 stages in this unexpected assassination. This kind of assassination was almost a sure-death situation. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that there were so many sure-kill stages in order to kill a person. However, what was even more unexpected was that the opponent actually survived in this sure-kill situation. In this 5-stage assassination, not only did Zichen survive, but he also survived very well. During this period of time, he killed more than 10 assassins. In the face of an unexpected assassination, Zichen's counterattack was relatively weaker than his usual strong attacks. However, in this situation, Zichen was still able to kill more than 10 Heaven Realm experts. This showed how terrifying he was. At this moment, Zichen looked very miserable, but Zichen's aura was very stable and his vitality was also very strong. The golden heaven-defying energy in his body began to revolve around the surface of his body. Then, like flowing water, it flowed towards the wounds. When the remaining energy in the wounds met the heaven-defying energy, it was as if it had met its nemesis. It was instantly destroyed by the heaven-defying energy. As the remaining energy in the wounds disappeared, Zichen's injuries also healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was the difference between a heaven-defying expert and an ordinary heaven realm expert. Although the assassination this time posed a great threat to Zichen, as long as Zichen didn't die, these terrifying wounds would quickly heal. The troublesome part was the last Shawkill sword and the sword that pierced through the heart. When dealing with the wounds in these two places, there was a lot of residual energy. It was very fatal and difficult to deal with. However, it was only difficult to deal with. Under the expulsion of the unique heaven-defying energy, the energy in the two wounds also dissipated. When the energy was completely expelled, Zichen's injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zichen's injuries quickly healed. In this assassination, Zichen didn't suffer too many losses. On the other hand, more than 10 of his opponents died. In the process of healing, the bodies of the assassins who were standing or lying on the ground began to blur. When Zichen's injuries began to heal, their bodies turned into smoke and disappeared. As Zichen's injuries were completely healed, a sharp aura filled his entire body. There were no more assassins around him, and the oppressive aura between heaven and earth disappeared. All of the assassins left as quickly as they came. The assassin had left, and Zichen had recovered from his injuries, but the scene was still deathly silent. Golden light swirled around Zichen's body, enveloping his entire body. When the golden light disappeared, a brand new set of black robes appeared on Zichen's body. He appeared to be in high spirits. The scene was still deathly silent. No one made the slightest sound. It was especially so for the alien races and the heaven-defying experts among them. Their expressions were very complicated. There was shock, horror, fear, and so on. Luo Yaro's strength had exceeded their expectations. It was the first time they had seen an ordinary heaven realm warrior who was no weaker than a heaven-defying realm warrior. However, the chain of assassinations formed by the ordinary heaven realm experts made everyone's hearts turn cold. The 5 ring assassinations were closely linked. The alien races saw this and were shocked. They had always looked down on the heaven realm warriors of the Zhonwu continent. However, the 2 battles today had given them a new understanding of the heaven realm warriors of this world. They could not help but think that if the ordinary heaven realm warriors did not assassinate Zichen, but targeted the heaven-defying realm warriors, who could have escaped the 5 ring assassinations? It was only now that they realized how powerful and terrifying this world was. They also finally understood why so many heaven-defying realm warriors and powerful experts were unable to conquer this world every time the alien races invaded. In this silent atmosphere, Zichen's gaze swept across the crowd. From their frightened expressions, Zichen could guess what they were worried about and afraid of. However, their worries were superfluous. Whether it was Luo Yaro or the assassins, they indeed had the strength to kill the heaven-defying realm warriors. However, they did not have any sense of justice and chose to target themselves. Looking down at the corpses on the ground, Zichen raised his hand and released a stream of energy. This stream of energy separated and wrapped around the corpses like spiritual snakes. Then, it wrapped around the corpses and the heaven-defying realm warriors and brought them to Zichen's side and disappeared. These were heaven-grade materials. Although Zichen could not use them, there must be someone who could use them. They could not be wasted. After dealing with all this, Zichen glanced at Yi Qian and then at Black Tiger, who had already run far away. Then, he turned and left. Yi Qian had already recovered from her previous shock. After slightly adjusting her emotions, she followed Zichen. Today, she also had a new understanding of this world. Black Tiger did not deliberately retreat this time. He walked to Zichen's side and looked at the thoughtful Zichen. He said, "I did not expect these guys to appear again. Do you know who they are?" Zichen asked. Then, he understood. Black Tiger was once a saint. Naturally, he knew the origin of these assassins. Black Tiger did not avoid Yi Qian this time. He used to be very quiet. Now that he suddenly spoke, he successfully attracted Yi Qian's attention and made her very curious. An ancient alliance. You can call it the Assassin's Alliance or the Heavenly Assassin's Alliance. Black Tiger's words were very serious. It was as if saying this name required a lot of courage. It's really them. Chen's expression was a little cold and a little gloomy. You know them? Black Tiger looked at Chen curiously. I've met them before and had contact with them. I didn't expect them to have no bottom line back then, and even more so now. Hearing Chen's angry tone, Black Tiger said disdainfully, "What's the bottom line? The Alliance has existed for a very long time, and can be considered one of the few ancient organizations in this world. In their eyes, there is no good or evil, only profit. Every time they appear, the world will definitely be in chaos. They take advantage of the chaos to seek benefits, but at the same time, they will also suffer heavy casualties. In the past, many forces were angered by their actions, and have joined forces to kill them several times. It seems that they have been uprooted every time, but every time there is chaos, they will always appear." Yi Qian had already sensed the terror of the assassins when they joined forces. At this moment, when she heard Black Tiger say that it was actually an alliance, she could not help but be surprised. The first attack almost killed Chen. Such an existence was actually an ancient alliance. Then, wouldn't this alliance be a top force in the Zhonwu continent? Yi Qian was a neutral party and did not know about the existence of the Heavenly Assassins Alliance. In fact, it was not only Yi Qian, but many other races also did not know about the Heavenly Assassins Alliance. This was because the price to hire them was too high. This price was something that even ordinary heaven-defying experts could not bear. They will also suffer heavy losses. Chen was very surprised. Of course, they don't attack, but once they do, they will attack with lightning speed. Those that they kill are all geniuses. If you want to kill such an existence, of course you have to pay a huge price. Just like today's attack on you, they will suffer heavy losses. However, their assassination methods are truly terrifying. In history, many powerful existences did not die at the hands of the other races, but were killed by assassination. As he spoke, Black Tiger shook his head. The name Heavenly Assassins Alliance was enough to intimidate most of the other races. Unfortunately, they were never used by any power. They only cared about benefits. Is there no history of assassins assassinating heaven-defying experts? There are, but very few. Most of them assassinated heaven-defying experts of the Zhonwu continent. There were a few times when heaven-defying experts of other races accidentally provoked the Heavenly Assassins Alliance, so the Alliance's assassins would attack them. Under normal circumstances, they would not attack without benefits. What price did they have to pay? According to the number of people they attacked today, as well as the sure-kill phase, they must have paid a huge price to mobilize so many experts to kill you. From the looks of it, they must have promised you Saint Crystals. Saint Crystals. Saint Crystals. Chen and Yi Qian looked at Black Tiger at the same time. Chen's face was filled with doubt, while Yi Qian's face was filled with shock. Looking at Yi Qian's expression, she obviously knew about the existence of Saint Crystals. This was because Saint Crystals were produced in the endless starry sky. The quality of Saint Crystals surpasses the heaven grade. They only have one use, and that is to allow a heaven realm expert to have a high chance of breaking through to the Saint grade. There's such a thing in this world. Chen could not help but be moved. Glancing at Chen, Black Tiger said, "Don't get too excited. Although Saint Crystals are rare treasures and have a chance of allowing Heaven Realm experts to break through to the Saint Road, they have no effect on heaven-defying experts. Even for ordinary Heaven Realm experts, it is not 100% guaranteed to break through. It can only increase the chances. Because of this uncertainty, I'm guessing that the assassins must have promised more than one Saint Crystal. Oh, by the way, the Zhonwu continent does not produce Saint Crystals. Only the star paths and the endless starry sky have them. Therefore, under normal circumstances, it is the other races who use Saint Crystals to issue assassination missions. Therefore, the ones who die are almost all geniuses of the Zhonwu continent. This result made Chen quite speechless. Such a powerful alliance with such brilliant assassination methods, but they were only willing to work for the other races. Next, Black Tiger talked about the Heavenly Assassins Alliance. This alliance was undoubtedly an existence that made all forces tremble in fear. While moving forward, Yi Chen realized that they were not taking the route to the second continent. Puzzled, she asked, "We seem to be going the wrong way." "That's right." Zi Chen looked ahead. There seemed to be a grand city vaguely appearing. "This is the route to the second continent." "No, we're taking a detour to the Luo family," Zi Chen said in a low voice. This time, they were intercepted by Luo Yaro and then met with the assassins. Zi Chen would not believe that the two were not related. Moreover, Zi Chen suspected that Luo Yaro's sudden attack had something to do with Saint Crystals. Otherwise, no one would dare to provoke Zi Chen at this juncture. As for the so-called justice, it was pure nonsense. Everything was for profit. Chapter 1984. The Luo family was once the overlord of the Third Mainland. It was also an ancient family with a long history. Although it could not be compared to the Heavenly Assassins Alliance, it had experienced several invasions without declining. Such a huge force naturally had its own city. However, the Luo family had suffered a great loss in this invasion. Now, all the Luo family cultivators had retreated back to the Luo family's main city. The Luo family's main city was called Luo Bu City. It was named after the Luo family's first saint. Luo Bu. Zi Chen's target this time was Luo Bu City. He wanted to go there to ask for an explanation. Looking at the Luo family's main city from afar, Zi Chen was slightly startled. He saw that such a huge city was shrouded in a misty light. The misty light was a kind of energy. It supported the city, causing it to float between reality and illusion. It was like a mirage that could disappear at any time. Seeing the almost completely illusory city in front of him, Black Tiger shook his head and said, "It seems that they already guessed that you would come. The entire city has been sealed by a great array." Narrowing his eyes, Zi Chen could not help but sneer. Even if it was a self-sealing city, the Luo family still had to give an explanation. Looking at the floating city in front of him, Zi Chen stepped forward. Golden light began to flow around his body. The golden light flowed through his body like water. A powerful aura suddenly erupted from Zi Chen's body. Zi Chen's body shone with golden light. His powerful aura filled the world. At this moment, his figure became incomparably tall, like the ruler of heaven and earth. His expression was cold. He took a step forward. The world trembled, the space constantly distorted, and the terrifying aura continued to wreak havoc. The huge city between reality and illusion became more and more blurry as the world trembled. Golden energy gushed out from Zi Chen's body. It turned into a true dragon in front of him and rushed toward the illusory city. The golden true dragon moved forward. The space distorted. It entered the space and touched the array, causing the entire city to tremble. "It's a true dragon. A true dragon has come. That's Zi Chen. He's here." He was the one who summoned the true dragon. Why did he summon a true dragon? Is he going to attack the city? The golden dragon tore through space and appeared outside the formation. Its cold and emotionless eyes stared at the cultivators on the city wall through the formation. The guards on the city wall were shocked to see the true dragon suddenly appear. At the same time, they saw Zi Chen in the outside world through the space and the array formation. When they saw Zi Chen, they immediately recognized Zi Chen. Zi Chen's reputation was like the sun in the sky, and he was almost recognized as the strongest heaven-defying cultivator. His portrait had already spread throughout the Zhonwu continent, and it could be said that he was a household name. Zi Chen's appearance in the outside world immediately caused a small commotion. Many cultivators on the city walls were shocked as they looked at the golden dragon warily. At the same time, there were other cultivators who hurried to report the news. "What's there to panic about? Isn't it just Zi Chen? He can't come here to kill us. Even if he has the guts to come in, with this great array, I guarantee that he won't be able to return." On the city wall, a captain of the False Heaven squad looked at the panicked crowd and said coldly. At the same time, he ignored the golden dragon and stared directly at Zi Chen in the outside world with a provocative look. Bang! Suddenly, a huge force came from behind. With unstoppable power, it fell on the head of the False Heaven squad leader. Powerful energy surged, and the False Heaven squad leader's body exploded. "Who's stealing? My lord." Why is it you? When his body was reassembled, the fake Heaven Squad leader's face was filled with shock and anger. However, when he turned around and saw the middle-aged man standing behind him, his expression immediately changed. The anger on his face instantly turned into a flattering smile. The middle-aged man had the strength of the heaven realm. He stared indifferently at the squad leader and said coldly, "If you want to die, get out of here yourself. Don't implicate the Luo family." Ah. Hearing such a cold tone, the false Heaven Squad leader was startled and hurriedly said, "My lord, I just can't stand Zichen's behavior," and said a few words casually. This Zichen can't kill his way in because of this, and besides, the false Heaven Squad leader originally wanted to say that there was a great array, but when he saw his lord's increasingly indifferent and even murderous expression, he abruptly choked back his words. Ignoring the false Heaven Squad leader, the middle-aged man glanced at the golden dragon outside the array with a touch of fear in his eyes. In fact, the golden dragon wasn't that scary. As long as he activated the great array, he could crush it. What really frightened him was Zichen outside. As a member of the upper echelon of the family, he naturally knew the purpose of Zichen's visit and also knew that Zichen had broken the family's legend. At this moment, on the city wall, he didn't dare to look Zichen in the eye for fear that Zichen would see through him. He could only wait quietly for the patriarch to appear. Zichen's appearance was followed by cries of alarm, and the news quickly spread throughout Luobu city. The Luo family members who had retreated didn't know why the city had been completely sealed. Now that they had reconciled with the other races and the entire Luo family was cooperating in the search for Zichen, they shouldn't have been so cautious. But as news of Zichen's arrival spread, these people seemed to understand the reason for the city's lockdown. It was ironic that a powerful family that had existed for eons had chosen to seal themselves off completely after going up against Zichen. But at the same time, one could see how powerful Zichen was. Ever since Luo Yarrow returned from the First Mainland and informed them of the results of the negotiations, the entire Luobu city had chosen to be completely sealed. At this moment, the highest standard meeting hall of the Luo family was already filled with people, but strangely, no one spoke. The atmosphere was very stifling. After a long silence, the patriarch, Luo Meng, spoke up. "Everyone, Luo Yarrow has returned in defeat. Based on Zichen's personality, this matter will not be easily resolved." What has everyone encountered? Luo Yarrow wasn't just a powerhouse in the family, his bloodline was also perfectly compatible with the family's forging. It was said that he was the most likely existence to reach the height of the Luo Bu ancestor. He was the Luo family's hope and was also the legend of the Luo family's forging arts. He was destined to go down in history. But in the battle with Zichen, 2 heaven-grade weapons had exploded, and Luo Yarrow, who had luckily escaped, returned with heavy injuries. The Luo family's hope had been extinguished, and the legend of the forging arts had been shattered. The group of Heaven Realm elders looked at each other in dismay. This battle had really been a case of trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. While suffering heavy losses, they still had to worry about Zichen coming to cause trouble. Logically speaking, as an ancient aristocratic family with a long history of inheritance, everyone in the family should be proud and arrogant. However, their opponent this time was Zichen, who was known as the strongest heaven-defying cultivator. They could not be arrogant at all. If it wasn't for the great temptation offered by Ji Wei, they wouldn't have dared to provoke Zichen. Moreover, as a former overlord, the Luo family naturally knew that after Luo Yarrow's defeat, the Heavenly Assassins Alliance had also made a move and suffered heavy losses. If Zichen really comes, we might be able to try the ultimate killing formation, a young elder said in the silent atmosphere. As soon as he said this, the other elders looked up at him with astonishment. "Luo Chue, are you crazy? Activating the ultimate killing formation would mean completely falling out with Zichen." Luo Meng was also a little dumbfounded. "Isn't it recorded in the ancient books that our family's formation can trap a saint? That's just a record, but it's never been proven. If we do this, we'll be sacrificing the lives of all the Luo family to test the power of this formation. Of course there's a risk, but I believe in the power of this formation. If it really traps Zichen, we'll have profited greatly. If it can't trap him, The Luo family will be completely finished. Looking at Luo Chue, Luo Meng said snappily, "Don't expect the other forces to help. Let me tell you, when the time comes, it'll be good if they don't help Zichen destroy us." Naturally, no one agreed with this question. All the elders shook their heads. Putting aside the benefits, it was obviously not worth it to sacrifice an ancient family just to test the power of the formation. Although Zichen wasn't a saint, he wasn't an ordinary Heaven Realm expert either. If Zichen really comes, then let's do as we originally said. Although it's a loss of reputation, it's still better than losing the entire family, an elder said. "I'm just afraid that Zichen won't leave so easily." Just as everyone was discussing, a voice came from outside. Zichen had arrived. The expressions of the Heaven Realm elders all changed. While they were still discussing, the other side had already arrived. As expected, it was very fast. "Let's go." Since the main character had arrived, there was no point in discussing further. Luo Meng led a group of elders out of the hall. Arriving at the city wall, Luo Meng saw the golden dragon outside the formation and Zichen outside. Looking at the cold expression of Zichen, Luo Meng couldn't help but sigh. The two of them could be considered old acquaintances. Back then, for the Universal Origin Cauldron, he had led the Heaven Realm experts to hunt down Zichen. Midway, he had almost fallen out with the Five Elements family because of a stinky monk. That was when Luo Meng, and also when the Luo family had been the closest to the Universal Origin Cauldron in history. Unfortunately, Saint Rosefinch had protected Zichen at the crucial moment. Things had changed with the passage of time. The small fake Heaven Realm expert they had chased back then was now a threat to the entire Luo family. The Luo family had even sealed the city because of him. "Zichen, the other races are looking for you. Why aren't you hiding? What are you doing here?" Luo Meng asked as his gaze fell on Zichen outside. "You should know why I'm here," said the golden dragon outside the formation. Zichen didn't come in. His voice couldn't penetrate the formation space, so he could only use the dragon's voice. Luo Meng looked confused. "Zichen, what do you mean by this?" A trace of impatience flashed in the dragon's eyes. Zichen said, "Cut the crap. If you want to protect Luobu City, hand over Luo Yao." "Luo Yao? Why are you looking for Luo Yao? He hasn't returned from the first continent." Luo Meng's face showed a trace of astonishment. The golden dragon's cold dragon eyes revealed a trace of disdain. Zichen's mocking voice rang out. "I didn't expect that the head of an aristocratic family of inheritance would learn to play the fool. If your ancestors knew, they would be very pleased." Chapter 1985. Zichen's mockery made Luo Meng, who was still pretending to be stupid, turn ugly. The elders beside him also had ugly expressions. As an aristocratic family of inheritance, reputation was the most important thing. He looked at the golden dragon in front of him and said unhappily, "Zichen, what do you mean by this? I already told you that Luo Yao went to the first mainland to discuss something and hasn't returned yet. Do you not believe me?" The golden dragon's gaze swept across the elders, and the mockery at the corner of its mouth deepened. The other party knew that they were going to deny it and would continue to pretend to be stupid. If LV Peng were here, he would consider breaking the formation and teaching the Luo family a lesson. Unfortunately, LV Peng wasn't here, so he had to keep a low profile. Even if he had absolute confidence in himself, he was facing an aristocratic family of inheritance. Putting aside the power of the formation, if there were more people like Luo Yao here, Zichen would be at a disadvantage. "All right, let's cut the crap. Just tell me what kind of price you're willing to pay for offending me," Zichen said as he pondered. "Zichen, what do you mean?" Luo Meng continued to pretend to be stupid. The golden dragon's eyes were cold. Zichen's cold voice rang out, "Either you tell me the truth, or I attack the city. Choose one." This obvious threat made the elders' faces turn even uglier. Luo Meng narrowed his eyes and stared at the dragon's eyes, which were still cold and emotionless. The scene became quiet, and the atmosphere gradually became oppressive. After a while, Luo Meng couldn't bear the pressure and sighed. Then, he sent a secret message to the golden dragon. Luo Meng had saved the Luo family some face by not revealing the mastermind. Zichen knew what he wanted to know, so he didn't care about Luo Meng's little tricks. Just as the Luo family heaved a sigh of relief, they were shocked to find that Zichen didn't intend to leave. He was still standing outside, and only the golden dragon was withdrawn. What's the meaning of this? Why isn't Zichen leaving? A heaven state cultivator couldn't help but ask, his face full of shock. Maybe he's thinking about something and will leave soon, an elder beside him replied. Since you are thinking about something, why do you need to sit cross-legged? On the city wall, under the gazes of the Heaven Realm experts, Zichen sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Is he cultivating? The astonished voice sounded again. The Heaven Realm entering Saint Realm isn't something that can be entered simply by cultivating. Zichen is obviously doing this on purpose. The faces of all the Heaven Realm elders turned ashen. It was obvious that Zichen's actions were a complete disgrace to the Luo family. The Luo family really didn't have any face to be blocked by one person at the door. However, no one dared to send anyone out now, because anyone who did would definitely be killed by Zichen. Looking at the cross-legged Zichen, Luo Meng shook his head and sighed after a long while. You brought this upon yourself. The group of elders also shook their heads, a touch of regret appearing on their gloomy faces. When they heard the news brought back by Luo Yaro, they thought it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they could really kill Zichen, with the 3 saint crystals, the Luo family would definitely be able to rise. But who would have thought that Luo Yaro would be defeated, and so would the assassin? In the end, the Luo family would suffer the consequences of their own actions. Good news didn't go out, but bad news spread far and wide. They believed that this matter would soon spread throughout the Zhonwu continent. In the future, whenever someone mentioned the Luo family, the first thing they would think of would be a dignified aristocratic family being blocked by Zichen. The Zhonwu continent was very large and there were many masters. Today, Luo Yaro blocked the way, but in the future, there would be a second, third, or even more Luo Yaros. In order to avoid this situation, Zichen had to make the Luo family lose face. For an aristocratic family, face was the most important thing. Today, he was guarding the Luo family's door, so the next time someone was greedy enough to make a move against him, they would have to consider the consequences of failure. Moreover, Zichen, who was sitting cross-legged, was not just a deterrent. In fact, he was also recovering his soul strength. When he was assassinated, his injuries seemed to recover quickly, but as the oldest aristocratic family, their assassination methods were not so easy to resolve. Zichen's soul strength was more or less damaged, but it was not visible from the outside. Yi Chen and He, who were not far away. Seeing Zichen's method of blocking the door, Yi Chen nodded gently in appreciation. This was the only way to minimize the trouble. Zichen did not leave, making the Luo family anxious, but they could not do anything to Zichen. They did not dare to go out and find Zichen to reason with him. The blocking of the door, along with the assassination, caused an uproar. Zichen is blocking the Luo family's door. Is he going to slaughter the entire Luo family? What's impossible? He is not a benevolent person to begin with. The Luo family is purely unlucky to have encountered such a ruthless existence this time. Heh, these two sides are not good people. Just treat it as a dog-eat-dog situation. Nowadays, Zichen's reputation in the Zhonwu continent is very bad. He belongs to the category of ruthless existence. But this kind of deliberately degrading reputation is not a bad thing for Zichen. At least his friends will not have to worry about being retaliated against. No one believed that the cruel and merciless Zichen would still have friends in this world. First mainland, Blue Feather City. Inside a dark room, Wag Wei was sitting there. Suddenly, an austere and oppressive aura filled the room, causing the temperature to drop in an instant. You failed. Feeling the change in temperature, Wag Wei put down the teacup in his hand and said, "He is very strong." In the room, a cold voice sounded, even a 5-ring assassination failed to kill him. His perception is also very sharp and he is also very cautious. He is the most difficult existence I have ever encountered. Even you professionals have failed. It seems that he is as strong as the rumors say. Wag Wei's face also showed a dignified expression. This time's assassination failed. Zichen has been vigilant for a long time. During this period of time, we cannot organize a second attack, and according to Zichen's keen perception, our next attack may not succeed. The voice in the dark sounded again. You came to see me today for something. Zichen is very difficult to deal with. Before he grows into the strongest heaven-defying master, we should kill him with all our strength. Of the 3 saint crystals you promised, I think we can pay him one first. An inexplicable light flashed in Wag Wei's eyes as he glanced around the hall and said lightly, You want to refine saint crystals without permission? Are you not afraid of punishment? In this world, only strength can decide everything. Wag Wei shook his head and said, Sorry, I cannot agree to this request because I have already reached an agreement with your elder. Forgive me for not being able to break it. In the room, the atmosphere became more and more oppressive as traces of coldness emerged. Feeling the change in aura, Wag Wei chuckled, What's wrong? You want to assassinate me? I don't think you need to answer in such a hurry. You should think about it carefully first. If you pay me 1 saint crystal in advance, you will be able to obtain my friendship, the hidden existence said unwillingly. Wag Wei didn't even think about it and shook his head again. There is no need to think about it, I don't have much time left. Even if I personally give you 1 saint crystal, you won't be able to break through in a short time. I believe Zichen will be here soon. When that time comes, I will have a way to deal with him. Very good, then I'll take my leave. A gentle breeze blew by and the cold aura in the room disappeared. Wag Wei looked at the open door and his indifferent expression gradually became gloomy. I haven't even seen your true body, so how can we be friends? Furthermore, who would dare to accept an assassin's friendship? Wag Wei didn't even consider the assassin's proposal. It wasn't because he was reluctant to give up a saint crystal, but because the assassin had no principles. Wag Wei wasn't worried about whether the assassin could kill Zichen after breaking through, but whether the assassin would assassinate him as well. A saint expert who specialized in the Tao of assassination. Just thinking about it made one feel fear. Furthermore, Wag Wei believed that what happened today was just the assassin's own idea and not the Heavenly Assassination Alliance's. According to the information he had, the Heavenly Assassination Alliance had a very strict hierarchy. This kind of hierarchy even exceeded the limit of strength. Even if Zichen died, this disciple with great potential in the Heavenly Assassination Alliance might not be able to obtain one of the 3 saint crystals. Wag Wei even suspected that the assassin didn't use his full strength in this assassination. Putting away the meaningless guesses in his heart, Wag Wei stood up, tidied his clothes, and walked out of the room. After passing through a few long corridors, he saw a pavilion. In the pavilion, there were a few young men sitting. The young men sensed something and turned around to see Wag Wei. The latter smiled apologetically and said, Sorry, I just had to deal with some things. After sitting down in the pavilion, a maid served tea and refreshments. After the maid left, Wag Wei said, Everyone, I'm sure you all know about Zichen. The 4 young men sitting in the pavilion nodded but didn't say anything. Luo Yaro failed and the assassin failed. They won't be able to make a move for a while, so you can only kill him halfway. The young men's expressions changed and a wry smile appeared on their faces. Since they knew about Luo Yaro's failure, they naturally knew about Zichen's ambush. Before coming here, the elders in their families had made it clear that they wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Chapter 1986. That shield. When the 4 heard Ya Wei's words, their expressions immediately changed, and they all looked at Ya Wei. In the Zhonwu continent, shield was a familiar yet strange word. It was familiar because many ancient families knew about the existence of shields, but they were all recorded in history and have disappeared for many years. For such a strange and powerful weapon, no family had the luxury of obtaining it, because whether or not it was in the Zhonwu continent was another matter. The reappearance of shield was deliberately mentioned by Yi Qian. Only then did the cultivators of the Zhonwu continent know that shield really existed in this world. Have you found the other fragments? One of the young men in a colorful robe asked in astonishment. Ya Wei shook his head and said, Not yet, but we have some clues. We have already collected 4 fragments and are only missing the last one. Through the 5 fragments, I believe we should be able to find the complete shield. So, all that's missing is the fragment in Zichen's hand. That's right. Whoever can kill Zichen will get the shards of the shield. Whoever gets the 1/5 can take the risk and look for the complete shield. This was obviously another temptation, and it was no weaker than the previous Saint Crystal. The combination of the two was enough to shake the firm minds of these powerful existences once again. The few people who had already made up their minds to not provoke Zichen hesitated at this moment, but they still did not immediately express their stance. Ji Wei picked up the cup of tea that had already cooled down and took a sip. His expression was indifferent and calm. He was not in a hurry. After a long while, one of them said, "This matter is of great importance. I have to go back and discuss it with my family." Looking at the young man in a colorful robe, Wei nodded and said, "In the Zhonwu continent, the Five Elements family is a family with a long history. Dealing with a mere Zichen shouldn't be a problem." The young man from the Five Elements family nodded slightly, turned around, and left. Such an important matter indeed needs to be discussed. A young man with a towering head stood up and walked out of the pavilion. Immediately after, the young men left one after another. They did not immediately give Wei an accurate answer, and they all said that they would go back and discuss it. After all, the battle prowess Zichen had displayed was simply too strong. In addition, the young experts who had come here all had huge families behind them. Speaking of which, without the nurturing of their families, they really wouldn't have achieved what they had today. According to the information they received, Zichen was still waiting outside the Luo family. When Luo Yarrow targeted Zichen, it undoubtedly brought trouble to the Luo family. Although Zichen's reputation was not good now, the Luo family had also become the laughingstock of the Zhonwu continent. Although there was a huge temptation now, everyone had to consider the consequences of targeting Zichen. Seeing that everyone had left one after another, and no one had given a clear answer, Yang Wei's face did not reveal any disappointment. If these temptations could not move them, then it was fine. He still had other ways to deal with Zichen. Zichen had been waiting at the door of the Luo family for 2 months, but he still had no intention of leaving. The Luo family in the city was anxious. This time, it could be said that they had lost a lot of face. Zichen, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. His damaged soul had completely recovered. After getting up slightly, Zichen stretched his muscles and bones, which made cracking sounds. "Look, Zichen is moving. He finally moved. Is he going to leave? It's been 2 months. Zichen is finally leaving." As soon as Zichen moved, the cultivators in the city who were responsible for watching Zichen noticed it and immediately cried out in alarm. Soon, the news spread. One after another, Heavenly Realm experts appeared on the city wall, nervously watching Zichen. As long as Zichen left, this matter would be completely over. Luo Meng, who had rushed over after hearing the news, also nervously looked at Zichen outside. Zichen stretched his muscles and walked forward under the nervous gazes of the crowd. However, when he arrived in front of Yi Qian, he once again stopped. "How much do you know about Qi Wei?" Zichen came before Yi Qian and asked. When Luo Meng had transmitted to him, he had clearly told him that the reason Luo Yarrow had challenged Zichen was because of Qi Wei's reward, which was 3 Saint Crystals. Although Saint Crystals could not guarantee that a Heavenly Realm expert would be able to break through the Holy Road, it still represented 3 chances. In layman's terms, if one was lucky, they might be able to create 3 saints. Under normal circumstances, it was already very good for a large family to have 1 saint. 3 saints were unthinkable. The temptation was too great. Qi Wei. Zichen's sudden question caused Yi Qian's expression to falter. Her bright eyes showed obvious emotional fluctuations. "Yes, it's him. How much do you know about him?" Zichen asked in a low voice. The intelligent Yi Qian seemed to have guessed the reason why Zichen was asking about Qi Wei. After thinking for a moment, she said, "He's recognized as the #1 heaven-defying cultivator, but it's just a rumor. No one has seen him in action with their own eyes. However, The Heavenly Realm experts who came from the lofty curve planet with him are all shocked every time Qi Wei is mentioned. No one has seen him in action? Zichen asked. Yes, no one has seen him in action, and no one knows how strong he is. However, the more it's like this, the more mysterious he is. Yi Qian recalled the time she had spent with Qi Wei and said, usually, he has a good temper and is very popular with women. However, when I'm with him, I always feel uncomfortable. Oh, I'm different from him. I almost never fight with others because I don't have any enemies. However, he's different. He wasn't born in a big aristocratic family, and no aristocratic family supported him. He relied entirely on himself to achieve what he has today. During his growth, he had many enemies. However, until all of his enemies disappeared, no one has seen him in action. When Zichen heard this, his expression changed. He also didn't come from a big aristocratic family. Throughout his growth, he had many enemies as well. However, there were too many people who had seen him in action. However, no one had seen Qi Wei in action. It was clear that it wasn't that he didn't attack, but that when he attacked, he killed everyone around him. Once or twice was fine, but if he did it every time, then this person was too terrifying. At the very least, in terms of temperament, he was an extremely ruthless existence. This time, Qi Wei represents the highest ruler of the lofty curve planet. After coming to this world, he has already destroyed 2 hidden aristocratic families in the first mainland. After a pause, Yi Qian said, after that, I went to those 2 aristocratic families to investigate. I didn't find any powerful energy fluctuations, nor did I find any survivors. He's a ruthless guy. Moreover, he's cunning enough. Zichen smiled coldly. According to the rumors, Qi Wei was strong enough, but he didn't take the initiative to fight with Zichen. Instead, he used other methods to kill him. This person's temperament was definitely not ordinary. Yi Qian agreed with Zichen's evaluation. She nodded and said, at first, I thought he only wanted to kill. However, after investigating, I found that he seemed to be looking for something. What is he looking for? Zichen asked. Yi Qian shook her head and said, I'm not sure. He doesn't have any friends or close people. No one knows what he's thinking or looking for. Moreover, I'm a little scared when I'm with him. Scared? Zichen was surprised when he heard this. Although he hadn't fought with Yi Qian head-on, he could see that Yi Qian's combat strength was extraordinary. At the very least, she was much stronger than Kuan Ti and Ji En. However, this kind of existence actually felt scared just by being with Qi Wei. Just what kind of person was Qi Wei? Zichen was a little curious about Qi Wei. It's an indescribable fear. It's like being targeted by a hunter or being targeted by a poisonous snake. Yi Qian couldn't explain the specific reason. She just felt scared and didn't want to have any contact with this person, even if this person had always been gentle and elegant. If that's the case, I'd like to meet this person and see what's so strange about him. Zichen's eyes flashed a cold light. It's because of him. Yi Qian looked up at Zichen and asked. Obviously, she was referring to Luo Yaro. Zichen nodded and said, 3 saint crystals. That's not a small amount. Yi Qian was very surprised. The two were chatting happily outside, but in Luo Bu City, a group of Luo family cultivators and Luo family elders were anxious. They prayed for Zichen to leave quickly. Zichen didn't learn too much about Qi Wei from Yi Qian, but it was enough to establish his prestige. When other forces were greedy, they should also consider the consequences and price. 2 people and 1 tiger, under the prayers of the Luo family cultivators, finally left. On the city wall, all the Luo family cultivators breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, they were shocked to find that Zichen, who was about to leave, suddenly stopped and turned his head to look at the city wall. Everyone, who had just relaxed, became nervous again. This is the last time. If there is a next time, I, Zichen, will destroy the Luo family even if I have to die. The cold voice turned into a sound wave that passed through space and the great array, resounding in the sky above Luo Bu City. Phew. Hearing this voice, Luo Meng breathed a sigh of relief. Obviously, this matter was completely over. Only a fool would provoke you again. Muttering, Luo Meng turned around and left. He had been too depressed recently, so he decided to relax. In the third continent, even the Luo family didn't dare to target Zichen, so the other forces naturally didn't dare to find trouble with Zichen. Thus, Zichen smoothly crossed the border of the third continent and arrived at the second continent. The second continent was the world of the Five Elements family. It was at this border that they almost fell into the hands of the Five Elements family. At the critical moment, Saint Rosefinch helped them escape. Looking at the familiar scene and recalling the past, Zichen couldn't help but sigh. He secretly wondered if the Five Elements family would still target him this time. Chapter 1987. It wasn't difficult to find out about Zichen's whereabouts. Zichen hadn't even reached the second continent, but the news of his appearance had already spread. On a tall mountain peak in the distance, a young man in 5-colored battle robes appeared. He stood on the peak and looked at Zichen with an indifferent expression. With his sharp senses, Zichen turned his head to look at the figure on the mountain peak. It was a very young figure. His 5-colored battle robes fluttered without any wind. His black hair danced behind him, making him look very elegant. Under his young face, his expression was very cold. In his indifferent eyes, there was an undisguised will to fight. To Yi Qian, this was an unfamiliar face. The other party was clearly not a heaven-defying person. But since he dared to appear here so openly, he was naturally an ordinary heaven-state cultivator who was extremely confident in his own strength. Someone from the Five Elements aristocratic family. Zichen raised his head to look at the young man in the 5-colored battle robe. A mocking smile appeared on his face as he spoke. Although the other party's eyes were filled with an unconcealable will to fight, he was standing far away on the mountain peak. This action was clearly more of a show of force than a challenge. From the position he was standing, Zichen's 2 months of blocking the Luo family's door seemed to have taken effect. If not for the previous incident, this heaven-state cultivator from the Five Elements aristocratic family would have appeared directly opposite Zichen and not on the mountain peak in the distance. From this, it could be seen that his courage was still a little lacking compared to Luo Yao. Looking at the young man who had no intention of coming forward, Zichen laughed mockingly. Then, he walked forward as if nothing had happened. The other party had made such a move. Obviously, he hadn't made up his mind to fight with him. After walking for a while, Zichen said indifferently, "Seems like Wei is fanning the flames again." Yi Qian, who was following behind, tilted her head and looked at Zichen. She asked curiously, "What do you mean?" If Wei hadn't promised something, he wouldn't be standing here even if he didn't have the heart to fight. Zichen coldly snorted and said, "Today, the other party is standing here. Rather than saying that he's here to show off to me, it's better to say that he's putting on a show for Wei Yi. He and Wei are two different powers. Why does he have to put on an act for Wei? Perhaps it's for Saint Crystals, or perhaps it's for something else. In short, he doesn't want to fight with me, nor does he want to offend Wei. Zichen walked away calmly. He concluded that the other party would not dare to make a move. This was not because he was afraid, but because he was considering his family. The young man in the 5-colored battle robe stood on the mountain peak and stared at Zichen from afar. Cold light flashed in his eyes, but his mood was very complicated. As for whether or not to take action against Zichen, the Five Elements aristocratic families had different opinions. Some agreed, some disagreed, and most of them were conservative. This was because the Five Elements aristocratic families had already been humiliated in front of Zichen once. Last time, Zichen had swaggered over and even used the transmission array to travel to the first mainland. However, the blame for that incident could be pushed to Saint Rosefinch. But this time was different. Zichen had come alone. If he could not defeat Zichen and fled, Zichen would definitely change his route to the Five Elements aristocratic families. Moreover, because this was the second time, it would definitely not be as easy as the Luo family. After all, Zichen and the Five Elements aristocratic families had a deep grudge. Once he chose to fight this time, it could be said that he would settle all his old grudges. Although the family had the five elements' great array and was not afraid of Zi Chen forcibly breaking in, Zi Chen was not a fool. He could not directly break through the array. He could choose to wait outside and kill every member of the five elements' aristocratic families that came out. The lifespan of a Heaven Realm expert was unlimited and eternal. Even if Zi Chen stayed here for 8 to 10 years or even a few decades, it would not affect him at all. However, if a family was blocked by someone for a few decades, the impact on the family would undoubtedly be huge. After hesitating again and again, he recalled that the radical members of the family had said that they would look at the situation. Even when Zi Chen had disappeared from his sight, he still could not make up his mind. He was still conflicted. However, seeing that Zi Chen had already disappeared, it seemed that he did not need to make a choice anymore. The outsiders aside, the second mainland was the territory of the five elements' aristocratic families. Even the five elements' aristocratic families did not dare to make a move, so the other forces did not dare to provoke Zi Chen. After walking for a long time and not seeing that young man catch up, Yi Qian said with a smile, "It seems that not only did you intimidate all the heaven-defying realm experts, you even intimidated the native forces. The native forces have concerns, so it is relatively easier to intimidate them. Moreover, there is no enmity between the two sides. It is only a matter of interests. As long as they are not blinded by interests, it will be fine." The two people and one tiger left. The young man, who was hesitating again and again, also turned into a ray of light and flew away. He did not return to the five elements' aristocratic families. Instead, he flew directly to the first mainland. Zi Chen was not familiar with the second mainland. The only place he had been to was the road to the five elements' aristocratic families. Thus, Zi Chen familiarly walked in this direction. Seeing Zi Chen appear in the distance, the city where the five elements' aristocratic families were immediately in an uproar. As the brilliance flashed, many Heaven Realm experts appeared. They stared at Zi Chen, who was at the end of their line of sight, with vigilance. What's going on? Did the five elements' aristocratic families attack Zi Chen? An old man came after hearing the news. When he saw Zi Chen in the distance, his expression immediately turned ugly. "No, we just received news that the five elements' aristocratic families are heading directly to the first mainland," said a Heaven Realm expert with a shocked expression. "Since they didn't attack, why is Zi Chen here?" Similar situations occurred in the other four families. Everyone did not understand Zi Chen's purpose in coming here. Zi Chen's appearance was very likely to be revenge. Thus, many cultivators ran into the city, afraid that Zi Chen would mercilessly slaughter them. The Heaven Realm experts had not yet entered. They just stared at Zi Chen vigilantly. The Great Formation had been activated. Once they noticed something wrong, they would retreat into the city as quickly as possible. The patriarchs of the five elements' aristocratic families soon appeared. They had naturally received accurate news. They were very clear that the five elements' aristocratic families did not attack Zi Chen this time, and Zi Chen should not have taken the initiative to come here. "Look at how you scared them. Right now, you are really infamous in this world." Seeing the strange movements of the five elements' aristocratic families, Yi Qian could not help but laugh, and started to joke about Zi Chen. Zi Chen glanced at the Heaven Realm experts and said indifferently, "They have a guilty conscience. If they did not have a guilty conscience, why would they be so cautious?" He was not a homicidal maniac. He had not reached the point where not even a blade of grass grew wherever he went. The patriarchs of the five elements' aristocratic families did not understand Zi Chen's purpose in coming here. They nervously looked at Zi Chen, who was getting closer and closer. Just as they were considering whether to go up and explain to Zi Chen, they saw that Zi Chen, who was moving forward, had actually walked from the other side and did not come here. Ah! Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Following which, the patriarchs shook their heads and smiled bitterly. The other party was just passing through, yet they were so nervous. This was really embarrassing. Seeing Zi Chen disappear, the patriarch of the two family could not help but smile bitterly. Fortunately, he did not attack Zi Chen. The other patriarchs nodded. The five elements' aristocratic families were already so nervous when they did not attack Zi Chen. If the five elements aristocratic families had attacked and failed, they really did not know how to face Zichen's revenge. The five elements aristocratic families was the young man standing on the peak. He had only comprehended 5 types of laws, but he was stronger than those heaven-defying experts who had comprehended dozens of laws. His name was Five Elements, and he had also comprehended the 5 elemental laws. More importantly, he was born with the 5 elements physique. If he was in the Sky Martial continent, this physique meant that he was born with the 5 elements aristocratic families. The 5 elements aristocratic families headed straight for the first mainland. He wanted to go to the Blue Feather City. However, just as he arrived at the first mainland, he saw a young man in a black robe standing in front of him. He asked in surprise, "Black Dragon, why are you standing here?" Black Dragon looked at the 5 elements aristocratic families and said indifferently, "You did not stop Zichen. The 5 elements aristocratic families did not agree, so I did not attack. You are here to find Yang Wei." "That's right. I heard some news and am going to meet him." "What about you? Are you going to stop Zichen here?" "No, I am just here to take a look." The 5 elements aristocratic families nodded and said, "Zichen should be here soon. You continue to stay here. I will go to the Blue Feather City to take a look." After saying that, the 5 elements aristocratic families turned into a ray of light and flew towards the depths of the first mainland. Seeing the 5 elements aristocratic families leave, Black Dragon said, "Even the 5 elements aristocratic families did not dare to attack. It seems that Zichen is indeed as powerful as the legends say." The 5 elements aristocratic families flew directly to the Blue Feather City, where Yang Wei was at the moment. In Yang Wei's residence, there were 3 other heaven-defying cultivators. Their auras were concealed, but it was not difficult to guess that they were all experts. As the number 1 heaven-defying cultivator, the Blue Feather City where Yang Wei lived was Zichen's first and last stop after arriving at the first mainland. The heaven-defying cultivators from the other mainlands had already arrived at the Blue Feather City. Here, they would witness the battle between Yang Wei and Zichen. If Zichen won, all the heaven-defying cultivators would enter the star path. If Yang Wei won, the strongest heaven-defying cultivator in the world, the most promising heaven-defying cultivator, would disappear from the world forever until a new heaven-defying cultivator appeared many years later. This was the location of the final battle. Beside Yang Wei, in addition to the 3 heaven-defying cultivators, there were other experts from the first mainland. Originally, Luo Yarrow was among these experts. Unfortunately, Luo Yarrow was defeated and severely injured. His heavenly weapon was destroyed, and his battle strength was greatly reduced. He was no longer qualified to stand here. These Heaven Realm experts from the Zhanwu continent were all from mysterious factions. They were the top experts of their factions, and their battle strength was not weaker than the heaven-defying cultivators. Chapter 1988. Wu Xing, who had just landed, looked at the questioning looks in everyone's eyes, shook his head, and said, "I didn't do anything. The family doesn't want to be unified." Although everyone had expected Wu Xing to arrive unscathed, they were still a little disappointed when they heard it from Wu Xing's own mouth. Yang Wei nodded at Wu Xing. The smile on his face did not diminish, nor did his expression change. He looked around and said, "Everyone, I'm sure you've heard about the shield. Since everyone is here today, I might as well tell you that I only have 4 fragments of the shield, but only by collecting 5 fragments can you meet the specific requirement to find the complete shield." The expressions of these masters changed slightly. Obviously, the last fragment was in Zichen's hands. I'm sure some of you have heard that each fragment can bring 1 more slot. In other words, there are only 10 slots with 5 fragments. Due to certain reasons, I've already decided on 8 slots. Hearing this, the expressions of the masters changed again, and they looked around. Including Yang Wei, there were a total of 4 people in the field. It was obvious that they wanted to take up 4 of the 8 spots. There were still 4 people left, but there were a total of 10 Heaven Realm elites in the field, including the 5 elements. Among these 10 people, 6 were not qualified, and this did not include Black Dragon, who was recognized as a master. Yang Wei did not mention the other holders of the slots. Obviously, He wanted these people to fight for the other 2 slots themselves, and it was obvious that the other 2 slots were in Zichen's hands. This was also the last choice left by Yang Wei for everyone, whether they wanted the slots or not. If they didn't want it, there was nothing to say, but if they did, they would have to go to Zichen and snatch it. Taking in everyone's expressions, Yang Wei said, because the significance of this shield is too great, there are some things that need to be explained in advance. Once we obtain the complete shield, we will give everyone an additional Saint Crystal as compensation. After initial agreement, everyone will be compensated with 1 piece, and if you encounter any danger along the way, an additional piece will be added. Because this matter is too important, I will put my personal grudges aside for the time being. If Zichen comes to Blue Feather City alive, the last 2 slots will be his, and he can use them as he pleases. When the few of them heard what Qi Wei said, their expressions changed continuously. Jiao Wei's meaning was obvious. If they didn't take action against Zichen, he would take Zichen to find the shield and they would lose this opportunity. Not only would they lose this opportunity, but they would also lose at least a piece of Saint Crystal. Looking at the changing expressions of the crowd, Yang Wei smiled and said, "The choice is up to you." After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the room. The other 3 heaven-defying cultivators followed him, giving everyone time to discuss. Right after Yang Wei left, one of the Heavenly Realm experts asked, "Everyone, is there anyone who wants to withdraw? We've already come to this point. Who would withdraw?" Looking at Dark Rock who spoke, 5 elements said. The others were silent. Silence indicated that they agreed with the 5 elements' words. Dark Rock nodded and said, "Good. Since no one wants to withdraw, then let's discuss how to get Zichen's slot. Including Black Dragon, we have a total of 11 people. However, there are only 6 slots. Even if we successfully get a slot from Zichen, there are still 5 people who don't qualify. I think what we need to consider now is who will get the slots," a cultivator with lightning flashing around his body said. After another Heavenly Realm expert heard this, he nodded and said, "Lei Dong is right. There are only 6 slots, but we have 11 people. Before we act, we need to consider how to distribute them. Don't you think it's too early to discuss this? Let's talk about it after we get the slots. After all, if we can't get the slots, it's useless to discuss it," Dark Rock said with some dissatisfaction. The young man named Lei Dong said indifferently, "That's true. However, fighting Zichen will be very dangerous. No one wants to take such a big risk and get nothing." Hearing Lei Dong's words, 5 elements frowned slightly and said, "I think it's meaningless to talk about this now. Even if we promise to give you all the slots, if we can't get the slots from Zichen, everything will be empty words. Fighting Zichen might lead to death. I also think it's better to discuss the distribution of benefits in advance," another Heavenly Realm expert said. "Tempage," Dark Rock said with dissatisfaction, "what's there to talk about? Nothing is without risk. Everyone who participates and fights will die for nothing. As for those who live and lose their qualifications, everyone will be compensated with a Saint Crystal." A Heavenly Realm expert looked at Dark Rock and said, "That's easy to say. Do you have any Saint Crystals on you?" "I don't have any on me, but won't I have some after killing Zichen? Don't tell me 3 Saint Crystals aren't enough for 5 people. I believe that when we kill Zichen will drag 1 or 2 of us down with him. As for who lives and who dies, it will depend on who is more unlucky." Dark Rock's words contained a touch of anger. He glanced at Lei Dong with disdain in his eyes. There were rumors that Lei Dong was not from the Zhonwu continent. He did not believe it at first, but today, he believed it. Although the Thunder Clan of the Zhonwu continent had declined, it was impossible for them to cultivate such a calculative existence. Since we've already talked about it, then it's very good. Whoever dies will be unlucky. If anyone disagrees, then withdraw. Lei Dong chuckled as a cold light flashed in his eyes. Just as everyone was discussing how to get a spot, Zichen, Yichen, and Black Tiger had already arrived at the first mainland. In Zichen's impression, the first mainland was very big, with few cities and few cultivators. However, as soon as he arrived at the first mainland, Zichen saw many cultivators. Most of these cultivators were Heavenly Realm experts, and the weakest was at the pseudo-heavenly realm. They were with the foreign races, and there were many of them. They stood very far away, and each of them had a curious look on their faces. When they saw Zichen and Yi Qian appear, they immediately cried out in surprise, and then there was a small commotion. Looking around, Zichen also saw a few heaven-defying cultivators in the crowd. Zichen knew very well that almost all the heaven-defying cultivators who were still alive in the Zhonwu continent had come to the first mainland. Their final fate would be decided on this mainland after the battle. Zichen, who was walking forward, stopped and looked ahead. There was a person in a black robe who was quietly looking at him. Looking at the person who blocked his way, Zichen smiled and said, as expected of the first mainland, a place where experts come forth in large numbers. I've just arrived and I've already met someone blocking my way. I'm Zichen. May I know your name and where you are from? Zichen's words were very polite, but there was a hidden meaning in them. Hearing Zichen's words, Black Dragon looked at Zichen and smiled faintly. He said, I don't dare to accept such a title. I'm Black Dragon from the Dragon Clan. Zichen nodded and narrowed his eyes. He said, I've heard of the Dragon Clan. It's a hidden clan and is said to be very powerful. If there's a chance, I'd like to take a look and pay them a visit. Hearing the hidden meaning in Zichen's words, the corner of Black Dragon's mouth twitched. The rumors were true. This Zichen was indeed vicious and merciless. He hadn't even made a move and Zichen was already threatening him with his clan. But how could the powerful and mysterious Dragon Clan be afraid of being threatened by others? Black Dragon's heart was suddenly filled with a heroic spirit. The powerful Dragon Clan would not submit or be threatened. He looked at Zichen in front of him and said in a clear voice, Zichen, you might have misunderstood me. I'm just here to take a look. The real battlefield waiting for you is in Blue Feather City. As his voice fell, Black Dragon turned around and left. His movements were swift and unrestrained. Ah! Yi Qian stared blankly at the disappearing black shadow in front of her, unable to say a single word. She had clearly felt the heroic aura emanating from the other party earlier. In Yi Qian's opinion, this person would definitely have a great battle with Zichen, but she did not expect that the other party would simply turn around and leave. Similarly, the cultivators and foreign races who had been waiting for a long time were also speechless. They had arrived early and waited here. Wasn't it just to watch a big battle? Zichen had arrived and the other party had blocked his way. A good show was about to begin, but the other party turned around and left. This was like asking someone to watch something like this even though they had already taken off their pants. Is this guy really an expert? I've never seen an expert like him. He just said a few words and ran away. What kind of *T expert is this? You should at least show us a few moves and let us broaden our horizons. Everyone was very depressed when they didn't see the battle they had imagined. Their impression of Black Dragon instantly dropped to the lowest point. They were completely speechless. Zichen had seen all kinds of experts along the way. However, it was his first time seeing someone like Black Dragon, who left after saying a few words. The dragon race. Could it be that the rebel dragon is a race? Zichen recalled the two guys he had beaten up when he first came to the first mainland. In Zichen's opinion, Black Dragon was a rather interesting person. However, he didn't let his guard down because Black Dragon had already told him that his battle would be in Blue Feather City. He believed that there would be many experts waiting there. I know Blue Feather City. Ji Wei is there. If they are waiting for you in Blue Feather City, that should be the final battle. Yi Qian looked at Zichen and reminded him, there should be many experts gathered in Blue Feather City now. If they join forces, I'm afraid you'll be in danger. Zichen sneered and said, if they don't care about their reputation, they can join forces. Let's go to Blue Feather City. With a bold smile, Zichen headed for Blue Feather City under Yi Qian's guidance. Zichen had already crossed 9 continents. Today was the day he had to go. No matter how dangerous the situation ahead was, he would go through. This was also the last thing he would do for this world with his identity as a heaven-defying expert of the Zhonwu continent. After this battle, if Zichen was still alive, he would pursue his own path. Chapter 1989. You've really made up your mind. Seeing Zichen's unwavering determination, Yi Qian, who was following closely behind, was moved. Black Dragon had clearly said that the true battle would take place in Bluesfeather City. As far as she knew, Rocky had always been in Bluesfeather City. Apart from Rocky, there should be many other experts gathered there. During the time she had spent with Zichen's bad reputation had spread. During this time, Yi Qian had witnessed Zichen's ruthlessness and arrogance, as well as Zichen's extraordinary mentality and his vengeful nature. In this world, Zichen's reputation was very bad. Along the way, Yi Qian had never been able to see through Zichen. When she heard those bad rumors, her opinion of Zichen had gradually changed. Just like how Zichen had said that they weren't friends, she also didn't treat Zichen as a friend. The two of them had only been together for a transaction. But today, looking at that tall and straight back, Yi Qian had an indescribable feeling. He knew full well that it was dangerous, and he might even die, but he still went forward without hesitation. While bearing the infamy of the entire world, he still insisted on driving out all the heaven defiers. Could such a person really be an ungrateful, arrogant, ruthless, and heartless existence? The mysterious Zichen now made Yi Qian even more unable to see through him. Just what kind of person was he? For the sake of this world, he didn't hesitate to give up his life and bear the infamy of this world. Yi Qian couldn't help but feel sour in her heart. Her beautiful eyes gradually became misty. At this moment, she was undoubtedly moved by this mysterious and strange person. She even began to doubt her opinion of him. She couldn't help but wonder if the infamy of the entire world was wrong. They had all misunderstood him. Zichen didn't know about Yi Qian's complicated feelings. Sensing that Yi Qian usually didn't follow him, he stopped and turned around to look at her. With a faint smile on his face, Zichen was stunned for a moment when he saw the pair of eyes blurred by water vapor. Then, he asked, "What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? You might die," Yi Qian said. Her voice was choked with sobs. When Zichen heard this, a look of astonishment appeared on his face again. Then, he smiled casually and said, "You're worried about me. Don't worry too much. We're just making a deal. Besides, good people don't live long, but scourges live for thousands of years. I'll be fine." Hearing Zichen's laughter and looking at Zichen's frivolous expression, Yi Qian had an indescribable feeling in her heart. It was as if there was another version of herself hidden under this face. Thus, she, who did not follow up, said again, "They are all in Bluefeather City. You really might die." Looking at Yi Qian, who was speaking from the bottom of her heart, Zichen's heart wavered. However, the smile on his face didn't fade. He still smiled and said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." As he spoke, Zichen narrowed his eyes. There was a strange look in his eyes. He looked at Yi Qian and said with a smile, "You and I have already made a deal. How can I let go of a beauty like you? Even if it's for you, I won't die so easily." As he spoke, Zichen looked Yi Qian up and down. The gaze in his eyes was the most unrestrained since the two of them had met. Usually, no one would dare to look at Yi Qian with such a gaze. Yi Qian also hated such an existence. However, today, when she saw Zichen's unrestrained and lustful gaze, she felt an indescribable sadness in her heart. At this moment, she was even more confused. She couldn't see through Zichen clearly. "Let's go." Without looking at Yi Qian, Zichen turned his head and walked towards Bluefeather City. Black Tiger, who was usually quite a distance away from Zichen, was now following Zichen closely, not leaving his side at all. His expression was calm, but his heart was filled with complicated feelings. He liked Zichen's character very much. However, after entering the city this time, perhaps he really wouldn't be able to leave. No, definitely not. A cold voice rang out outside Bluefeather City. Zichen must not enter the city. Another firm voice rang out. Knowing that the final battle would take place in Bluefeather City, all the cultivators had already returned to Bluefeather City. However, there were two Heaven Realm cultivators standing outside Bluefeather City with determined expressions. If Zichen was here, he would definitely recognize these two people. They were the two people who had provoked him when he first came to the first mainland. One of them was the rebel dragon, and the other was naturally the golden rock. Back then, the two of them often fought each other, and there was almost no victor. The two of them thought they were invincible, but they accidentally provoked Zichen and were beaten up. They swore that once they entered the heaven realm, they would definitely get back at him for the humiliation. Although they had entered the heaven realm long ago, compared to Zichen, who had awed the whole world, the gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. Golden Rock glanced at Rebel Dragon and said seriously, "There are too many experts in the city now. Zichen must not enter the city. He'll definitely die." Rebel Dragon nodded and said, "That's right. We must stop Zichen from entering the city. Let's go." Just as everyone was flying towards the city, Rebel Dragon and Golden Rock flew in the opposite direction. Their goal was very clear, which was to stop Zichen. When the whole world was cursing Zichen, the reason why they helped Zichen was that they had met and talked to Zichen before. The scene that day was still vivid in their minds, so they naturally knew what kind of person Zichen was. As members of the mysterious family, they knew more about this world and the heaven-defying cultivators. They knew a lot of secrets, so they naturally knew Zichen's difficulties. The heaven-defying cultivators were the hope of the whole Jianwu continent. It was because of the heaven-defying cultivators that the alien races didn't dare to act recklessly. After entering the heaven realm, they became stronger, but there was still a gap between them and those experts. They didn't expect to get the Saint Crystals, but they didn't want the hope of the Jianwu continent to die like this. Two streams of light, one in front and one behind, rushed into the distance. Powerful auras filled the world. Wherever they passed, huge wind pressure was formed and trees were swaying. "Stop!" The two saw Zichen in the distance and their indifferent voices resounded through the world. The two stopped in front of Zichen, exuding powerful auras. Looking at the two, Zichen's eyes flashed with surprise, but then his expression became indifferent and he said coldly, "You dare block my way? Do you want to die?" Rebel Dragon responded with a cold snort, "This road is blocked." A powerful aura surged and Golden Rock took a step forward, causing the world to tremble. "If you insist on going forward, this will be your end." The two appeared and blocked him to prevent him from going to Blue Feather City, which made Zichen feel a little moved. He shook his head and said, "Those who block me will die." With a cold snort, Golden Rock said, "Zichen, I knew you would say this. Today is the time to settle the grudge between us. Yes, it's time to wash away the shame." Golden Rock's words also became extremely cold. Looking at the two, Zichen said indifferently, "I'm happy to accompany you." Shameless boasting. A cold light flashed in Golden Rock's eyes as he dashed toward Zichen with the fastest speed in the world. Die. Golden Rock's body shone with golden light as he also displayed his fastest speed. The two turned into two beams of light, one on the left and one on the right, dashing toward Zichen. As they dashed forward, heavenly weapons appeared in their hands one after another. Cold murderous intent resounded in the world as they wanted to kill Zichen. Looking at the two who were dashing forward, Zichen sneered and said disdainfully, "You dare to display your fastest speed in front of me? You're overestimating yourself." Light flashed under Zichen's feet as he displayed the fastest speed in the world. A mysterious power spread out in all directions. That power caused the void to tremble and spread out in all directions. The two people who were enveloped by that power felt their speed being suppressed. Feeling the layers of pressure in the surrounding space, Ni Long's expression changed slightly. He raised the dragon-shaped sharp blade in his hand high. With a loud shout, a dragon's roar resounded in the world. A true dragon rushed out of the sharp blade and dashed towards Zichen. Surging energy surged as a brilliant golden fist light illuminated the world. It landed on the true dragon with an unstoppable force. Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion in the world. Then, a terrifying energy ripple spread out. The true dragon exploded in an instant. Ni Long's body was blown away by the terrifying energy. Heavenly rock wings. A pair of golden wings appeared on Golden Rock's back. As the wings trembled, his speed skyrocketed in an instant. He passed through the layers of surging energy ripples in an instant, passing over Zichen's head and arriving behind Zichen. Rock counterattack. Arriving behind Zichen, Golden Rock's speed skyrocketed again as he launched a spinning attack. A cold light appeared in Golden Rock's hand and pierced toward Zichen's back. Feeling the murderous intent behind him, Zichen's eyes flashed coldly. He immediately turned around and punched out. Boom! The dazzling fist light carried a powerful aura. After leaving Zichen's body, it exploded. The violent energy raged in the world. Zichen stood in the sky, motionless, while Golden Rock was blown away. There was a golden rain of blood in the world. Wiping off the blood at the corner of his mouth, Golden Rock looked at Zichen with a hint of fear in his eyes. He didn't expect that after so many years, Zichen had become even stronger after entering the Heaven Realm. Golden Rock couldn't even block one attack from Zichen. Looking at Ni Long in the distance, Ni Long was also shocked. However, their goal today was to stop Zichen. Therefore, they gritted their teeth and charged toward Zichen again. Dragon Reverse 8-Step. With a roar, Ni Long's body shook and transformed into a pure true dragon. A powerful aura surged on the true dragon. It danced in the air and stared at Zichen with cold eyes. Roar. A loud dragon roar resounded in the world. Ni Long flew toward Zichen. As he moved forward, a destructive aura burst out of him. Chapter 1990. The rebel dragon took 8 steps in the air, shaking the void. A terrifying pressure swept across the land, as if the entire sky was about to shatter. A resonant dragon roar rose and fell, echoing for thousands of miles in an imposing manner. The sky changed color, the wind blew, and the clouds moved. Space twisted crazily, as if it was the end of the world. The commotion immediately attracted the attention of Blue Feather City. Sensing the heaven-defying energy in the surging aura, many heaven-defying cultivators' expressions changed. It's a battle between heaven-defying cultivators. How is that possible? Almost all the heaven-defying cultivators are in Blue Feather City. Who would fight outside? Many heaven-defying cultivators in Blue Feather City discussed animatedly, clearly confused. There seemed to be only one heaven-defying cultivator outside the city. That was Zichen. Could it be that Zichen was the one fighting? The heaven-defying sovereigns who had such a guess widened their eyes in disbelief. Under such circumstances, who would dare to fight Zichen? While everyone was guessing, a loud voice suddenly came from outside the city. Zichen is fighting. The rebel dragon and the Golden Rock have stopped him. They're fighting. The voice caused an uproar in Blue Feather City. The rebel dragon and the Golden Rock were no strangers to the cultivators of the First Mainland. They'd always been powerful and could fight cultivators above their level at every stage. During the invasion of the alien tribes, they'd killed many of them and made a name for themselves. Even when facing heaven-defying cultivators of the alien tribes, they could retreat unscathed. Their combat strength was extraordinary. But today, they were fighting against Zichen. While the crowd was in an uproar, they shook their heads. Clearly, they didn't think the two would win. After all, they could retreat unscathed against heaven-defying cultivators, but Zichen could slaughter them. You're courting death. Is Zichen someone you can provoke? Hearing this voice, Black Dragon, who just returned to the city, couldn't help but grimace. He cursed inwardly. Anxiety appeared in his eyes. Considering the rebel dragon's comfort, he didn't care about anything else and rushed to the sky, heading straight for the battlefield. Wait for me. And Peng's voice rang out. He also turned into a stream of light and chased after them. Just as the Black Dragon was worried that Zichen would kill the rebel dragon, and Peng was also worried about the Golden Rock. And Peng's face was filled with anger. These two were usually serious and impolite. Today, they actually dared to provoke Zichen. Weren't they simply courting death? Zichen, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lei Dong's eyes flashed with undisguised killing intent. He gritted his teeth and said, "This is a battle of fate. Let's see who will live and who will die." Lei Dong turned into a thunderbolt and followed the two of them. Let's go. Follow them. When the remaining experts saw this, they quickly followed after him. Following that, streaks of light soared into the sky. The cultivators who had just entered the city once again flew out of the city. Clearly, they were going to watch the show. Hearing the commotion, Yang Wei and the 3 heaven-defying experts came out of the room. Should we follow them? One of the heaven-defying sovereigns asked as they watched the rays of light soar into the sky. Yang Wei looked up and shook his head, saying, "No need." The heaven-defying expert continued, 5 elements and the others have left too. They're probably outside attacking Zichen. Shouldn't we go and take a look? Yang Wei looked away and smiled, saying, "If they kill Zichen, then this person has nothing to do with me. If they can't kill Zichen, then Zichen will still come here. Why should I go out and see him? Know yourself and your enemy and you'll never be defeated. There's nothing worth knowing about this person anymore." Yang Wei turned and walked back to his room. That's right. We've seen too many of his battle videos. If he can, then we'll meet him sooner or later. If he can't, then what's the point of meeting him? The other heaven-defying expert also smiled and went back to his room, leaving the 2 heaven-defying experts looking at each other. When everyone arrived at the battlefield, they saw the inverse dragon transforming into a true dragon. The inverse dragon's 8 steps shocked everyone. Even though they were far away, they could feel the terrifying pressure that rushed out from the heaven and earth. This is the heavenly dragon's 8 steps. It's so powerful. Not bad. Seeing that the battle was still going on, Peng let out a sigh of relief and came to Black Dragon's side. Looking at the true dragon in the sky, Black Dragon shook his head and said, "It's not the heavenly dragon's 8 steps. It's the inverse dragon's 8 steps. This guy created it himself." Peng chuckled, "Self-created steps. Interesting." After 8 steps, the inverse dragon's aura had reached its peak. With a resounding dragon roar, the inverse dragon dove down at Zichen. Feeling the inverse dragon's aura, Zichen's expression turned serious. He stood in the sky, golden light surging around him, and heaven-defying energy surged out of his body. As the heaven-defying energy surged, Zichen's clenched right fist began to emit a dazzling light. Then, a terrifying aura spread out in all directions with Zichen as the center. An energy fist rushed toward the inverse dragon in the sky. Wherever it passed, the space shattered, and a black hole appeared. Boom! The fist hit the inverse dragon and suddenly exploded. The golden heaven-defying energy swept over the inverse dragon. With a sorrowful dragon roar, the inverse dragon, who had revealed its true form, was sent flying. In the sky, dragon blood splattered. The inverse dragon was defeated in one move. Seeing this scene, the experts who saw Zichen for the first time were all moved. Roar! Just as the inverse dragon was sent flying, a resounding rock cry resounded. In the sky, a golden rock appeared. The rock's eyes were cold, and there was a golden crown on its head. It was like a golden sun, emitting dazzling golden light. As the golden rock flapped its wings, beams of energy shot out in all directions like raindrops. Each beam of energy paused in the air and turned into a small golden rock. In the blink of an eye, nearly 1,000 golden rocks appeared. They all rushed toward Zichen at the same time. Some attacked Zichen's body, while some attacked Zichen's soul. Golden light flashed as the golden rocks rushed toward Zichen. It was a spectacular scene. Energy vibrated around Zichen. A visible energy ripple spread out in all directions. Wherever the energy ripple passed, the golden rocks exploded into energy and dissipated. Some ignored the energy attack and rushed toward Zichen's sea of consciousness. But in Zichen's sea of consciousness, the perfect spiritual thought vibration turned into ripples that destroyed the golden rocks that rushed into his sea of consciousness. In the blink of an eye, all the golden rocks in the sky dissipated. Only the true form of the rock swooped down toward Zichen. Boom! Seeing that, Zichen punched out. Golden light shone in the sky and the powerful energy burst out. The rock's blood splattered. The golden rock flew backward. It was defeated in one move again. The golden rock and the rebel dragon transformed back into their human forms. They wiped the blood from the corners of their mouths. They didn't attack again. Their faces looked awful. It wasn't because they lost to Zichen. The two of them fought with Zichen because they wanted to stop Zichen from entering Blue Feather City and sending him to his death. However, what they did not expect was that the battle actually attracted everyone here. Both of them had ugly expressions on their faces. When they looked at Zichen once again, there was guilt in their eyes. Seeing the guilt in their eyes, Zichen smiled at them and said, "If you don't agree, you can come again." The rebel dragon nodded and said, "Okay. Let's find another place to fight." Enough. However, as soon as he said that, someone shouted angrily, "You two, back off." The rebel dragon's expression changed. What he didn't want to happen finally happened. He looked back at the black dragon flying over and said indifferently, "This is between us and Zichen. We'll solve it ourselves." "That's right." The golden rock nodded. "You two are so weak. Don't show off here." "If Zichen didn't hold back, you two would be dead already," the black dragon said coldly. "That's between the two of us. Get lost. This is none of your business. Go back and cultivate in seclusion." The black dragon stared at the rebel dragon in front of him. His expression was extremely cold. "Golden rock, you go back too. This is none of your business," the dark rock followed and said to the golden rock. Zichen, who had witnessed the entire scene, could naturally tell that the relationship between the two of them was not shallow. Ignoring the rebel dragon, the black dragon turned to Zichen and said unhappily, "Your battlefield is in Tsangyu City. You shouldn't fight here." Glancing at the black dragon, Zichen smiled faintly and said, "I think the environment here is good. Since everyone is here, let's fight here." "Humph, how arrogant. Who do you think you are?" A cold voice with a bit of resentment came from the crowd. Then a figure with lightning flashing around him walked out. He stared at Zichen. Looking at this young man who was obviously from the Lei clan, Zichen's expression was slightly startled. The other party's face, which was twisted with hatred, gave him a very familiar feeling, as if the two of them had met somewhere before. "Zichen, do you still remember me?" The man stared at Zichen and said coldly. "Who are you?" asked Zichen. He felt that the man was very familiar, but he couldn't remember. It seemed that in this world, the number of people from the Thunder Clan he had seen was very limited. Seeing that the enemy Zichen was constantly thinking about had forgotten him, Lei Dong's expression became even colder. He looked at Zichen and said word by word, "The Thunder Clan of the Tianwu continent. You stole my heavenly lightning wings. Do you still remember?" "Oh." Zichen immediately came to a realization. He finally understood why the other party looked so familiar. The first time he had gone to the Thunder Clan, Lei Dong had colluded with the demon race to forcibly take over the Thunder Clan. He hadn't expected to run into him. In a battle, Lei Dong had almost been killed by Zichen. However, he had escaped at the last moment. As for Zichen, he had only obtained the heavenly lightning wings. Chapter 1991. Hearing Zichen call out his name, Lei Dong wanted to laugh out loud and say, "Zichen, even you have such a day." But Zichen's next words almost made him vomit blood. Back then, as a Sky Realm expert, he had unparalleled fighting power. He had almost controlled the entire Thunder Clan on the Sky Martial continent. At that time, he had the heavenly lightning wings and mastered many Thunder Clan techniques. But everything that had belonged to him had been destroyed by Zichen. Even the heavenly lightning wings had been stolen by Zichen. After thousands of years, the two of them met again, and Zichen mentioned the heavenly lightning wings. This was a naked humiliation to Lei Dong. "Zichen, don't be so smug. Today, you will definitely die. Your heavenly lightning wings are mine." Looking at Zichen's smug face, Lei Dong snorted coldly. He couldn't vent his anger. Hearing that, Zichen's eyes lit up. "So, you really do have the heavenly lightning wings." The heavenly lightning wings had 12 wings. Zichen had only obtained half of them. He still needed the other half. "So what?" Lei Dong's tone was cold. "Then I'll thank you in advance." Zichen's eyes were shining with greed. Being stared at by such greedy eyes, Lei Dong felt uncomfortable. He shouted coldly, "Stop dreaming. Zichen, you will definitely die today. Everyone, let's attack together and kill him." As soon as Lei Dong finished speaking, the surrounding people's expressions changed drastically. They immediately retreated. From their conversation, they could tell that Lei Dong and Zichen had long had enmity. They didn't want to get involved. Voila! Everyone scattered. They had only come to watch the battle. They didn't have the strength to participate. Soon, the battlefield was empty. Only a few people didn't retreat. Zichen looked around. Excluding the Dragon Rebel and the Golden Rock, there were 11 people left. Obviously, they were all experts. Seeing these 11 people, Yi Chen's expression changed. There was no doubt that they were all targeting Zichen. However, before Zichen could face Ya Wei, he had to deal with these 11 people first. Black Tiger's blood-red eyes swept across the crowd as a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. Usually, he would have been the first to run at this time. However, he did not retreat a single step today. For some unknown reason, Yi Chen didn't back away either. The 11 of them stood in the middle of the arena and Zichen could already feel the pressure even without making a move. He calmly retracted his gaze and looked at Lei Dong as he shook his head and said with a disappointed expression, "After not seeing you for so many years, I thought you had become more daring. It turns out that you are still the same as you were many years ago. Fortunately, you have grown some brains and know not to seek help from the strange races." Zichen was talking about the matter of Lei Dong colluding with the alien races. Zichen's intentional humiliation caused Lei Dong's expression to turn ugly. However, he was not someone easy to deal with. He coldly said, "So, you are afraid?" "Afraid? What a joke." Zichen laughed out loud. I, Zichen, even dared to face billions of invading strange races. Why would I be afraid of such a small scene? You don't have to provoke me. If you want to kill me, just come at me. I, Zichen, will accompany you to the end. Okay, I will be happy to fulfill your wish, Lei Dong coldly said. Hearing that the battle was about to start, Golden Rock and Rebel Dragon were a little anxious. They looked at their elder brother at the same time and communicated with their spiritual thoughts. "Elder brother, can't you see the situation now? The strange races want us to kill each other. If we join forces to kill Zichen today, the strange races will have no more scruples and this world will really be plunged into misery and suffering." Rebel Dragon fixed his eyes on Black Dragon and communicated with him at the same time. Black Dragon looked at the arena in silence. Not everyone would choose righteousness. In the face of great personal interests, righteousness was something that could be completely abandoned. "Everyone, I think there is another way to solve this matter," Black Dragon said as his expression changed. Everyone's attention was drawn to Hei Long. Lei Dong sneered, "Hei Long, you can't be afraid, right? There is only one way to resolve this matter, and that is to kill Zichen." "No, no." Black Dragon stretched out a finger and shook it. "In fact, our goal is only the 2 quotas. The final goal is only the quotas. The process doesn't have to be a battle." Hearing Black Dragon's words, the other experts were also a little shaken. Lei Dong's expression gradually turned ugly. He coldly said, "Black Dragon, what do you mean? Are you naive to think that he will give you the fragments of the shield for free? This matter is completely negotiable," Black Dragon said. Lei Dong smiled coldly and said, "All right then. Let me see what kind of method this is." Without waiting for Black Dragon to speak again, Lei Dong turned his head to Zichen and said, "Zichen, if you don't want to die, hand over the fragments of the shield and get the hell out of here." Hearing Lei Dong's tone that was clearly not for negotiation, the expressions of the surrounding people instantly changed. His tone was clearly for Zichen to refuse and for everyone to join forces to kill Zichen. Lei Dong's intention was very clear. It was purely to kill Zichen. Zichen looked at Lei Dong with the same smile on his face. Although so many years had passed, this person still had a pig's brain. With such an obvious intention, he still purposely reminded him. Did he really think that others were fools? Logically speaking, Lei Dong should not be so frivolous and impulsive with his current achievements. The reason why he was unable to control his emotions today was because he was too angry in his heart. In the past, Zichen had hurt him too deeply. Back then, he was a high and mighty figure who was only one step away from obtaining everything he wanted. However, Zichen's sudden appearance had pushed him from the peak to the abyss. Even after so many years, he was still brooding. Now that he saw Zichen, He naturally could not suppress his killing intent. Out of the 5 fragments, Wei had obtained 4. Although Wei had clearly stated that if Zichen came to Blue Feather City, the last 2 slots would be Zichen's, no one could guarantee that Wei would really let go of his personal grudges. If Wei suddenly joined forces to attack Zichen while searching for the fragments of the shield, Zichen would definitely be in danger. This possibility could not be ruled out. Black Dragon had considered this possibility when he said that they should discuss. As long as he said this, Zichen might voluntarily hand over the fragments of the shield. However, Lei Dong's words made the most likely possibility of obtaining the fragments of the shield instantly become impossible. This was because no one would be willing to give away their items for free after hearing such words. Everyone looked at Zichen, waiting for Zichen's reply. The smile on Zichen's face did not fade. He looked at Lei Dong and said, "If you hadn't mentioned this, I would have forgotten that I still have a fragment like this. Speaking of which, this fragment's defense is very strong. I think it can at least block the attacks of 2 people." While speaking, Zichen took out the fragment of the shield. The pitch-black fragment exuded a powerful aura. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the broken pieces of the shield. It was a fragment of the shield, a rare treasure of the world. When it was complete, it was a powerful holy weapon, known as the strongest defense. Playing with the fragment in his hand, Zichen said indifferently, "If you want to fight, then bring it on." Signaling Rebel Dragon to stay behind him, Black Dragon stepped forward and said, "Zichen, you misunderstood. We don't mean anything else. We just have another use for this fragment of the shield." "What use? Can you find the complete shield?" Black Dragon said, "I'll tell you the truth. This shield fragment, Wei already has 4 pieces. Adding the one you have, he will be able to find a clue to the complete shield. Then, we will all go and explore together. One of the fragments has 2 spots. Wei has already arranged the spots, and we need the 2 spots you have." Black Dragon's news surprised Zichen, but soon Zichen said, "Even if I give you the 2 spots, do you dare to take them?" Black Dragon naturally understood the meaning behind Zichen's words. Among the 10 spots, Yang Wei only has 4. The remaining 6 are among us. The smart Zichen knew what Black Dragon meant. He said directly, "If that's the case, this fragment is not only useless in my hands, but also dangerous." Black Dragon chuckled but did not say anything. "If that's the case, it's not a big deal to give it to you." Everyone's expression changed. If they could obtain these 2 spots without having to fight, it would naturally be extremely good. Lei Dong was the only one who was unhappy. What he needed was to kill Zichen and snatch the fragment, not get the fragment without fighting. Even if he didn't want the fragment, he still wanted Zichen to die. As long as he could kill Zichen, he didn't care about the spots. He was screaming in his heart that Zichen shouldn't agree. Perhaps Zichen heard Lei Dong's heartfelt cry, but he glanced at Lei Dong and said calmly, "But I feel that there might be another way to look at this matter." Everyone's expression changed again, including Black Dragon. Fortunately, Black Dragon was still calm. He asked, "What is it?" Raising the fragment in his hand, Zichen said, "Since there are 5 fragments and 10 spots, why don't you go and ask for the other 4 spots?" "Why are you asking for my 2 spots?" Everyone was stunned. Lei Dong's heart was filled with joy. Zichen was really a greedy guy. When he heard that he could find the complete shield, he didn't want to give up the fragment. As expected, people die for wealth and birds die for food. But this was for the best. Since we already know that 5 fragments can find the shield, as a member of the Zhonwu continent, although we are not familiar with each other and may even be enemies, our relationship should be closer than that of the alien race. Why give the opportunity to find the shield to the alien race? They have already obtained 4 fragments. During this period, who knows how many families they have slaughtered, so why let them find the shield? Zichen looked at everyone and said, "Why not give this chance to us? If we get the spots, we can go and find the shield ourselves. No matter who gets it, it's better than those outsiders, right?" They were all silent. Chapter 1992. Listening to Zichen's presumptuous and bold words, many pagan tribes around changed their faces, looking at Zichen disbelievingly. Everybody knew that in the pagan tribe's minds, Gao Yi was recognized as the strongest heaven-defying warrior. The title of the strongest heaven-defying warrior was much more important than Zichen, who was known as the strongest heaven-defying warrior. Now, hearing Zichen's words, the warriors who were watching the battle changed their faces. They looked at Zichen with disdain. In their eyes, Zichen wasn't just boasting. He was shameless because he didn't want to be besieged. Hearing him, the 11 warriors changed their faces, looking at Zichen in bewilderment. They were here to kill Zichen. However, they didn't expect that Zichen would persuade them to attack the pagan tribes. Moreover, he acted as if what he said was reasonable. He looked so confident as if Gao Yi was just a cat or a dog. The Dragon Rebel and the Golden Rock looked at everybody's bewildered faces and felt amused. They thought that Zichen was worthy of his reputation. He could make people react that way with just a few words. Do you think we're idiots? You want us to attack the heaven-defying warriors? A mocking voice arose. It was Lei Dong. He didn't want to see Zichen turn them against the heaven-defying warriors of the pagan tribes. He had only one goal this time, which was to kill Zichen and take everything from Zichen. Am I wrong? Shouldn't we unite to fight against the enemy? Zichen looked at Lei Dong and said coldly, or, you're afraid of the pagan tribes, so you don't dare to attack them. Or, you're still the same as that year. You want to collude with the pagan tribes. Harumph. Lei Dong harumphed and said disdainfully, Zichen, you're a strong warrior. Don't you think it's silly and childish to provoke us with words? We're only here for the quota. Why should we kill the pagan tribes? Moreover, do you think we're stupid enough to listen to you and help you deal with the pagan tribes? Lei Dong looked at Zichen with disdain in his eyes. Or do you think you're more difficult to kill than 4 heaven-defying warriors? Ladies and gentlemen, whoever believes Zichen's words today is a true idiot. You may not know this person, but I have known him for thousands of years, so I know him very well. This person is ruthless, greedy, and vicious. It is impossible to make him hand over the fragment. He even wants to use this fragment to find the perfect shield. Sweeping his gaze across the crowd, Lei Dong said, what he said about dealing with the foreign tribes might be true, but the premise is that in the process of dealing with the foreign tribes, he will also harm us along the way until he is the last one. Then, he will take the 5 fragments and look for the perfect shield. Just as Lei Dong finished, someone else said, that's impossible. Zichen isn't that kind of person. Looking at the rebel dragon, Lei Dong smiled and said, Rebel dragon, you only know Zichen through a battle. Back then, Zichen even stepped on you to get to the top. I know him very well. If we didn't come early, you and the Golden Rock would have been killed by him. He's inhumane. Since Lei Dong had made up his mind to deal with Zichen, he naturally had a deep understanding of Zichen. Of course, he knew about the rebel dragon and Zichen. While Lei Dong was talking, the others didn't say anything. Obviously, they all had their own plans and were waiting to see what would happen. Looking at the silent crowd, Lei Dong said, everyone, there's no need to hesitate. This is our only chance. Zichen didn't argue. In front of absolute power, all arguments were useless. The logic between cultivators was always from the mouth of the strong. He looked at Lei Dong and smiled faintly. Since you want to fight, then let's fight. Don't worry, I'll be more careful this time. I won't let you escape again. You won't. You'll be the one to die today, Lei Dong said confidently. However, his expression was a bit twisted and there was hatred on his face. As his aura surged, he saw that the girl beside Zichen still didn't move. Lei Dong frowned and said, Miss Yichen, this is a matter of the Jianwu continent. Are you going to interfere? As the target of all heaven-defying cultivators, Lei Dong naturally knew Yichen. He also knew of Yichen's use. She wasn't just targeted at heaven-defying cultivators. She was a temptation that no heavenly plane cultivator could resist. Once he gained her favor, he would definitely be able to break through the holy road. Hence, Lei Dong was very polite when speaking to Yichen. Yichen shook her head and said, this is a grudge between you all. I won't interfere. Lei Dong didn't want to provoke Yichen. Hearing Yichen's words, He heaved a sigh of relief. However, Yi Qian said again, "But I hate your method of fighting with numbers. If you really have the strength, then fight with Zi Chen." Lei Yidong was speechless. He didn't know what to say. He had been shouting about killing Zi Chen, but he didn't have the confidence to fight with Zi Chen alone. It wasn't just him. None of the 11 people present dared to say that they could fight with Zi Chen alone. Otherwise, they would have attacked long ago. As for not joining forces, in the entire Zhanwu continent, there was probably only one person who dared to attack Zi Chen. Yi Qian's gaze wasn't sharp. It was even a little gentle. She swept her gaze across the 11 people. Her voice rang out again. "If it's a one-on-one battle, I won't interfere. But if you insist on joining forces, then I'm sorry, but I won't take a step back. What you're doing is too despicable." Yi Qian's words made everyone frown. Her identity was very special. It was impossible to kill her. Even if they did, it would have a negative impact. Moreover, Ye Wei was very attentive to her. If they hurt her, it might leave a bad impression on Ye Wei. Beside Yi Qian, Black Tiger was silent, but he didn't retreat either. These 11 people could be said to be the top experts of the entire Zhanwu continent. They were the true peak experts. Once they joined forces, Zi Chen would definitely be in danger. If things went wrong, he might be killed before he could even fight with Ye Wei. So at this moment, if they could block one of them, Zi Chen might have a chance to survive. The atmosphere was a little oppressive. Even Lei Yidong didn't know what to say. Yi Qian's sudden appearance had left them at a loss. The alien races watching from afar were somewhat unhappy. In their opinion, Yi Qian didn't need to pay attention to this matter at all. She should just let the people of the Zhanwu continent kill each other. This is a grudge between us. Let's settle it ourselves. In this silent atmosphere, Zi Chen's voice rang out, "If you all want to fight, feel free to come at me. However, there is one thing that I must make clear before the battle begins. If I leave this place alive, I will visit each and every one of your factions to repay the kindness you showed me today." Zi Chen's expression was calm, and his tone was also very calm. But in this calmness, there was a reflection of Zi Chen's firm killing intent. If they didn't die today, their clans would inevitably be uprooted and completely disappear from the history of the Zhanwu continent. Everyone had to take the words of an existence with the title of the strongest heaven-defying cultivator. Because the Luo family, which had become a laughingstock, was a lesson to be learned. Lei Yidong's expression still didn't change much. Zi Chen's threat was useless to him. Even if Zi Chen went to destroy the Lei clan, it had nothing to do with him. The Lei clan of the Zhanwu continent was just a part of his experience. "Don't worry, I won't destroy your clan. But if you give me the chance, I will make your life worse than death." Lei Yidong smiled disdainfully at Zi Chen's deliberate threat. He said, "The battle hasn't started yet, and you're already threatening me with words. This will only expose the fear in your heart. Moreover, I can guarantee that you won't leave here alive today." Boom. Energy surged, and a powerful aura filled the heavens and earth. This aura came from Zi Chen. He decided not to waste any more words, and to deal with Lei Yidong first. With Lei Yidong here, these existences who had yet to make up their minds might really join hands. "Why? Are you angry out of humiliation, or are you really afraid?" Lei Yidong smiled coldly. Lightning flashed around his body, and rays of lightning surrounded his body. Swoosh. Golden light covered his body. Zi Chen's feet flashed, and he activated the world's fastest speed, and disappeared from the spot. Looking at Zi Chen's disappearing figure, Lei Yidong's pupils shrank slightly. He also displayed his extreme speed, and said coldly, "The world's fastest speed isn't exclusive to you. I also know this 9 lightning strikes." Just as his voice faded, Lei Yidong's speed had already reached the limit. He turned into a ray of lightning, and charged towards Zi Chen. The battle began abruptly. Looking at the almost identical speed, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. 2 streaks of lightning, 1 gold and 1 silver, tangled together in the sky, chasing after each other. From time to time, there would be explosions of energy. The speed of both of them was way too fast. Most of the people outside could not make out the details of the battle. Only a small number of powerful beings could make out the traces of the battle between the two of them. Towards this battle, the rest of the people did not have any intention of interfering. They were just watching silently, waiting for any changes. Even though they are both world's fastest speed, Zichen's is clearly a little faster. Looking at the two streaks of lightning entangling together, Black Dragon commented in a deep voice. Zichen's world's fastest speed came partly from the legacy of crossing through time and space, and partly from the Thunder Saint beast. It could be said to be extremely orthodox, and the only one in the entire world. In the midst of the entanglement between the two streaks of lightning, Zichen's eyes flashed with a killing intent. With him as the center, a mysterious energy spread out in all directions. Wherever this energy passed by, ripples would appear in the sky. The surrounding space seemed to have turned viscous, and an inexplicable pressure appeared. This is. Feeling this pressure, Lei Dong's expression changed immediately. At this moment, he could feel a dangerous aura surging towards him. The extreme speed that he was so proud of was evidently affected by this pressure. Shiying. Chapter 1993. As the wings appeared and flapped, the pressure around Lei Dong was significantly reduced. Lei Dong's speed instantly soared as he flew backwards. After dodging this shortkill attack, cold sweat appeared on Lei Dong's forehead. The two of them had yet to fight. It was merely a competition of speed, and he was already on the verge of losing. If he had not used the heavenly lightning wings, he would have been seriously injured. It was rumored that Zichen was known as the strongest heaven-defying expert. Indeed, he had some tricks up his sleeve. Wiping off the cold sweat on his forehead, Lei Dong's expression turned solemn. Although he was the loudest, he knew that Zichen was not easy to kill. Looking at Lei Dong, who had dodged the attack and flew backwards, Zichen did not look disappointed. Instead, he looked excited. That was because he saw the 4 heavenly lightning wings behind Lei Dong. The lightning was so mesmerizing that it caused Zichen's mind to be greatly affected. The heavenly lightning wings were very difficult to find. There were a total of 12 wings. Zichen had only obtained 6 wings so far. There were still half of them. He did not expect to see 4 wings at Lei Dong's place today. When he first met Lei Dong, the other party had provided him with a pair of heavenly lightning wings. That was also the first time Zichen knew that there was more than one pair of heavenly lightning wings. Today, when they met again, the latter had actually obtained 2 more pairs of heavenly lightning wings. This made Zichen very surprised and very excited. The latter was like a boy who gave out treasures. Although he was a little too despicable, he was like Zichen's benefactor. "Thank you for bringing me the heavenly lightning wings." Amidst Zichen's excited laughter, the heavenly lightning wings appeared behind him. The 6 heavenly lightning wings were flapping. A feeling of desire came from the heart of lightning wings and was clearly transmitted to Zichen's sea of consciousness. "Get it." That was the request of the heart of lightning wings. Looking at Lei Dong again, his eyes were also filled with greed. The appearance of 2 types of heavenly lightning wings would definitely attract each other. Swoosh. Unfurling his 6-winged heavenly thunder wings, Zichen's body expanded once again as he charged at Lei Dong. He was certain that Lei Dong had something in his hands. This time, it wasn't just Lei Dong who had to kill Zichen. Zichen wouldn't let Lei Dong go either. Once he obtained the heavenly thunder wings from his opponent, his speed would increase once again. With his extreme speed as a guarantee, Zichen would be in an invincible position when facing Ya Wei. As Zichen advanced, the heavenly blade appeared in his hand. Since he had decided to kill, he would naturally not hold back. Swoosh. Arriving before Lei Dong in an instant, Zichen slashed out with his saber. A dazzling golden saber light filled the air. This slash sealed off all of Lei Dong's escape routes. If he relied on his extreme speed, he would definitely be at a disadvantage because Zichen's speed was much faster than his. With a flash of light, a long spear appeared in Lei Dong's hand. Thunderous light flickered on the body of the spear. Streaks of thunderous light wandered around the surface of the spear like electric snakes. Clang. The clanging sound reverberated through the air. The lightning spear blocked Zichen's attack. A powerful energy burst out, turning into ripples that spread out. Wherever the ripples passed, the sky was forcefully shattered. Not a bad spear. Zichen glanced at the lightning spear and a bright light flashed in his eyes. It was not hard to tell that this was a lightning-attributed heavenly weapon. Only in the hands of the Thunder Tribe would it be able to unleash its strongest might. Borrowing the rebounding force, Lei Dong took a few steps back with his spear. Then, he held the spear with both hands. After spinning the spear once, he shot it straight at Zichen. This is the supreme treasure of the Thunder Clan. Of course, it's not bad. As soon as he finished speaking, the long spear tore through the air and arrived before Zichen. It pierced towards Zichen's forehead. Lei Dong's counterattack was also very sharp. Clang! The heavenly blade slashed, and the sound of metal clashing resounded through the air. Lei Dong only felt a huge force coming towards him. The lightning spear in his hand almost slipped out of his hand. His body also staggered backward. Swoosh! Zichen slashed down with his blade. Like a waterfall, the blade light fell on Lei Dong's head. Boom! Forcefully stabilizing his body, Lei Dong held the lightning spear tightly with both hands. The power of thunder burst out. A terrifying thunderbolt rushed out of the spear tip. When the thunderbolt met with the blade light, it exploded. In the air, the sound of energy explosions kept coming out. The two shadows kept fighting. Looking at Lei Dong, who was obviously weaker than Zichen, the remaining 10 people's expressions kept changing. What are you waiting for? Why don't you attack? Lei Dong, who had retreated and put some distance between himself and Zichen, turned his head and looked at the 10 people. The rebel dragon and the golden rock stood beside the black dragon and the dark rock. They looked very anxious. Obviously, they didn't want the other party to participate in the battle. The remaining people's expressions also changed, but they still didn't attack. Boom! All the energy around Zichen exploded. Terrifying murderous intent surged in the air. He took a step forward. Heaven and earth trembled. The terrifying energy lit up the entire area. His expression was cold. Powerful attacks were launched one after another. The energy in the air surged crazily. Lei Dong kept retreating. In a head-on confrontation, he finally realized how powerful and terrifying Zichen was. He couldn't resist at all. Although he hadn't used his trump card, Zichen also didn't use any battle skills. Using the Heavenly Path technique at this moment was undoubtedly a matter of life and death. Lei Dong wasn't sure if he could kill Zichen with his strongest attack. However, he was very sure of one thing. If these people still didn't do anything, then he would definitely die after using his strongest attack. Facing Zichen's powerful attacks, Lei Dong kept retreating. In his heart, he was cursing these people for being unreliable. They had said that they would attack together, but now, they were all indifferent. Hurry up and attack. Don't you want the spots? Lei Dong was a little anxious. He shouted at them. The black dragon shook off the rebel dragon and took a step forward. A fiendish aura surged from his body, and a faint dragon roar resounded across the world. Sensing Hei Long's aura, Lei Dong was overjoyed. He did not expect Hei Long to be the first to attack. Hei Long was already very strong, and even Jiao Wei had to think highly of him. With such a strong first person attacking, the others would definitely attack as well. Zichen would definitely die today. However, before he could laugh out loud, he felt another aura appear. This was the aura of a heaven-defying warrior. It came from Yi Qian. Yi Qian, who released her aura, stared at Black Dragon and said, "Your opponent is me." Seeing Yi Qian's aura locked on him, Black Dragon's eyes flashed. After a moment, he smiled bitterly and said, "I don't want to be your enemy. But I must stop you," Yi Qian said. The two auras kept surging. There was a hint of a secret confrontation. Poof! On the other side, the sky shook. Lei Dong coughed out blood and flew back. He was completely suppressed by Zichen. Looking at Black Dragon, who still didn't attack, Lei Dong had the urge to curse. No matter who your opponent is, as long as you attack, the others will attack. But Black Dragon didn't attack. After a few breaths, Black Dragon retracted his surging energy. He shook his head and said, "Forget it. There's no point in fighting with you. Thank you." Yi Qian smiled at Black Dragon. Seeing Black Dragon stop attacking, Lei Dong was really angry. Wasn't this a trap? They agreed to fight, but now no one is coming out. Black Dragon, who had retracted his energy, glanced at Dark Rock beside him. The latter nodded. Apparently, he had the same idea. So, the two decided not to attack. Poof! Lei Dong was sent flying again and coughed out blood. He retreated far away. He looked at Zi Chen with fear in his eyes. Zi Chen was too strong. The others didn't attack, so he didn't dare to use his strongest move. "Everyone, are you going to attack or not?" Helpless, Lei Dong could only pressure the others. But at this moment, these people were undoubtedly worried. Zi Chen's world speed was obviously of a higher level than Lei Dong's. Once everyone attacked with all their strength and still couldn't kill Zi Chen, then what awaited them would be a nightmare. They all had families behind them, so they weren't as carefree as Lei Dong. Among these people, 5 elements wanted to attack. His expression kept changing, and the aura around him became unstable. But the others didn't plan to attack. Wanting to kill Zi Chen with just him and Lei Dong was undoubtedly a daydream. Knowing that they couldn't kill Zi Chen, they still charged forward. That was obviously making Zi Chen hate them. Moreover, Zi Chen already had an unresolvable grudge with 5 elements' aristocratic family. Once they chose to attack, both sides would definitely fight to the death. Everyone had their concerns and were waiting for others to attack. Lei Dong, who had nothing to worry about, didn't count because he had a personal grudge with Zi Chen. Damn it. Seeing that these people had no intention of attacking, Lei Dong was truly furious. At the same time, he was filled with regret. If he hadn't shown his desire to kill Zi Chen, perhaps they would have joined hands. "Stop fighting." Lei Dong shouted as he was sent flying once again. "If you say so, then so be it." Zi Chen sneered. The killing intent in his eyes didn't decrease in the slightest as he slashed out again. Lei Dong vomited blood as he was sent flying. His face was filled with anger. "Zi Chen, don't force me. At most, we'll just die together." Hearing the words "die together," the others' expressions changed slightly. If Lei Dong went all out and seriously injured Zi Chen, they still had a chance. "You're not worthy." However, Zi Chen only replied with those 3 words. His disdain for Lei Dong was already indescribable. After sending Lei Dong flying again, he kept Skyblade. His expression turned serious. He raised both hands before his chest and began to form seals. As the golden light surged and the golden seal appeared, a violent and suffocating aura appeared between the heavens and earth. Heavenly path technique, damn it. Seeing this scene, Lei Dong's expression changed as he shouted. Specks of golden light surged as a powerful aura filled the heavens and earth. At this moment, everyone who felt this aura changed their expressions. Zi Chen, who was already powerful, would be even more powerful after using the heavenly path technique. Lei Dong's eyes were filled with fear. He was completely fooled by everyone. If he knew that they wouldn't attack, he wouldn't have foolishly challenged Zi Chen alone. Stop. Chapter 1994. Stop. With a loud shout, Hei Long, who had yet to make a move, charged forward. His robes fluttered as energy erupted from his body. A powerful aura surged into the heavens and earth, creating a powerful pressure and wind pressure. Beside Hei Long, Hei Peng followed closely behind him. Like a bolt of lightning, he flew towards the battlefield. They had hesitated previously and had even given up on the idea of attacking Zi Chen. However, not attacking Zi Chen did not mean that they would watch Lei Dong die without doing anything, even if Lei Dong had nothing to do with them. The remaining people did not move. Everyone had their own plans. They believed that even if Zi Chen could kill Lei Dong, it would not be so easy. Lei Dong might even be in a life-threatening situation and Zi Chen might be severely injured. At that time, they would naturally have a chance. Looking at the battlefield, Wu Xing frowned slightly. 5 elements energy surged out from his body. No one knew what he was thinking, but he also charged forward. The three of them stepped forward one after another, wanting to stop Zichen and block the powerful attack of the Heavenly Path technique. The other 7 people only looked at this scene indifferently. They had no intention of making a move. Yi Qian, who had been in a state of alert, began to glow. She gently took a step forward. A gust of wind seemed to blow through the entire world. The wind was cold and somewhat bone-piercing. As her hair fluttered, Yi Qian's expression gradually turned cold. A powerful aura was released from her body. She went from being gentle and elegant to a goddess of war in an instant. Her aura surged and her hair fluttered. There was indifference and coldness on her beautiful face. However, just as everyone thought that she was going to make a move, they saw her expression change slightly. That cold expression became gentle once again. The aura around her was withdrawn like a receding tide. She, who had taken a step forward, retreated once again. She no longer paid attention to He Long and the others. Yi Qian's change originated from He Hu's voice transmission. "Don't be rash. They have no killing intent." He Hu stopped Yi Qian and allowed the 3 of them to move towards Zichen. The 3 of them only wanted to protect Lei Dong and prevent Zichen from killing people here. "Be careful of them." A spiritual thought was sent out, followed by another. It was still from the Black Tiger. He didn't need to pay attention to the 3 people who had rushed up. However, he had to be careful of the remaining 7 experts. Yi Qian nodded lightly and no longer looked ahead. Instead, she shifted her gaze and looked at the 7 people. Just as Yi Qian's gaze landed on them, everyone felt an additional aura locking onto them. The expressions of the 7 people changed slightly when they sensed the presence. Through the presence, they could sense that the owner of the presence was no weaker than them. In a one-on-one battle, they might not necessarily be able to emerge victorious. As their expressions changed slightly, they began to take Yi Qian seriously. This kind of respect was no longer limited to the other party's status, but the respect of the other party's strength. His golden fingers danced like little fairies, forming seals quickly. Like flowing water, golden light gathered from his fingertips and formed a strange rune on his chest. The instant the rune appeared, the wind and clouds changed. The world lost its color and space began to distort. The clouds in the sky were instantly shattered. A suffocating pressure was emitted from the rune. As he advanced, the amount of heaven-defying energy in his body increased. As his comprehension of heavenly Tao techniques deepened, Zichen's battle prowess undoubtedly became stronger. As the terrifying aura surged, there was also a blazing and explosive high temperature that filled the entire world. The spectators in the distance were already unable to breathe under this pressure. However, as the explosive attribute was fully displayed, they felt as if they were placed in a violent furnace. The blazing high temperature constantly roasted them. Sweat immediately covered their bodies and a strong sense of impending death emerged from the bottom of their hearts. The strange golden rune formed a circular golden lightning ball. The golden lightning ball represented a certain extreme of lightning energy. Although Zichen and Lei Dong were both members of the Lightning Clan and were both lightning martial practitioners, Lei Dong could clearly feel a unique lightning aura from the lightning ball. This was a kind of extreme lightning. The pure quality had already surpassed his lightning energy. The instant the lightning ball appeared, a sense of impending death emerged from the bottom of his heart. His eyes were filled with shock and fear. Terrified, he fiercely clenched his teeth and loudly shouted, "Thunderclap 9 heavens!" In the violent world, under the enormous pressure, Lei Dong's aura soared into the sky and connected the entire world. In the world that was completely suppressed by Zichen's aura, Lei Dong's aura tore a hole in it. Through this hole, it connected the world and a huge vortex appeared out of nowhere. The vortex was pitch black in color, like a bottomless abyss. However, in the next moment, ancient and distant sounds of thunder rang out from within. The pitch-black vortex turned into the color of thunder, and streaks of light of thunder swam around the surface of the vortex. Thick thunderbolts, like thunder dragons, poked their heads out of the vortex and fell down. Boom! Boom! The lightning was berserk and thunder rumbled. Compared to Zichen's attack, this was the true might of lightning that spread across the world. It forcibly pushed away Zichen's aura and once again occupied half of the sky. The two auras were actually able to resist each other. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed. Extreme Yang. Zichen's pitch-black eyes were also illuminated by the golden ball of lightning and turned into a strange golden color. Zichen's cold voice resounded through the heavens and earth. With a thought, the golden ball flew forward. The ball's speed was very fast. Wherever it passed, the void would shatter as it moved forward in a straight line. At this speed, Lei Dong would be hit by the lightning ball before the lightning in the sky descended. Roar! At this moment, the black dragon rushed over. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and a surge of energy rushed out from his head. With a shake of his body, he transformed into a black dragon. A loud dragon roar resounded through the world. The black dragon blocked in front of the golden ball. Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. The black dragon took 8 steps in the air. In the world where two powerful auras were surging, another aura was forcefully added. After the black dragon took 8 steps, it seemed to have become the ruler of the world. Its eerie dragon eyes stared at the golden lightning ball. It opened its mouth and swallowed the golden lightning ball. Like a true dragon swallowing a pearl, the black dragon swooped down and swallowed the golden lightning ball. Seeing this scene, everyone was a little dumbfounded. They all felt that it was hard to imagine. After all, when Zichen used this move earlier, its power was really too great. Now, before it could explode, it was actually swallowed by the black dragon. However, after swallowing the golden lightning ball, the black dragon's eyes showed a human-like pain. Then, a deep shock appeared in its eyes. The dragon's roar, which was originally loud and clear, became incomparably painful at this moment. The huge dragon's body rolled in the sky, crushing the world. Swoosh! The scorching and violent energy that had just disappeared reappeared in the world. As for the rolling black dragon, it turned into energy and disappeared. The golden lightning ball appeared in the sky. Its aura was still violent, and its speed was still the same. Its target was still Lei Dong. The energy black dragon was directly evaporated by the scorching lightning ball. The black dragon's body in the distance swayed slightly. His ruddy face was drained of all color. He raised his eyes to look at the lightning ball. His eyes were filled with fear. Just as the black dragon made its move, the dark rock that came after it shot out beams of energy. These energy beams turned into small rocks. The rocks were pitch black in color. Lightning flowed on the surface of their bodies. These were the dark lightning rocks. In an instant, many dark lightning rocks appeared in the world. Then, they flapped their wings and rushed towards the golden lightning ball. The lightning ball emitted a scorching heat. Wherever it passed, the space shattered and ripples spread. The charging dark lightning rock kings were like moths flying into a sea of fire. When they reached the golden lightning ball, they exploded and disappeared into thin air. After a dark lightning rocks disappeared, none of the dark lightning rocks touched the lightning ball. They all exploded a few meters away from the lightning ball. The dark rock seemed to have expected this scene. His expression did not change. However, when he saw the golden lightning ball, whose energy did not seem to have weakened, his pupils shrunk. It was enough for him to block for Lei Dong. Lei Dong's life and death had nothing to do with him. 5 elements slash. An explosive roar resounded in the world. A blade light that carried the perfect aura of the 5 elements slashed towards the golden lightning ball. Wherever the 5 elements slash passed, the void was cut open. A black scar appeared. The 5 elements slash instantly arrived in front of the golden lightning ball and slashed on it. Then, the blade light exploded. Terrifying energy resounded in the world. All of this took a long time to describe, but in reality, it happened in an instant. As the 3 of them attacked, the speed of the lightning ball was greatly affected. Lei Dong's thunderclap 9th heaven finally fell from the sky. It was like a chain of lightning that pierced through the world. However, before Lei Dong could activate the thunderclap 9th heaven to attack Zichen, he saw the golden lightning ball, which had shrunk by nearly a third, from the 5 elemental blade glow that had exploded. It carried a dim imprint and charged out from the blade glow. After which, it fell towards him without any hesitation. Damn it! Cursing in his heart, Lei Dong had no choice but to activate the 9 heavens lightning energy to block the lightning ball. At this moment, his heart was filled with great waves of emotions. Because Zichen's attack had actually forcefully destroyed the attacks of the three of them. Moreover, its power had only been reduced by a third. Although the three of them did not use their strongest attacks, it was not difficult to see how powerful Zichen was. Boom! The force of the nine heavens' thunder landed on the golden thunderball, resulting in a series of deafening claps that echoed across the place. Facing the continuous attacks, the golden lightning ball finally exploded. Like a destroyed planet, the energy from the explosion started to spread.